Last night on MasterChef Australia,
Can't believe that I'm back.
11 eliminated contestants battled it out for a place back in the competition.
This exercise is about shaking the tree.
But 4 basic skills tests saw the dreams of 5 hopefuls shattered.
I would have liked to have done better, but it's not to be.
Tonight, the fight continues for the 6 remaining cooks.
I'm here to get a place in the house.
Together, they unleash their creativity in the Invention test.
You need to create that comeback of the century.
And for the 3 best, the MasterChef journey will resume.
Are you a contender?
But standing in their way, the country's top 7 amateur cooks.
I'm worried that I've made mistakes that could cost me.
I'm not really sure how to eat it. We're back from London and we're raring to get back in the MasterChef kitchen. We're actually kind of looking forward to getting back into the routine, hit a mystery box, invention test.
I just really like to have something normal. 8 ingredients in 30 minutes would suit me just fine.
There's a note under the door.
Today I'm inviting you to spend a special day with me to learn the fine art of tasting food.
And we've been invited to lunch by Matt Preston.
Meet me at Sydney's Dalton house at midday. Dress up for a fine lunch.
Matt Preston is one of my idols. He tastes our food all the time and it's going to be nice to sort of sit on the other side of the fence and see how he looks at food. It's something I'm definitely looking forward to.
Let's go get ready.
Let's do it.
The vibe in the house is really positive. Everyone's running around, going back to their rooms, changing because we have to be dressed quite smartly, and we're all anticipating what a great day it's going to be.
This morning we turned up to Dalton House. I'm going, oh, here we go. MasterChef, little twist, you know, they've always got something.
Yesterday there was 11 of us. We were fighting for our lives to get back in to the MasterChef competition. There's 6 of us facing the challenge today. 3 of us are going to make it through. 3 of us are going to go home.
I told myself I wasn't going to get nervous this time around, and it's just impossible not to.
You don't get second chances. To come back again means you really want to be here, and that's no different for me. I'm here to get a place in the house.
Welcome to Sydney's Dalton house, to one of the most important days of your life. Today, 3 of you will win those coveted positions back in the MasterChef competition. For 3 of you, you will be going home.
I've got a 50% chance of getting back in, much better than yesterday. I want this more than anything.
So why are we giving 3 of you this golden opportunity? It's simple, really. We want to make sure that whoever is crowned Australia's next MasterChef truly deserves that title. So what's the challenge today? You're going to face off in an invention test. But it's an invention test with a twist. We will not be tasting your dishes. It's going to be tasted by the 7 contestants that remain in this competition. The 7 cooks that are still in this competition have no idea that this is about to hit them.
Ladies, gentlemen, let's go.
They think that they're coming to a tasting masterclass with Matt Preston.
No doubt the 7 guys left in the house are going to be a little bit taken aback by the fact some people are coming back in. But given that they have some control over who comes back, makes it fair.
Right, guys, it's time to show everyone how much you deserve to be back in this competition by the food you put on the plate. Enough of the talk, let's get cooking.
Come on, guys.
It's all up to those guys. 7 subjective opinions about my dish.
From this pantry, you can cook whatever you like. Entree, main course, dessert, shared, it's up to you. But it must feed 8 people. There's beautiful produce here. Cuttlefish, prawns, chicken breast, soft shell crabs, duck breasts, and of course an array of fruit and vegetables. This pantry has got everything you need.
It's a little bit scary for me though. Sometimes with too many options, I can go off on tangents, and that's a bit of a worry for me today.
You will have an hour and 15 minutes to produce the best dish you've ever cooked. This is it. This is your last chance. This is hopefully gonna be the time of your life. It's time to cook, it's time to get started.
Ready? Go.
We've got 1 hour and 15 minutes to plate up 8 dishes to present to the 7 guys left in the house. They will be the judge who decide which 3 come into the house and which 3 are sent home.
The dish I'm making today is soft shell crab and a roti chennai. Roti chennai is roti, deep fried bread, and chennai, which is a curry dipping sauce. I know the other 5 are probably going to cook something that's maybe a little subtle, so if something's going to hit it out of the park, it's going to be my dish.
The dish I'm cooking today is marinated barbecued prawns with a fennel, apple and orange salad. That's also going to have a vinaigrette over the top.
I'm going to do a beautiful pan-seared John Dory with a cauliflower puree, little herb salad and a lemon reduction.
Oh, you were the first one eliminated out of the competition.
Short-lived, eh?
It was a shame, man, because I could see a lot of potential in you.
Getting out the way I got out, I kicked myself, you know? I was like, man, I'm better than that. Knowing that I get eliminated for whisking eggs and not cooking anything, that really got to me.
9, 10, you win.
I felt like I hadn't showed the judges what I could actually do. So, yeah, it's been tough being out of the competition knowing that, hey, I didn't really have a chance to cook. This is my last chance, and I've really got to give it everything.
Today I'm making pan-fried John Dory on smashed potatoes with a beautiful prawn bisque. Prawns look absolutely amazing, and I'm going to be using those beautiful shells and some of the meat for the bisque. Once the prawn bisque is simmering away, I turn to my fish. It's really important to get this right. I haven't filleted a fish like this before, so fingers crossed that I can do this cleanly.
Yep. I'll show you a little trick and you'll love me for it. Is it just draw a line first?
Yep.
So you draw a line that way?
Yep.
And then you know, it'll actually just help you fillet. And instead of having all these see your raggedy skin edge?
Yep.
You won't have your raggedy skin edge.
Thanks,
it's just
Jared.
really nice.
Today, I'm going to go with a poached pear with a bit of a butter puff pastry stack. I'm also going to make walnut pralines and a lavender vanilla cream.
So dessert, yeah?
Yep.
Probably one of the only ones that's doing dessert. Is that risky?
No, I feel more comfortable with it.
Yeah. You've done this dish before?
Made it once before, but with peaches, not pears. So hopefully it turns out the same.
Today I'm going to do a Thai-inspired cuttlefish salad. Cleaning the cuttlefish is quite a messy job and it can be quite fiddly. You really have to make sure you get all of the inside out of it, especially the ink sac. One drop of ink can just spread and make such a mess. If I get one piece of this in my dish, it's all over.
This is a big day for the Sixers, and they're vying for those 3 spots in the competition. They want it bad. They've been out of the competition for a few weeks now, some of them, and I think it's really galvanised how they think, about food. They want to be here, which is great.
It's interesting you say that, Gary, because all of them are cooking seafood except for one, which is Philip. Philip's doing a dessert, a pear dessert. What do you think about that?
Look, I love the idea that one of them's picked dessert. I think it's a great idea. What I'm more interested about is why all of them have picked seafood, particularly these two, which is Devon and Peter. They've both gone for the Dory, and they look like, at this stage, they're cooking pretty much the same dish. So we'll have to see how it turns out.
I've poached the peaches. Now I'm going to make my macadamia praline. So hopefully this will turn out. Only risky element to this dish that's got me worried is making the caramel. I've only made caramel a few times before, and trying to do it like Philippa Sibley did in the Celebrity Chef Challenge with Callum, make a dry caramel.
As soon as it dissolves, add a little bit more sugar.
Pour out my first caramel, and it's burnt. It's taken way too far. It's black, it's bitter, it's horrible. So I tried to do it again.
What's going on?
Just making a caramel, just to do a bit of a nut praline.
Why would you make it like that? Is that?
I saw Philippa Sibley doing it something like that
a
at
dry
the start.
caramel.
A dry caramel, yeah.
Have you ever done it that way?
No, I haven't.
No, what way have you normally done it?
Just with a bit of water as well.
Why don't you do it the way you know how to do it?
Yep.
You know what I mean? I mean, that's a really difficult way of doing it. It's a dry caramel, and, already that's burnt, I mean, this isn't really time to be practising, is it?
No, that's true.
OK, so come on, mate. Go on, let's go.
The way I'm used to doing a caramel is just with a bit of water, a bit of sugar, in a pot. Let it cook down, let it caramelise. I pour it over my walnuts. My caramel works, and it's perfect.
Put spices A in there, B, I've got C, D, E, F, G. As long as I can get this sauce going, it's all the flavours are going to sink in. So crab might not be spectacular, the bread might not be spectacular, but if this is out of this world, pretty sure Philip's got no chance.
You've got so many ingredients in there, haven't you?
I do.
How many's in there?
Look, to be honest with you, I have no idea. It would be at least 20 or 25.
You know where you're going with it?
Yes, I do.
I love it.
My bisque has reached the point where it's time to blitz it all up. Hot liquid, food processor, always dangerous. Oh, shit. Sorry, dude, you all right?
Yeah. Bloody Peter turns on his little bisque and it just goes everywhere. I smell a bit like bloody prawns at the moment, to be honest with you.
Now the cuttlefish is set aside, I peel a green pawpaw. My salad's quite basic, it's just the green pawpaw, some mint and coriander leaves shredded through it. I've put a squeeze of lime on the pawpaw to stop it browning and to give it some acidity, and then I go to making my sauce. The balance of the fish sauce dressing, it's got to be perfect. I've got Marion in the crowd, so she's definitely going to be right on top of me if I don't get that right.
These 7 remaining contestants are tasting our dishes. How's it all going to play out?
The grit, the guts, and the glory. Have you done enough? You've got just under half an hour to go.
You need to create that comeback of the century.
15 minutes to go, and I've already started plating. It's coming together exactly how I had it pictured in my head.
It's time to start working on the soft shell crab. I've got to start dusting it with some turmeric, garam masala, coriander and corn flour. Straight to the deep fryer for about 3 or 4 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, with less than 15 minutes to go, you need to be thinking about plating up your dish perfectly.
At this stage, all I'd be thinking is, I've got to be in that top 3. Are you a contender?
Blanching the cuttlefish is basically just dropped into rapidly boiling salted water, literally in there for 10 seconds.
It's done.
And then drained straight out again. Cooks it to perfection.
I'm a little bit worried that my dish is too simple to impress. There's not many techniques, so it's got to look good, otherwise they're just going to knock points off left, right and centre. I was eliminated on a Name That Herb challenge.
That herb is in fact mint and not spearmint.
Really been kicking myself since. I don't want to bite off more than I can chew. I want to do a simple dish and do it well and pray to God it's enough to get me in.
The John Dory was coming off the heat, and I look over at the reduction. Right, that'll be fine. Put it to the side and put it out of my head. I thought, right, just keep going.
This is a commercial kitchen, and in the words of a chef, it's time to get the food up. You've got just under 1 minute to go.
Come on, guys, you need to go now. Wipe your plates, no fingerprints.
That final minute, I've looked over, I've grabbed the reduction. Stupidly, I didn't taste it first.
You have 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. This is it. 2, 1. Time's up. Well done, guys. Well done.
I think I've really done enough. I just hope the judges, the 7 remaining contestants, think it's really good too.
Every week we get an opportunity to learn a lot from George and Gary in the masterclasses, and that's fantastic. This is one of the first times today we get to spend a lot of time with Matt in learning how to critique food, so it's a fantastic opportunity.
In a brilliant twist, while the top 7 are tasting our dishes, we're in the kitchen with a little TV watching their critique of our food. Slightly scary, but slightly voyeuristic at the same time.
You're now going to see 6 dishes. Some will be really good, some will be okay, and some will be seriously flawed. So what I want you to do is to engage your mind and work out what you like, what you don't like, and how you could fix that dish.
Usually you taste something, your mum's cooked it, your friends have cooked it, and you want to say you like it, but today we don't know who's cooking this food, so we're going to be really honest.
The first dish on our tasting menu is a fennel, orange and apple salad with barbecue marinated prawns.
Courtney, plate's coming up.
I hate being first on this. I'd prefer to know what they think of my dish. It gives me something to gauge how I'm standing compared to the other 5 dishes. So I'd rather know than not know.
As soon as the dish comes down, there are obvious strengths and weaknesses that you can see straight away.
No good. Would have done this, should have done that.
Jonathan?
Yep.
One thing you like about the dish, one thing you don't like about the dish.
Surprisingly, I'm not a big salad person, but I actually quite enjoy the salad. It's actually quite nice and refreshing. I think the prawns are cooked really well. I think the marinade quite good on the prawns, but I wasn't sure whether that could be a bit fuller. That marinade could be stronger, maybe.
Claire?
The salad for me doesn't really hang together with the prawns. I think the salad is kind of, it's, I don't know, like I like the idea of the texture, but I just think it kind of makes the prawn seem woody to me.
Callum, what do you think about the dish?
I think the prawns were cooked pretty well, and I think there's a good balance of textures in the dish. There's certainly a contrast, so yeah, I like that about the dish.
I think if you had it in a cafe and you weren't analysing it, you'd chow through this quite happily with a nice crisp glass of Riesling and go, I'll come back again and have that again.
It's all right. Could have been worse. It is what it is. It's a simple dish. It was never going to be a hatted restaurant dish, so I'm happy to go along with that.
Right, let's see the next dish, a Thai-inspired cuttlefish salad.
I'm happy with the concept of my dish. I think I picked something appropriate for the time limit. I think the other 7 will like it, but I'm worried that I've made mistakes that could cost me. Righto, Gresbury. Oh.
You know, there's always a good moment when a dish comes up and everyone kind of looks as if they're either perplexed or embarrassed or shocked or intrigued.
I'm not really sure how to eat it.
I like it though. It's kind of like being at the market and picking up your box of pawpaw salad and walking around and eating it.
But don't you think then it should have
it.
been mixed up amongst each other?
Well, I don't see why you can't get your fork and mix it up. I mean, I've got arms.
There's only one way to answer how to eat it, is to see how the 6 of you approach it. So let's taste. Alvin, you're poking around in there like you're hoping to find gold. What do you like about the dish and what don't you like about the dish?
It's really salty. I think they were really heavy-handed with fish sauce.
It's like there's fish sauce and nothing else. It's missing sweetness, it's missing heat. I think it's just way too salty. Do you know what I do like is the cuttlefish is really soft and lovely, but the flavours are really unbalanced.
I totally agree with my dish being too salty, so I'm just going to have to sit back and wait to see what my fate is.
Time for the third dish, deep-fried soft-shell crab with roti canai.
Jimmy, curry time, mate.
Oh, Jimmy. I've made plenty of food in the house, particularly Indian food and curries, but it's going to be fantastic to actually see what these guys really think of my food.
As soon as the deep-fried soft-shell crab comes out, it just looks great, it smells great. You can tell that this is going to be a fantastic dish.
I actually find the curry sauce to be, there's just something in there that's providing a little too much bitterness, and I don't know whether it's raw spice or something like that. I think kudos, though, for the soft-shell crab, because I think I've had so many disgusting soft-shell crabs in restaurants, and this is lovely. I think there's turmeric in the batter because it's got a lovely golden colour, and it's crispy. I think it's good.
It's got a real kind of home-style feel about it, you know, something that, you know, you could expect some lady who's cooked this dish for the last 50 years, you know, I really enjoy it.
That's a tradition, eh? It's passed down.
As we're sitting there tasting the roti canai, I'm thinking this tastes very familiar. It sounds like something Jimmy would do. Jimmy's a contestant that was eliminated.
So Jimmy, it smells like Jimmy's curries.
He knows.
I still think the crab's really nice.
Crab was great. Once we eat the soft shell crab, it's pretty obvious that Jimmy's back in the kitchen cooking because that's Jimmy.
I can't pick who would be doing various things.
I reckon they had a selection of pantry and everyone just decided to do seafood.
Yeah, that's a good point.
There's been so many people eliminated from the competition already. Who would they bring back? Could be anyone.
Our fourth dish, pan-fried John Dory fillet with a prawn bisque and smashed potatoes.
Pete, your dish up, mate.
I feel nervous about
You've been nervous about this? More nervous than when the judges taste your food?
Well, sort of given that they're in control of my
What's
destiny
going on?
now.
Yeah.
As soon as we pour the bisque around, you can smell that really heady prawn aroma, and it's quite an inviting dish. I can't wait to get into it.
I like where the flavours are coming from. I'm not sure that leaving the skin on Dory, which is a bit leathery, is necessarily the best idea. But also, the bisque is a little bit lumpy.
I tasted each flavour on their own and didn't quite make sense, but when I put them all together, I actually did like the combination. All in all, I mean, with just a little bit of refinement, I think that would be really, really cool, and actually enjoyed it a lot more than I would think I would.
Anya.
The fish I love, and I think the presentation's very inviting.
Broadly speaking, I think I hit the mark pretty well. So I felt pretty good after the critique.
Right, time for the fifth dish, pan-fried John Dory fillet with herb salad and cauliflower puree.
Dun, 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 dun. Okay, what are they going to say about this? They all dove in to the reduction to start with. Yeah, well, I knew I was in for it.
Yeah. Yeah, it actually burnt my tongue.
Wow. Marianne, the sudden, shocking and surprising reaction that you saw from me just then, inspired by what?
I wasn't expecting it to have the flavour it did. It's like this huge shock of acidity. It made my eye close up. I actually like the fish and the cauliflower. I really don't like that sauce.
I mean, I actually quite like the flavour of it, but it's just so acidic, I think I've actually burnt my tongue a little bit from acid.
Look, I knew that it had gone too far once I had plated it, and by that time it was too late, and that sauce, it was pretty zingy.
Let's get into dessert. Poached pears, lavender vanilla cream, sugared puff pastry, caramel and praline.
Good luck, Phil, mate.
Thanks, dude. All the other dishes have been main courses. Mine's the dessert. Mine's going to be tasted last.
Let's taste.
You know, I feel like it's a bit of an advantage.
I really don't like that lavender cream. To me, I'm not really sure about lavender in food. It just reminds me of potpourri baskets, and that is, the cream is really strong in that sort of musty potpourri.
So you're saying it's a bit like taking a big bite out of Nana's knicker drawer?
But on its own, the lavender cream is way too overpowering, but if you have it with a bit of caramel, it actually goes really well. The puff pastry I absolutely adore. I think the pear could be poached a little longer.
It is, as a whole, a really tasty dish, so I'm pleasantly surprised.
Always loved that guy. Taught me how to play ukulele.
Here's my question. Is it just yum? Is it just yum yuck? Or is it just plain yuck?
I think it's either inspired or very lucky. After being through the tasting menu, there's at least one element of each of the dishes that is just spectacular. We've got a real inkling now that these dishes have been made by eliminated contestants. If any of these people are coming back into this competition, we've got a real fight ahead of us.
I reckon you're exactly right.
Let's go. Turn the TV off, and it's time for them to start judging our food, see which of the top 3 are going through into this competition.
Now, obviously being critics, you have to pick winners. That's what we do as food writers, we pick winners. If I was going to ask you not to pick one dish as the best dish, but to pick 3 dishes as the best dishes.
If this is eliminated contestants cooking for us, I think that everyone deserves, you know, the chance to be reviewed and everyone to kind of put their input in.
There are things on each of the dishes that I actually really loved, like those prawns. I loved the cuttlefish, but then the most memorable part of the whole menu was just the soft shell crab, not the curry, just the crab.
I don't think that I could come down in favour of the curry.
Do you have a favourite?
Well, I know I sound a bit like I'm sitting on the fence, but I do think that there are good and bad in all of them. But I think for me, the one that sat best was probably the John Dory with the bisque. I thought the bisque was lumpy, but I thought the flavour was really good. And I liked the concept of the dish.
Yeah, the fish was cooked really well for that one, the first John Dory. I actually like the dessert. OK, the individual components are all made wrongly, but together they work really well.
Is there any dish that someone particularly loves and thinks we should reconsider?
The silence is deafening.
Silence says it all.
Done. Done.
Done. On the whole, I think we're all pretty much unanimous in choosing the 3 dishes we're choosing.
Here they are, the 6 aspiring cooks whose dishes you critique today.
As we're waiting to find out who the cooks were that cooked our menu, I guess we've all pretty much figured out that contestants have cooked the menu. It's just a matter of finding out which ones.
Here they are, the 6 aspiring cooks whose dishes you critique today.
Oh my God.
Walking in was this funny moment of mixed emotion. There are definitely a couple of faces which are looking, you know, a bit shell-shocked, a bit unimpressed.
I look at Aaron and he is fuming. It's written all over his face. What are we doing back there? Like, we're really good mates, but he wasn't happy.
Come on, guys, enough of this formality. I know you want to go on. Go on.
You know, I think all of them are really strong cooks, and obviously they've come back for a reason, and I think, you know, they deserve to be here as much as we do.
Yeah, glad to see him, but I guess it's a little bit of a kick in the guts because we thought we were pretty close to the finals.
Well, what a surprise. Or was it? I'm not sure. The funny thing was, the 6 of these people over here knew exactly who they were cooking for today.
There's one thing that you 7 that are still in the competition don't know, is that these guys over here were watching you guys taste their food and critique.
Sorry. I'm mortified. I mean, some of the things I said about the dishes weren't too flattering. I'm so embarrassed, and I just hope they can forgive me.
For 3 people in this group over here, their life is about to change again. 3 of you are about to return to the competition. And who knows? One of you could be Australia's next MasterChef.
Aaron, you look mightily hacked off, let me tell you.
Do I?
Mm.
You know, I think that As a group, we've been, you know, through a lot over the past few weeks, and you know, I'm just getting my head around the next part of the competition. You know, sometimes I might take a while to take everything in. This is what the competition is, and you know, I'm really happy to see some people's faces in there. It's good fun.
Phil, what's going through your head at this moment?
It's a lot of nerves. You know, it's my last shot. Everything's riding on that one dish I put up today.
Guys, the 7 contestants were unanimous that the dish of the day and the first person through and back into the competition was Jimmy.
What a sense of relief. The last couple of days have just been torturous. All the tests yesterday, didn't think I'd really get through that, and then today having to create a dish, and now I know I can put this apron back on, and guess what? I'm in the top 10.
The second person to regain their spot in the competition is Courtney.
Super excited. I felt like I'd stuffed up my big chance in life, and it's back again, and I've got a second chance at fixing things.
There's one spot left back in the competition.
One spot left, 4 of us. We're really standing there exposed. That last bit of desperation, just that desperate feeling of wanting to get back in.
Very nervous, heart's beating, just crazy through my chest.
And that goes to Peter.
And I am wrapped. Very happy to be back in the competition. Thanks, man. Thanks.
Peter's a good mate. I'm very happy for Peter, but I'm shattered. So shattered.
Well done, Peter.
Thanks,
well
man.
done.
I had a look around, I saw the dishes, and Pete's was a cracker. So, you know, he deserved it.
Jake, Philip, Devon, thanks for giving it a red-hot go, coming in and putting up some great food for these guys to taste. We thank you for that, and we wish you the best of luck.
Coming back for the second chance. So you guys, good luck, eh? It's been an amazing opportunity. You know, just in that I've proven to myself that, yeah, I can do it. As long as you learn from your losses, you know, you will be a winner. So I'll just have to wait my turn.
Jonathan, how are you going to welcome the 3 newcomers back into the competition?
I'm happy. You know, it's nice that they're coming back. It's nice to see their faces. I'm happy about it.
What about you, Claire?
I think if I were in their position, I would do anything to have another chance. So, yeah, I've got to welcome them back with open arms. Mixed feelings about what's happened today. I don't think anyone wanted to believe that it was going to happen.
You 7 shouldn't be down on this. You shouldn't be upset by this. You should relish in it. That's exactly what Julie did. She smiled and hugged every single one of them when they walked back in. And she went for it. And look at her now. All that hard work, that extra couple of weeks, it's all paid off. I think 10 times. All right? This is an opportunity of a lifetime.
I'm thankful every day that I'm in this competition. I would never have been able to cook with Heston Blumenthal or go to Paris if I was still at home. So, today's just made me even more thankful.
I'm really excited looking at the 10 of you, especially the 3 that have come back in, because I couldn't think of a better 3. It's funny how things just work out. And the reason they've just worked out like that is because you 3 were the best cooks out of that bunch.
You can't lose focus of why you're here and what you're cooking for. And I think it's time for us all to get back into the zone and just get ready for a really tough competition ahead.
Go home, enjoy renewing old friendships, and get ready for some intense competition. See you back in the MasterChef kitchen. Good night, and thank you for coming.
The top 7 has now become the top 10. I'm a fierce competitor, and I say, bring it on.
Walking back into the house.
Welcome home, buddy.
I'm grateful I got this second chance and this opportunity. I'm going to make the most of it. I'm going to try and win this competition.
Reception from the other contestants has been a little bit on the cold side, and I completely understand. They've been put through the ringer. Please don't hate us. Don't hate us.
Yeah, sleep with one eye.
I would have been more than happy to stay in and put in the hard yards, but I don't make the rules. I play by the rules, and I'm here, and I want to win this thing.
It is difficult to know that we've gone from a top 7 back to a top 10, but it's only a short step back, and to give 3 good friends another chance to fulfill their dream, I think we're all happy to just take a little bit of a hit for that.
I get on the phone to call my wife, and she is absolutely excited. She's been waiting with bated breath to see what's been happening over the last couple of days. Congratulations! Thanks. It's been I'm through into the top 10. She's wrapped, I'm wrapped, and I can't wait for the next couple of weeks.
Welcome home.
Cheers!
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
Wow, how life can change in a couple of days.
The top 10 amateurs take on celebrity chef Mitchell Orr.
He's looking at 10 of us thinking, you guys stand no chance of making my dish.
They may have him outnumbered, but which amateur will have what it takes to outcook the pro at his own signature dish?
This dish is the curse of MasterChef.
With a finale in sight, immunity is more critical than ever before.
If I was you, I'd be worried.
Could this be the one dish that proves too difficult for the hopefuls?
This here is a debacle.
Not one of my favourites.
No.
Yeah, it's a train wreck.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
You need to create that comeback of the century.
6 eliminated contestants battled it out in the Invention test.
I'm here to get a place in the house.
And Jimmy, Peter and Courtney all secured a place back in the competition.
And I say, bring it on.
Tonight, the top 10 amateurs face a celebrity chef challenge.
Wow, how life can change in a couple of days.
Who can outcook award-winning chef Mitchell Orr at his own signature dish?
This is not going to be a walk in the park.
With immunity up for grabs, the stakes are higher than ever before.
If I was you, I'd be worried.
Feels a little bit strange being back in the house. It's like being in someone else's house. You feel a little bit like, oh, do I need to ask about opening the cereal? And you're in someone else's fridge. It doesn't quite feel like home just yet, but they'll come around.
I think the whole dynamic of this competition's changed by what happened yesterday. I think the top 7 probably felt like we were this lead pack of a marathon, sort of getting our way, and now there's 3 sprinters that have joined at the last few hundred metres. We can't complain about it, we've just got to find another gear and try and cross that finish line.
You could look at it, you know, like they've had an advantage by being home, but I reckon we've had a bigger advantage by being here.
The things that we've done.
We're all in our chef whites. We think we're going to be facing a celebrity chef. No one has any idea, so it's into the cars and off to the kitchen to see what's ahead of us today.
Walking in the kitchen this morning, it feels good. I'm a lot more relaxed this time round. I'm ready to cook. I came here to cook, and I can't wait to see what we're doing today.
Welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen. Peter, Jimmy, Courtney, welcome home. Yesterday, you won your right to be back here by coming through 2 tough days of challenges.
The challenge today, for all of you, is the Celebrity Chef Challenge. All of you, including the celebrity chef, will be cooking the same dish. The judges will taste all of those dishes, and the best one will win. The prize that you could win today is that all-important immunity.
The thing about getting immunity pin now is that it almost guarantees that you'll get straight into the finals week.
The man you're up against has worked at Sepia Restaurant. He's been cooking professionally for 10 years. He's only 26 years of age. Please welcome to the MasterChef kitchen, Mitchell Orr.
I'm Mitchell Orr. I am the Josephine Pinelli Young Chef of the Year for 2010. My philosophy on food is based in Italian traditions and flavours, and while respecting those traditions, not being bound by them and being able to have a little bit of fun. To give yourself the best chance of being a success, you just got to believe in yourself and work hard. How you going, everyone?
Hey, how you doing?
See Mitchell Orr walk into the kitchen. He's looking at 10 of us thinking, you guys stand no chance of making my dish.
Guys, because it's the blind tasting, we aren't allowed the pleasure of watching you cook. That means we'll have to go and wait in the restaurant for your attempts to beat young Mitchell Orr. Good luck.
So time to find out which one of Mitchell's signature dishes he's brought in for all of you to cook.
The dish we're all going to be cooking today is risotto of saffron, bone marrow, prawn and licorice.
It just looks like a piece of art.
First thing I think is, this dish is the curse of MasterChef. Not one risotto has been cooked beautifully in this competition.
Okay, so the star of the show is the saffron and bone marrow risotto. Really traditional, old school, done for thousands of years. Licorice powder, a sheet of prawn crudo, raw prawns, and a prawn reduction, and then flowers and herbs for aromatics and freshness.
Going up to taste, I realised how many little intricacies are on this plate. A really beautiful balance of saffron and slight cheesiness. There is a lot to this. This is not going to be a walk in the park.
Tasting the dish, all the flavours work well together, but not flavours that I commonly cook with.
So you will have an hour and 20 minutes. Mitchell will have an hour and 10 minutes. That means you've got a 10-minute head start. Should be enough time, right? Off to your benches, read that recipe. You've got 1 hour and 20 minutes to reproduce that beautiful dish. Your time starts now.
Time starts. It's just a frenzy. Pots were clacking along and, you know, chopping boards were off and it's all great.
There are 3 real danger points here with this dish. One is time management. If we don't manage all the different little elements we've got to do, then we're going to run out of time.
The way I tackle this is to get the small processes out of the way early so you don't have a lot to do at the end. First thing I start on is the licorice. I chop up the olives, grind up the star anise. Once the almond meal and the sugar in the oven is done, that element is finished.
I've got a lot going on. I'm really trying to push on to get the risotto on.
The second danger point is that prawn reduction sauce. It's so easy to burn or overcook those prawn shells, and if you do, the entire sauce will be a disaster.
5 minutes down already and 5 minutes before Mitchell starts cooking. Make the most of your head start. Mitchell, anybody doing anything odd?
They look all right, but they all need to have their prawn shells on now, toasting and getting on.
So making the vinaigrette,
making that reduction, because that's going to take a while to come right down.
If they don't get it on now, what's going to happen?
Well, it's not going to have enough time to reduce, and it's going to look like water on the plate.
With my prawn reduction bubbling away, I now turn my attention to the prawns, which I've got to peel, clean and chop up to make that beautiful prawn sheet on the plate. It has to go on a sheet of baking paper, topped with another one, and then gently bashed out to a nice thin layer. Once I've done that, I have to bang it into the freezer to set, so that's going to be really easy to peel off when it comes to plating up.
Your 10 minutes head start is over. Mitch, you can start cooking.
It's time for Mitchell to start. I'm just getting my prawn head sauce on, so hopefully he doesn't catch up too quickly.
I just want to draw your attention. Mitch has caught up with you already. It's taken him about 4.5 minutes, and he's working like a legend. If I was you, I'd be worried.
He's already caught up to us. It doesn't surprise me.
Courtney and Claire, have you got your prawn shells on yet?
I'm feeling a bit kind of daunted at this point about the prospect of getting through the rest of this challenge.
The pressure point I'm most worried about is making sure that risotto is perfect. To make the risotto, first things first, I've got to use some olive oil, fry up some onions, fry up some garlic. When the onions are translucent, I then add 1 cup of the rice.
Into that goes the saffron liquor, just to absorb that colour and flavour of the saffron. And then we start the risotto process. That's a ladle full of stock, stirring the risotto constantly, making sure the outer layer of the rice is getting broken down, and as that stock gets absorbed, another layer of stock goes in.
What people do wrong is either undercook it so you get really crunchy risotto, or overcook the inner one so you get really gluggy risotto.
Guys, if your risotto's not on, you need to start hurrying up, yeah? Give yourself enough time to plate up.
Everything goes well up until the point when I add the saffron liquor. For some unknown reason, rather than using a teaspoon to put a little bit in to start, I just tip the bowl in and a whole load went in, and it's now dark brown.
Jonathan, that is the... You know, they talk about saffron being, you know, the taste of sunshine, you know?
Yep.
It's like a big sunset. That is really dark. It's almost like it's orange. Do you want to go and have a look at Mitch's? Come on, let's go and have a look at Mitch's. Come on. Does it look like yours?
No. I've never made a risotto before. I don't really eat risotto either. There's 25 minutes to go. I don't have the time to start again. Hopefully, it just tastes great, just if not a little more saffron than meant to be.
Claire, you need to get that risotto cracking. 20 minutes left. You're not going to leave yourself much time to plate up.
I'm only just starting the risotto, which is going to take 20 to 30 minutes to cook. Awesome. This is just the best day of my life.
You have 10 minutes to go. This is all about immunity. This is about putting up the best dish out of 11.
To plate up, I cut out a beautiful square from the prawn sheet. It's actually a lot easier than I thought it would be.
You've got 5 minutes to go.
Plating up now, I'm feeling really good. Now it's just, I just need to pretty up the dish and hopefully I can win that pin.
I'm feeling so happy that I'm plating up a dish which is looking really good.
That's it, finished.
Mitch is finished and looking a little bored, might I say. You've got 1 minute to go.
I'm just scrambling. The presentation is woeful. The prawn plaques all over the place. Yeah, it's a train wreck.
That's it, we're down to the wire. Make them look beautiful. You have 10 seconds.
Sauce goes on, flowers go on, check for fingerprints, and I'm done.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Your time's up. Well done, guys.
That is shocking.
The judges will be tasting all the dishes blind, so each of us will be given a plate number and the judges won't know whose dish is which, including Mitchell's. I'm plate number 1, which I guess is a good thing. It'll be the first dish that the judges see.
Interesting. Right from word go, and for me, it's crunchy rice.
But I have to say that the risotto does have a good flavour, even though the rice isn't cooked. It is that thing of experience, isn't it?
It's not a disaster. And really, in terms of the dreadful risottos we've had in this kitchen before, that one is 2 minutes away from being good.
Yeah.
The other ones have been 2 or 3 days away from being good.
I don't think the judges are going to give immunity to a dish that looks messy, and I think mine looks messy.
Not quite as deep and rich as plate 1, but yeah, not a bad job.
It's like prawn caramel.
No, not one of my favourites.
No.
Yeah, I'm happy with plate number 4. 4's good. Means death in Chinese. But it's good.
You know, quite a good dish. It's not bad.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm in the middle of the pack here. Plate number 5, fingers crossed.
It's as if we've been looking at the same dish through a fog for the last 4 plates. Now plate 5 has come up. I can see the dish the other 4 were trying to be.
This is to the tooth. This is al dente. I mean, you wouldn't complain if you got that.
What's nice about plate 5 is it set the benchmark for the next 6 dishes to come.
Whoever has made that has good skills, whether it's one of our contestants. If it is, I'm really excited for them because it's a really good attempt at that dish.
The risotto's got good flavour, but for me, that prawn is impeccable.
It would probably be better if the judges didn't have to taste my dish. Doesn't matter for me whether I'm 1, 8, 11, who cares?
Wow.
Literally.
That is revolting looking.
You know, hopefully it tastes better than it looks.
Maybe looks could be deceiving.
George, it would be impossible for it to taste worse than it looks.
No. This here is a debacle.
I'm hoping that the judges are still hungry by the time they get to the 9th plate.
What I taste is a good handful of Parmesan, and it's beautiful.
Yeah.
You taste fresh Parmesan and butter, which is just delicious.
It's definitely, this risotto definitely has the best flavour for me.
That's certainly one of the best licorice powders. Wonderfully balanced in flavour, and that bisque is absolutely delicious.
My plate is number 11. It's going to be the last one in their minds. Strategically, this is beautiful.
It's an absolute beauty.
Looking at that plate, I think that's Mitchell Orr's. I mean, it's got just some finesse, elegance. If it's not, man, that's amazing.
That's good. That prawn is an absolute standout. That is...
It's just shimmering away, isn't it?
Yeah, it's showing really good technique in the kitchen. Great skills.
Wow. Well, I reckon we've got 4 or 5 great contenders for the best dish we've seen today.
I think we know in our minds who the top 3 are, but more importantly, who's won.
Should we go and tell them?
Welcome back, judges. We just had a marathon tasting of 11 beautiful risottos. Of course, this is a celebrity chef challenge. And if Mitchell produces the best dish today, then no one wins immunity. But if it's one of you that has produced the best dish, then you will get that immunity badge. Each contestant put their food down in the order that they stand. So plate number 1 was Marion. Plate number 11 was Peter. Plate number 10 belonged to our celebrity chef, Mitch. So judges, time to reveal the top 3 dishes.
Plate number 11, Peter.
My heart almost jumps out of my throat. I cannot believe it. This is absolutely awesome.
Plate number 5, Courtney.
Back in the top 10, to hear my name called out on the first day, wow, how life can change in a couple of days.
Well, 2 of our returning contestants in our top 3. The final person in our top 3 is plate number 10, Mitchell. So, Mitchell, you were worried you weren't going to get called then?
Little bit, yeah.
Courtney, I thought your dish was beautiful. And to me, when I first looked at it, it looked like somebody who cooks with confidence. The plating just spelled confidence to me, the way that everything was arranged, great symmetry on the plate.
Courtney, Peter, you guys really deserve to be back in this competition. Peter, that was plated up impeccably. It looked beautiful.
And Mitchell, nicely rounded dish. Didn't quite have the neatness of the prawn presentation of Peter's, but that risotto is absolutely perfect.
I'm feeling great and starting to feel a bit nervous that I could actually do this.
That was an incredibly close race. The winner was plate number 10, Mitchell.
Hearing my name called as the winner of the challenge is a little bit of a relief after hearing the positive things that the judges had to say about Peter and Courtney's dishes. Yeah, it's good to hear my name called.
You know, Mitchell, the secret of that dish is balancing some pretty intense flavours and showing the techniques that you showed on your plate. And that was the secret of why you won.
Mitchell Orr, thank you for coming into the MasterChef kitchen and sharing a little bit of your Young Chef of the Year magic. I'm sure these guys have picked up a few tips.
Hopefully.
We thank you so much and hope to see you back here soon.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Seeing Mitchell leave the kitchen, I look at him and think that this is a young bloke with the world ahead of him, and I can't wait to see what he does next.
I just want to say to you guys that walking around, there was a renewed energy today. I think that the 3 contestants that are now back in this competition have given the other 7 of you a reason to compete. It's been a massive day for you lot today. Tomorrow is going to be even bigger. When you get home, there's a little surprise waiting for you. So what are you waiting for? Get on home.
I don't like surprises.
I don't like surprises in this competition. It usually means something bad.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
This challenge is about both teams cooking the same dishes.
The amateurs prepare afternoon tea for 100 of the country's best cooks.
What could possibly go wrong?
It's a bake-off as 2 teams recreate the same 5 classic dishes.
Lamington versus Lamington, scone versus scone.
Can the contestants' skills match the experience of the Country Women's Association?
Those 100 ladies without their tea and cakes are going to be very angry.
2 members of the losing team will face elimination.
Now comes the moment of truth.
As quick as I'm back in this competition, I could be back out on my bum again.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
This is not going to be a walk in the park.
The top 10 amateurs tried to outcook award-winning chef Mitchell Orr.
If I was you, I'd be worried.
And while Peter and Courtney impressed, neither could beat the pro.
Wow, how life can change in a couple of days.
Tonight, 2 teams face the might of the Country Women's Association.
This challenge is about both teams cooking the same dishes.
The pressure is on to recreate 5 classic recipes.
Turning out 100 Lamingtons is not an easy task.
As they prepare afternoon tea for 100 of the country's best cooks.
What could possibly go wrong?
And the least impressive will face elimination.
I'm hard-pressed to find something good to say about it.
This is the worst team challenge I've ever done.
Today, we all cooked against the celebrity chef. We've been told by the judges that when we get back to the house, there's a surprise for us.
Why don't I do the honours on this one? Dear contestants, tomorrow will be your next team challenge. Peter and Courtney, although you've only just rejoined the MasterChef competition, your dishes were amongst the top 3 in today's Celebrity Chef Challenge. Therefore, it is only fitting that you both take the roles of team captains. One by one, you will take turns choosing your team members. Courtney, you will lead the red team and Peter will lead the blue.
I've seen in the past team captains often can come in and, you know, you make a few stuff-ups, and as quick as I'm back in this competition, I could be back out on my bum again.
You will then meet us at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning at Belgenny Farm in Camden. Prepare yourselves for a challenge of grand tradition.
All sorts of thoughts are going through our head. Traditional Australian, what could it be? Got no idea. Ladies first.
My first pick is Marion. Pete lets me have the first choice, which is good because I actually was wanting to get Marion on my team.
My first pick is Adam.
Second choice in no particular order is Alvin.
My second choice is Claire. Thank you.
Jonathan.
Aaron. Surprise, mate.
Yeah, I was a bit shocked when Peter picked me. He's never picked me for a team before. I'm happily surprised.
Callum, we need a bit of youth in the team, so come and join the red team.
Jimmy, join the blue team. Let's get out of here, guys.
Go, let's get some rest.
Waking up this morning, I've got a lot of nervous anticipation, but I'm so pumped I'm team captain. I'm wrapped with my team and I can't wait to see what we have to do today.
I can't believe only a few hours ago we were smack bang in the city and now we're out in the countryside, there's rolling green hills and everything's really quiet. And there are the judges waiting for us.
I don't really know what this place is all about. I'm looking around for grand tradition. I'm not seeing any big mansions. There's going to be a real challenge ahead, no doubt.
Welcome to Belgeni Farm and the site of your next team challenge. You will be catering an event for some of the best cooks in Australia. Their cookbook has been published since 1937. You'll be cooking for 100 members of the Country Women's Association. More affectionately known as the CWA. That's awesome.
The Country Women's Association is famous for things like jams, cakes, fruit cakes, scones. Everyone knows that the CWA ladies make the best of all those things.
This is the way it will work. Both teams will be given 5 standard CWA recipes. A scone recipe, a Neapolitan cake, a jam, a lamington, and a fruitcake recipe.
My nan was in the CWA, and I know these ladies can be very technical and can be very fussy on rack marks and heights of cakes and fluffiness of sponges and a lot of things that we don't have a lot of experience with.
In your teams, you will have to take personal responsibility of one of those 5 dishes. You must prepare your dishes perfectly and make enough for 100 people.
We've got to get food on those tables because those 100 ladies without their tea and cakes are going to be very angry.
The 3 of us will be tasting your dishes and deciding which team has performed the best.
So we have to impress the 100 ladies of the CWA, but at the end of the day, it's the judges who will decide our fate.
Now, we won't be judging your efforts alone. We're drafting in an expert to help us. This person has been a CWA member for 22 years, 14 of which she's been judging the land cookery contest at branch, group and state level. Please welcome Alison Mutton. Hello, Alison. How are you?
She really knows her stuff. She's going to know exactly to the centimetre how high a cake should be, exactly what kind of texture a jam should be. I think she's going to be really tough.
Alison, welcome to MasterChef. Now, these recipes are treasured. They've been passed down for generations, and now our 10 amateur cooks have got to reproduce 5 of the very best.
That's right, and they're going to be judged by people who have been doing this for a very, very long time. Some of them have been cooking these recipes for over 70 years.
Today is a culinary face-off where both teams will be judged head-to-head. Win, and we'll whisk you to Sydney, where Tony Bilson will open Bilson's just for you. And he'll cook you a degustation lunch. The two members of the losing team who produce the two least impressive dishes will find themselves in elimination, and one of you will go home.
This really is back to basic cooking for us, and I'm thinking a lot of us were wishing that we had trialled some basic cooking out before we came here.
Blue team, red team, at your cook stations you'll find the 5 recipes and a fully stocked pantry. It's Lamington versus Lamington. It's scone versus scone. In 2.5 hours, the 100 ladies from the CWA will descend. Your time starts now.
Callum, do you have anything in particular?
Well, I just picked up the Lamington recipe. I'd be pretty happy to do that.
Courtney asks what each of us would like to do. Everyone's putting their hands up for things.
I'm happy to do the jam.
Jam?
Yeah.
I've never made most of the things that we need to be cooking today, so I'm really feeling out of my depth.
Who's made scones before?
I have, a long time ago, but I'm comfortable with them. OK, it's a deal, it's a deal.
And I guess I've got the fruitcake?
Yeah, you do fruitcake. I'll do the Neapolitan.
I am comfortable with the dishes we've allocated to each other. I mean, we've got a recipe, we've got the ingredients, and we've got a cooktop. What could possibly go wrong?
This is the CWA. This is about home cooking.
Totally.
Let's just cook well and win this challenge.
Let's do it. Let's do it, team.
Time starts. I'm on the Neapolitan cake. Our most experienced cook is going to be doing the fruit cake. Adam is going to be on Lamingtons. Jimmy, with his knowledge of sugars and how they work, is going to be on the jam. And Aaron, who is not comfortable with any of these baking things, is on the scones. Hopefully, one of the more easier recipes today.
My dish is scones. You've got to be really careful not to overwork the scones, otherwise they'll end up really tough and won't rise. Each batch will make 20 scones, so I'm aiming to get 6 batches of scones made.
This is my first time making scones. I've had my problems in the past with this kind of stuff, but you know what? I'm going to do it, and I'm going to do it right today.
Smell that fresh air. You're half an hour down and you've got 2 hours before those CWA ladies arrive and taste your food. Come on.
I'm making the Lamingtons today. I've never made Lamingtons before, but I've made a few sponges in my time. My first cake comes out in 2 minutes, so that's going to be the time when we're going to know if this is working or not.
Unfortunately, I've never made Lamingtons before. This is my first time. I'm kind of embarrassed that I've never baked a cake before because really this kind of a challenge exposes the gaps that we have in our knowledge here, being amateur cooks. I'm going to do one batch, see how it goes, and then hopefully I have the presence of mind to change it if it goes wrong, or if it works out perfectly, I'll just do that 6 more times.
Callum, have you got that first one out of the oven?
Yeah, this is the first one here. It's not very high, is it?
I think you need to get more air in your mixture. Callum seems to be struggling with his Lamington mixture.
The cake batter is like really, really thick.
I've got some scones done, but I'm not 100% happy with them. First batch looks crap. This has brought a whole new respect for these women and their cooking. Their so-called simple recipes that we were given at the beginning of the challenge, I've realised they're not so simple.
The challenge for the teams today are to cook 5 identical dishes. We'll be serving them to 100 CWA members who are coming for afternoon tea. I'm rapid. Everyone's having a crack at things. I've got cake batter up to my armpits. It's a tough challenge, no doubt about it, but we're on track. To make the Neapolitan cake, in the cake tin, once I've got the 2 separate batters finished, a layer of white, a few dollops of jam, and then the pink layer on top, which is going to create the 2-tone effect in the finished cake.
Your first cake's in, Marion?
The first batch looked really runny, so I just ditched it because I didn't like the look of it. I've stuffed up my very first batch of cake, and I think that's a good thing because now I'm really concentrating on exactly what's on that recipe because I don't have enough time to stuff up another batch of cake.
Lamington versus Lamington, scone versus scone. You have an hour and a half to go. Don't forget, you're going head to head, red versus blue.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're not scones.
They're bread rolls.
They're bread rolls. The first batch is so abysmal that the only place for them is the garbage receptacle.
Maybe just be really careful about not overworking them. They look like they're...
I think that's my problem.
This is no surprise for me. I knew from the moment this challenge started that I was going to be in trouble. I'm quite heavy-handed when it comes to, you know, working with doughs. I've got to just keep on trying.
My second batch of scones are due to come out of the oven. I go and check them and they look the same as the first batch. They're not rising properly.
I thought they actually go together like that.
Do you think that helps them rise up?
I don't know. That's how I've seen them.
Let's do a tray. Marion suggested that I put them closer together on the tray. I'm going to give that a go. I can't keep doing the same mistake over and over. It's just stupid. I want to get good scones out, not 200 crappy things, so...
Courtney, first cake's in.
Sweet.
I've actually got all the ingredients prepped for all 6
you've done all
cakes.
the hard work. Yeah, that's sweet.
So I've actually just got to now put them together.
Yep.
I'm doing the fruit cake. No one here should underestimate how hard this challenge is going to be. It's not just a simple bake-off. This is making cakes and scones and jam to perfection and to the Country Women's Association standards.
Claire, how you going?
Yeah, I'm going okay, thanks, George.
Yeah, following everything to a T?
I am following everything to a T, but it's all taking longer than I had hoped.
Fruitcake is the sort of food that I grew up learning to cook with my grandma, so this should be in my strike zone.
You seem very excited today.
I am, I'm happy.
Yeah?
It's nice to feel like I'm not completely out of my comfort zone for once.
How long's it got to go on the stove for?
You have to reduce it, so I think it'll take about a good 40 minutes.
Okay.
I'm making the fig and apple jam. The figs and the apples go into a pot and it's mixed with 4 litres of water. It's just a matter of reducing it to a thick jam-like consistency, and that's the process that takes time.
The fig jam is probably the simplest of the dishes today that we have to cook, but I've got to get it reduced.
I am really worried this jam won't be ready.
That one's a little bit slow, but yeah, look, I've got to get onto it now.
If the jam doesn't reduce, the jam will end up being runny.
Red team, blue team, you're halfway. You've got an hour and 15 minutes to go.
We're halfway through, guys. Don't panic. We still want to get good stuff out, but we've got to move.
Aaron, you got a scone I can taste?
Absolutely, George. I'll bring one over to you. Actually, I'll bring a whole pile over.
How you going with it all?
Oh, I'm doing my best.
So they say you should crack them open.
Yeah.
Smells good.
I'm on my 5th batch of scones. I haven't nailed it, but you know what? They're getting better each time.
What do you reckon?
A little bit chewy.
A little bit chewy.
Damn it.
They're servable, but they're not up to the CWA standard, and that's what I'm really trying to get.
What do you think is 4 centimetres clear about there?
Sorry?
4 centimetres?
A little bit less. Yeah, that's good.
This is the first batch of lamingtons, and at this point they look like lamingtons. Still a long way to go and not very long to do it.
How's it going? I know I'm not quite getting the height on it that I was hoping.
This is the batch here?
Yeah, that was the first one.
It's like a biscuit.
Yeah, I know. In a bit of trouble, I think. These lamingtons are ideally supposed to be a 4 by 4 centimetre square. Look, mine aren't that high, which is an issue. because one of the criteria is how well you cut them, how evenly sized they are and that sort of thing.
We are extremely concerned. It comes down to these last 45 minutes. Cakes should be out of the oven, cooling down, ready to be finished.
I'm just worried about whether or not they're cooked, so I'm just going to pop this one back in. My first two Neapolitan cakes have come out a very poo brown colour, which is not good for my cakes. It looks to be browning a lot on the top, but not cooked all the way through. And now I'm really worried about the other 4 cakes that are in the oven because they're browning really quickly. And if I've got 6 burnt cakes, that could possibly put my whole team into elimination.
20 minutes to go before the 100 CWA ladies arrive. And I'm looking around and we're far from plating up these dishes.
Wow, I never thought you'd be in such a world of hurt. We're going to give you an extra 15 minutes because we need to save face. You've now got 35 minutes. Use your time wisely.
This extra 15 minutes is really important. We're lucky to get it. We're still going to be pushing it even with that time. It's just a matter now of getting some processes in line so we can actually get some dishes up.
Turning out 100 lamingtons for these ladies is not an easy task.
Dip 2 or 3 at the same time. Sure. Like this, and then I would...
I see.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Maybe something like, so you're working a bit more methodically.
Thank you, Gary.
I'm really trying to rush these lamingtons. They're not coming out quite as nicely as I would have hoped. I'm just trying to get as many done in the last few minutes as I possibly can so I can get something out on those tables.
With 5 minutes to go, there's still a bit of a concern. No food is on the table yet. It needs to be on the table. That's the only way they're going to be able to taste it.
Courtney,
Yeah?
I'll let you know one of my cakes is raw as. I cut into my first fruit cake and it's a disaster. It is completely raw in the centre.
Come on, just cut.
With only a few minutes to go, the only thing I can think to do is cut up the centres and hopefully just cut little slices off the end and get those onto the table.
This is the biggest disaster of a team challenge I've ever been in. Everywhere I look on my team, everyone's having issues. Jonathan's cakes aren't cooking, Callum can't make his lamingtons, my cakes are burnt. This is the worst team challenge I've ever done.
I don't think I've cooked one good cake today. Like, it's been a disaster. It's been, a disaster of comical proportions. It really has. I look across and Pete's got this cake with this great kind of cavernous hole in the middle of it. The scones aren't really working, the jam's not setting, and I don't think we're going to have enough lamingtons. It's just a train wreck.
That's it, guys. Down to the wire. You've got 10 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. That's it.
You'd never think, a swarm of 100 country women would be so intimidating, but it certainly was, and I think it's because we knew our food just was not up to scratch.
And you know that all these ladies, every single one of them will know what to look for when it comes to baked goods.
Oh, God, it's so painful. You can't do anything but laugh.
The lamingtons were a little bit dry.
I've got a red scone. This is better than the blue one.
We might not have served the highest quality food, but we got it all out there. What I'm really hoping now is someone doesn't break a tooth on those rock-hard scones.
When I went to bite it, I couldn't put my teeth through it.
Watching the CWA ladies eat the food, I just want to stop them from doing it.
They look happy.
No. There's no way
Don't look overly happy.
Well, some of them are laughing.
You're laughing at how bad the food is.
Unless you know the oven that you're cooking in, baking really isn't as easy as it looks.
The CWA ladies have finished their afternoon tea, which means it's time for the judges and Alison Mutton from the CWA to judge our dishes.
Alison, how do you think they've gone?
There's been a few disasters there today. I think they found it a lot harder than what they expected to.
Now comes the moment of truth. I think we need to see the scones the red team and the blue team have made and see how they compare.
As we're walking up to the judging, you know, you have a little glance at the competitor's plate, and Courtney's scones look perfect. They look absolutely perfect. Mine just look like, you know, little rocks with flour on top. I mean, yeah, this is a no-brainer.
George, would you like to do the honours?
Love to.
There is some added pressure today with the judging. It's not only Matt, Gary and George, but Alison Mutton, and she's had 14 years' experience of judging scones for the CWA, so I'm a little worried.
Well, guys, let's taste the blue scone first.
It's chewy. It did not break easily. Unfortunately, I'm hard-pressed to find something good to say about it.
You can see, look at the colour on the bottom. It's crisp, it's overworked. It's wrong, man.
Yeah. Everything that the judges say is totally and utterly, you know, it's valid. I understand it. It's an embarrassment putting up a dish like that.
Gary, any positives on that blue scone?
Well, the blue one, I'm not going to say anything. It's like a lump of lead. Horrible. The red one, it's better. You know, it's got a more even rise.
What I like about the red team scone is I actually like the colour. I like the rise. I think it's got a good flavour.
It is a better scone, but not quite as buttery as what I like a scone to be, but not a bad scone.
Though this is a team challenge, our dishes are getting judged individually, head to head.
Aaron, Courtney, thank you very much indeed. You can leave us.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm fairly certain I've beat Aaron in the scones. I'm not certain that I'm out of elimination if my team does lose.
I think it's now time to get the fruitcake in and try that.
So Jono and I kind of rather sheepishly approached the tasting table. We have to laugh or we'd cry. It's certainly not our finest hour.
Alison, what do you think of these two cakes?
Well, the red team's cake has sunk in the middle. The blue team's cake is a little bit low, but is presenting better than the red team's cake at the moment. So when we judge, we always cut straight through the middle of the cake. Blue team, not too bad, yeah, but definitely burnt on the bottom.
Their cake's burnt on the bottom, which is, you know, I don't think they're going to be struggling to find things that are wrong with the cake, but, you know, that's obviously going to be number one.
I'm a little nervous. I'm almost certain the cake's gonna be raw in the middle.
The red team's definitely not cooked in the middle.
I'm not really happy about serving raw food to the judges. I really don't want to send my team into an elimination. It's not a good feeling. I mean, you wouldn't serve a raw cake at a dinner party, so you certainly wouldn't serve for judging, would you?
Well, guys, let's taste the red cake first.
Obviously, the red team one was undercooked. It does have quite a good flavour.
I have to agree totally. It tastes really good, Jonathan, but unfortunately, just not cooked through properly. And
It's a little challenging reconciling being in the top 10 and serving a raw cake. But some days, you know, you have good days, and clearly today is one of my bad days.
Right, guys, I think we should taste the blue fruit cake. Burnt bottoms, yeah. You know, it's bitter and really not nice in flavour.
Just goes to show how hard baking a good and simple cake is. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
I think if the judges were choosing between me and Jono, even though Jono's cake's raw in the middle, his would be the winner.
Well, a shaky start from both teams. Let's get the next head-to-head tasting underway. Let's see if these are Lamingtons or Leamingtons.
So it's my turn to face the judges. It's pretty embarrassing to, you know, see how good-looking Adam's are and how bad mine look, but hopefully they taste okay.
Now, Alison, I understand that the CWA criteria for Lamingtons is 4 centimetres by 4 centimetres by 4 centimetres. The moment of truth, I think you need to measure those Lamingtons and see whether they are up to code.
Got the trusty tape measure. The blue team's Lamingtons are quite a good size. Unfortunately, the red teams, they are all a different size. They are supposed to be evenly sized.
Starting with the red first.
They're moist. I really like it, but I know it's probably not acceptable.
Well, guys, let's taste the blue Lamingtons. Adam, perfectly iced, fine coconut. Cake's a little dry, but the shape and the presentation is really good. Well done.
The comments on my Lamingtons have been pretty positive.
Gentlemen, good effort.
I'd like to think I was safe, but I mean, I'm not judging this show. If I was judging this show, I'd be wearing a cravat.
So we've tasted 3 dishes.
Well, it's time to taste the Neapolitan cake.
I'm head-to-head with Marion. Of course, Marion. Luckily, Marion is as disappointed with her cake as I am with mine. To be honest, I'm really not looking forward to this judging.
We'll start with the blue team's cake, I think. Your icing's run down the side of the cake. That's really not acceptable. There appears to be a lot more pink than there is of the white. You need even layers across.
Oh.
So we'll see if the red team is as nice as it looks. Red team, the layers are much more even. Crusty on the outside, though.
All right, we'll plate up. Shall we taste the blue cake first?
Not the best look. And to be honest, I find it a little bit dry.
Alison's had 14 years judging these dishes. She looks unbelievably underwhelmed.
Crusty, but the flavour of the cake is quite nice.
Thank you.
Right, guys, I think we should taste the red team's Neapolitan cake.
I'm usually pretty happy with the dishes that I'm putting up for the judges. And now I'm looking down at my cake and I'm just thinking, what a disaster.
Appearance-wise, it looked quite good, but I'm quite disappointed with the actual cake itself.
It's a tough challenge. It's made doubly hard because you're doing it in a field with ovens you don't know. And ask any country cook about baking, there's a relationship between them and their oven. They know where the hot spots are. So to bake in the conditions you've been baking in is incredibly hard. So I'm impressed you've got anything up at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, time for the final head-to-head tasting. Blue team's jam versus the red team's jam.
just looking at Jimmy's jam and my jam, it looks the same. You know, they're both served in a ramekin. They both have, you know, same colouring. This should be interesting.
George, would you like to serve up the jams? The first thing I noticed with these two jams is that Jimmy's, yours is weeping, that the liquid is not incorporated with the fruit, which isn't a good sign. Let's taste the red team's jam. In terms of flavour, Alvin, yours has a really good fig flavour.
The red team's does have a very good flavour. It's a nice consistency. You've also cut your fruit nice and fine. When you're spreading jam, you don't want chunks.
I get good feedback from the judges, and I think more importantly, Alison's impressed with the jam. So I'm feeling a bit more confident.
Let's taste the blue team's jam.
The blue team's, yours is a little bit chunky, and again, your syrup is separating from your fruit.
Just goes to show, same ingredients, two completely different results. Well done, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thanks.
My dish is a clear loser when it goes head-to-head with Alvin's jam. I mean, it's my second chance in this competition, and there's a good chance that I've actually blown it.
Alison, thank you so much for helping us judge. We'll let the contestants know tomorrow which team has won.
I've come into this debrief today ready for a bollocking. I know we've done a pretty awful job with the food, so I'm bracing myself.
Welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen. Yesterday was a massive day. It's probably the first day that we've seen you truly at odds with the challenge. Frazzled, confused, deer in the headlights. On a professional level, it's close to a disaster.
The judges were absolutely embarrassed about what we produced for the ladies of the CWA. To hear it, even though we knew it, is a real kick in the guts.
These dishes are all part of our Australian national identity. Simple they may be, but now you know how hard they are to get right.
I thought yesterday's challenge was going to be difficult, but not as hard as it turned out to be. I think I've got a whole new appreciation for the CWA ladies.
This was a head-to-head tasting. Scone versus scone, fruitcake versus fruitcake, and the winning team is the one that outcooked their opponents on the most dishes. The reward for the winning team, lunch at 3 Hat Bilsons. Tony's opening the restaurant just for the team that wins today.
Bilsons is somewhere that I've wanted to go to for such a long time. Bilsons is the restaurant to eat at.
There'll be no smiles on the losing team. The worst two performers from the losing team will face off in a high-pressure elimination later today.
For one of you, this is the last day you'll spend in the MasterChef kitchen.
In this challenge, I think it's really hard to pick who's going home.
We often talk about how difficult the decision is when we come to judging. That's normally because you've all done such a good job. We're arguing over which is the best dish. Today is different. Today we're really looking at two teams that have underperformed and who's actually done the worst. This was a head-to-head tasting, so let's compare how those dishes went. Courtney, your performance with the scones started out poor.
I'm not happy with them, so I'm going to have to change something.
But you actually got amongst it and you started to understand the scones would rise better if they were clumped together, and that's good to see you come through initial problems and deliver what were in the end were pretty passable scones. Aaron, a scone should be lightly risen, it should be slightly flaky, it should be moist, it shouldn't be a little hard wooden ball. Not good.
I did try, and I tried, but I didn't get it right.
When it came to the scones, red team won.
We're in, the top 10 of the competition. You've got to serve food that's worthy of being in the MasterChef competition every time you cook.
Adam, your lamingtons were a little dry, but in terms of the icing, the shape and size, those lamingtons were right on CWA specifications.
Callum, the lamingtons were the wrong size. They were all over the shop.
They are supposed to be evenly sized.
When it came to lamingtons, blue team won. Well done.
I'm a little embarrassed because I know they weren't the best lamingtons in the world, but I guess the best of a bad bunch is something.
When it came to the cakes, you're very lucky. The 100 CWA ladies were so lovely because I think they valued those recipes and they understood that, different kitchen, different ovens, all those variables make it hard.
Jonathan, the fruitcakes presented problems because, yourself, they were so raw.
Definitely not cooked in the middle.
Claire, you struggled, and it showed in the end result. It really did.
Burnt bottoms, it's bitter and really not nice in flavour.
So, we did what the CWA sometimes does when there isn't a good enough cake to be judged a winner. Neither side won the fruitcake.
I think in terms of their overall critique of my performance, they're spot on. We all need to spend some time baking.
And the two Napolitan cakes, they weren't good. Peter was just, it was a disaster.
You need even layers across.
Gary pointed out my cake was a disaster. Not unexpected. I knew it. He knew it. And the 100 ladies probably knew it.
Marion, dry Napolitan cake. Let's be honest, it wasn't that great when we tasted it.
I'm quite disappointed with the actual cake itself.
Neither of those cakes was good enough to actually be a winner. So, neither side won either the Neapolitan cake nor the boiled fruit cake.
I feel embarrassed about my performance, about my team's performance. I don't think anyone did a standout job yesterday.
So that meant it came down to the jam.
Alvin, you did a good job with the jam.
The red team's does have a very good flavour. It's a nice consistency.
Nice flavour, nice and shiny. Excellent.
I'm glad I cooked a good jam, especially by the CWA standards. Yay me.
Jimmy, your jam had some real issues with it.
Jimmy's, yours is weeping. The liquid is not incorporated with the fruit, which isn't a good sign. So, red won the jam challenge in the head-to-head, and therefore won the challenge overall.
Welcome back. Oh, God. So, thank God for Alvin and thank God for his jam.
Right, red team, time to go and enjoy that beautiful lunch at Tony Bilson's. Off you go.
Good luck. God, my God, the best of the worst. The winners of the losers. Ah!
We've let ourselves down a little bit. I've let my team down, and then that thing that's always hovering there, that someone is going home.
It's never good being on a losing team, but today it puts two of you in terrible danger. The worst two performers will go into an elimination round, and where, in a few short hours, one of them will leave the MasterChef competition, game over. Claire, Adam, you're safe. Adam, your lamington was really the only commendable dish put up by the blue team. That saved you. Claire, neither fruitcake was good. Yours at least looked like a cake. 3 people left. 2 of you will go into today's elimination round.
I'm dreading who's going to end up in the elimination challenge, and to be honest, I think it's going to be a case of the captain going down with his sinking cake.
Peter, you're safe, just. Aaron and Jimmy, your 2 dishes were deemed the least impressive. You'll face an elimination round later today. The rest of you can go upstairs.
To come this far and to go now, I mean, it's heartbreaking. Because I really think I've got something to offer the food industry, and I think I've got something to offer that the people will like.
Thanks a lot. I just got back into this contest. If I go home, there's no way in the world I'm getting a 3rd chance.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
And your job today is to fix that dish.
Jimmy and Aaron face elimination in the fight of their lives.
This is definitely my last chance in this competition. I've got to win this challenge.
To survive, they must rely on their skill and culinary knowledge.
So think French ingredients.
What am I going to do? Make it up?
And in 8 quick steps, turn a disaster into a masterpiece.
No idea what's going on here at all.
For the least impressive, the MasterChef journey will end.
Whatever you do dictates your future here in the MasterChef kitchen.
I'm not feeling confident at all.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
Lamington versus Lamington. Scone versus scone.
2 teams cooked for the Country Women's Association.
This is the biggest disaster of a team challenge I've ever been in.
And while the red team won reward,
Time to go and enjoy that beautiful lunch at Tony Bilson's.
the blue team was not so lucky.
If I go home, there's no way in the world I'm getting a 3rd chance.
Tonight, Jimmy and Aaron face off in an elimination challenge.
And your job today is to fix that dish.
To survive, they'll have to put their skill and culinary knowledge to the test.
I think they're grasping at straws.
And in 8 quick steps, turn a disaster into a masterpiece.
I'm not feeling confident at all.
Aaron and Jimmy, your 2 dishes were deemed the least impressive. I don't think either of you are probably surprised that you find yourself here.
CWA challenge, I didn't earn my place. My dishes were terrible. If anyone has to face elimination, I want it to be me. I don't deserve to continue on in this competition without facing an elimination today.
The judges basically told me that my jam wasn't good enough. I just got back into this contest and I got a 50% chance of going home in a couple of hours.
Aaron and Jimmy, you're our bottom 2 and go upstairs.
Jimmy and I head upstairs and basically wait for what's to come. To come this far and to go now, I mean, it's heartbreaking. Cooking's always been inside of me and it's been a real passion. After my father had a heart attack, he told me to follow my dreams, and if I wanted to try and do things, do them now while I still had the time to do them.
When I got eliminated, I started making my own range of Indian simmer sauces and curry sauces. I'm back in the MasterChef competition. Even though I've got a 50% chance of going home, I'm absolutely determined to get through this.
One of us is going to have the heart, the strength, the knowledge and the passion to go through. Yeah. And the other one is going to push as hard as they can, but just not quite hit the mark.
Yeah. The red team have just won the challenge, and we're heading off to a reward lunch at Bilson's and a private masterclass with Tony Bilson himself. And I am over the moon.
Hi, guys. Hi. Today, we're going to do some things from the book.
Tony Bilson has opened a restaurant specially for us today. Boy, do we feel privileged.
Sure you have a great lunch. I hope you enjoy it. Okay, see you soon.
Tony's food is really like artwork. It's beautiful from the minute you see it. The first course is very much in a French style with a beurre blanc sauce and a fish mousse.
Oh, wow.
Wow. But then the second course, even though it's a beef tartare with squid ink mayonnaise, looks very Japanese in its presentation.
That was awesome.
My favourite dish that Tony brings out is probably the dessert. 18 textures of chocolate on this plate. This is exactly my kind of food.
Well, I'm going to show you how to do the whiting quenelles today.
In the masterclass, Tony decides to show us the first course we had today, which is little quenelles of whiting with a beurre blanc sauce.
Chop that up.
To be standing in Bilson's kitchen and to have him showing how to cook a dish there, it's awesome.
So you're poaching them more or less?
Yes, we're poaching them, yep.
That looks amazing.
Yeah. So smooth, like the mousse just disappears in your mouth. We've finished our reward lunch, and now it's time to head back to the house and see what's happened with the elimination in the blue team.
When Jimmy and I come down the stairs, the kitchen's changed. It's been set up with cooktops. We're going to be cooking.
Jimmy, Aaron, got a 50-50 chance of staying in this competition. You've got to bring every bit of that cook out to play right now. Gentlemen, it's time to find out what challenge you're about to face.
I look over my shoulder and I see George coming out with this big red pot. I have absolutely no idea what's in there.
In this pot is the dish that will decide your future in this kitchen.
I think I've seen this one before. It seems like this has fixed that dish.
Let's take a look at what's in that pot.
This is definitely my last chance in this competition. I've got to win this challenge.
Lid comes off and I see this dark red soupy mix with these kind of chunks of marinated chicken floating in it. I got no idea what this is.
Some sort of red wine. I have no idea.
You're looking at a classic French bistro dish called coq au vin.
The judges tell us that it's coq au vin. I've never ordered it, I've never eaten it, I have absolutely no idea what's in it.
This coq au vin is bad. It's watery, it's tasteless, it's insipid, and your job today is to fix that dish.
It shouldn't be fix this dish. It should be, you know, teach Aaron how to make this dish, go away, then fix it the next day, because I got no idea what's going on here at all.
Gentlemen, this is how it's going to work. You're going to each come up and grab one portion of this seriously flawed coq au vin. You then have 8 turns each to turn it from bad to the best you possibly can. And these are the ingredients that you can use. Vegetables, fruit, and mushrooms. You also have some proteins that you can use to fix that coq au vin.
You've got some liquids and oils, herbs and spices, some garlic, some ginger, and chilli. and some miscellaneous pantry items like butter, sugar, and salt. So think French ingredients. You can only add one ingredient per step. And once you've used an ingredient, you can't use it again.
You have to give us your best version. You've got to do what you can to make that dish better than it is right now.
Right, boys, it's time to take your pots to your stations and fix that dish.
Jimmy, you're going to go first. This could be your last chance to secure a place in this competition. Off you go.
The first step is I want to make sure that there's shallots in this dish. Now, I've seen pictures of this dish in the past, so I'm going to start chopping up some shallots, frying them into stock from the original dish, just to build that first building block of this coq au vin.
What the dish is actually missing is a richness. The reason why I've chopped up some of the shallots is because I want to get that rich sauce, but the shallots as a whole will provide sweetness.
Aaron, are you ready for your first turn?
I am, Gary. My first choice is a bucket load of garlic. I'm just going to try and create some intense flavours. The word French, the word garlic, the two things go pretty well together. Like Jimmy, I'm trying to create a depth of flavour here and just take it step by step, trying to get this sauce how I think it should be.
Okay. Jimmy, are you ready for your second step?
Yes, I am.
Go.
The second step is going to add some grated celery.
Interesting.
I'm going to start frying it off with the onions and then deglaze it with a little bit of that stock just to make sure I'm getting that similar flavour profile.
I've gone celery, even though there's celery in it, I still don't think that the sauce is rich enough.
Grating celery for his second turn.
Never seen it before, George. Really quite weird.
Aaron, your second turn starts now.
I walk up to the table, I want to add some herbs, and I actually grab the thyme first, and I'm thinking thyme's got to be in this dish, but maybe rosemary's in this dish. So, right or wrong, my choice is rosemary.
Would you put rosemary in this dish?
No.
Nor would I.
No, I'd put thyme in it. If anything, I'd put thyme.
Jimmy, turn 3 for you.
The third step is garlic. I don't want to add raw garlic to the finished product. So what I do is I grate the garlic into the oil and infuse the oil so that tastes like garlic. I then spoon the oil into the sauce.
Aaron?
My next step is to choose shallots and basically start caramelising them in the pan. The other thing that I do is I want to get the fat off the top of this stock because it's really affecting how I can taste it. But instead of skimming it off bit by bit, I just soak up some of the fat and take it off.
Jimmy, you ready for your fourth turn?
Come on, Jimmy. Fire up, man.
Fourth step, I pick pancetta.
Just needs, I guess, a smoky flavour to it, so I decided to go with the pancetta.
It's very French, pancetta.
Not really.
Nope. Aaron, your fourth turn starts now.
We're halfway through and it's my choice. I choose the Swiss brown mushrooms. I cut up the mushrooms, I saute them in the pan. I'm going off flavours that I would have in my head for how this dish should be. You know, this dish is very provincial country to me. This is, you know, big pot, oven, stuff like that. Yep. I'm just going to pan fry them, not too many of them, just add them to what I'm cooking and hopefully get it going.
Gary, for me at this point, I reckon they're quite head-to-head.
Yeah.
Jimmy has picked some interesting ingredients on his last turn.
Everything's getting, finely chopped or grated, so it's quite an interesting technique that he's applying. Aaron's just picked some mushrooms, and I thought he was just going to clip the stalks off them and then saute them and then put them in with the chicken. But he's sliced them, he's fried them off, and again, it's just looking all a bit mushy to me.
They're really chopping up everything quite fine, and I think they're going to lose a lot of that flavour.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see what they're going to put on the plate.
You know what, George? I think they're grasping at straws.
Jimmy and I both have 8 steps to fix a bad coq au vin. Whoever doesn't do it goes home tonight.
For the fifth step, I decide to use red wine vinegar. Because the dish has a lot of fat in it, the vinegar should cut through some of that fat.
I'm going to reduce it first, see what it tastes like, add it in spoon by spoon, see if I get that rich flavour that's already in there, but also give it just a little kick of vinegar.
Aaron, step number 5, use it wisely.
My next choice is thyme. I strip it all off, get it into the pot, get it cooking, and then just keep on taking off the little layers of fat that are there. I don't want to serve the judges a fatty sauce.
Jimmy, you only have 3 steps left to go.
For the 6th step, I decide to use some time.
I'm a little bit behind Aaron on this one. All I'm really doing is trying to build the richness of the stock now. It just needs some herbs in there, some dried herbs. It's just tweaking it now. I think I'm happy with the flavour.
Aaron?
I choose red wine vinegar next. I picked red wine vinegar like Jimmy. A little bit of acidity in the dish I think is important.
Can I ask a question to the two of you? Are you two copying each other, or...?
I don't think so. I think I've picked quite a few different ingredients than Jimmy has. I've approached it a different way. I'm trying to approach it like a kind of country cook would.
OK, fair enough.
For the 7th step, I decide to use parsley. I actually want to get some of the parsley flavour into the new stock.
Wouldn't the fresh parsley go in last step?
Possibly. Don't want to reveal my last ingredient.
Aaron, what are you doing?
I'm going to whisk in some butter just to thicken it up a little bit. My sauce tastes really great. It's really strong, but I don't have much sauce left here at this point. Coq au vin has got to have more than what I've got.
You think you're doing that at the right time?
Get a sauce tasting good, add some butter. I mean, when I'm in France, I eat lots of butter. May as well do it with this dish. I don't know if it's correct, but we'll see.
I'm wondering whether or not Aaron adding the butter is going to be the one ingredient that differentiates these 2 dishes. Your next step is absolutely crucial. Whatever you do dictates your future here in the MasterChef kitchen. Jimmy, your last step. Now, let's go.
Go, Jimmy, come on.
The last step, I race for the brandy.
I'm actually taking a risk with this, to be honest. The dish I'm quite happy with at the moment. I just think it needs that...
Why would you take a risk on your very last turn?
Because I believe that the only thing missing is just a slight sweetness from a fortified wine.
I'm not sure if it's in the original recipe, but if I'm going out with a bit of style.
Aaron, you ready for your last step?
I've got one more chance here. I've got one more step. I'm going to choose parsley as the last ingredient.
Good luck, man. Good luck.
Thank you. Number 1, because it's got a great flavour that I think will round off the sauce. And number 2, I think a little sprinkle of parsley with some beautiful mushrooms on top of some well-presented chicken and a velvety, rich, shiny sauce over the top. I think that that's going to impress the judges.
Jimmy, Aaron, you've just done your very best to turn an insipid coq au vin into something that George and I are going to love. Your future in this competition depends on how good that dish is.
Before we taste, guys, can you please come downstairs and say goodbye to your fellow competitors?
We come downstairs and we have to say goodbye, and we know that one of these people is not going to be coming home.
Tastes good. Yeah, it does, but who knows?
Hey, good luck, buddy. Guys, please bring your dishes forward to the tasting table. There's definitely 2 different dishes from a visual point of view. I guess at the end of the day it comes down to the taste. Jimmy, let's taste.
As the judges are tasting my dish, I don't see any smiles on their faces, and at this point, I'm not feeling confident at all.
Aaron?
I have no regrets. I did my best. I tried to make a coq au vin, but you know what? I made some mistakes.
Well, gentlemen, it's nearly crunch time. We've tasted both coq au vins, and now it's time for George and I to go and deliberate and make our decision. We've tasted your dishes and we've decided who has earned the right to continue on in their MasterChef journey. Jimmy, loved the sweet shallots in your sauce. Plenty of sauce as well, which is what it's all about. This is a classic French bistro dish. But the presentation, my friend, wasn't that good. If you're going to go on in this competition, you need to give it more thought. Aaron, loved the addition of mushrooms in that sauce. There are mushrooms in a classic coq au vin. You didn't get it quite right, but it added a nice, subtle, mushroomy flavour. It was a good red wine sauce, but honestly, there was not enough of it. Missed the mark there. Gentlemen, it's time for us to reveal our decision. For two people that have never cooked coq au vin before, it was a good effort. Not quite right, but you know what? The flavours were true. And in essence, it was a chicken braised in red wine, lots of button mushrooms.
And of course, that fresh parsley right at the end.
And you gave us that.
It was a really difficult one, but we have made a decision. Jimmy, congratulations. I liked your dish the best. It was beautiful, it was rich, it had lots of red wine, lots of sauce. The shallots were absolutely fantastic. Well done.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Good on you, mate.
Congratulations.
Aaron, sorry, man.
That's okay.
For me, your dish just wasn't as good as Jimmy's. Sorry, mate.
Jimmy, sigh of relief. You cooked the best dish for George. Well done. Aaron, all I can say is that you cooked the best dish for me. I loved your dish. The presentation was bang on. If I was to pick a dish, yours is the one that I would eat. Why? 3 beautiful pieces of chicken, all those mushrooms, a bit stingy on the sauce, but I'd ask for more.
So what does that mean?
So what do? We've got a hung vote. George likes Jimmy's dish, and I like Aaron's dish. This is an elimination. We said from the outset that one of you was to go home. After today's challenge, with the effort that you put in, with the gusto that you displayed, I think there's only one thing we can do. Jimmy, Aaron, we can't send either of you home. You're both safe.
That's perfect.
Oh, man.
Oh,
thank God. We're both safe in the competition. This is the best outcome possible.
We're having arguments.
Oh, that's good.
Thanks, George. I appreciate it.
I can't believe it was a tie. This is just so cool. And I feel like I've got a second chance in this competition.
Jimmy, Aaron, you both leave here as survivors. All we got to do now is keep that ability to turn it around and make it happen again tomorrow and the next day.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Well
so
done.
much, Darren.
We're all waiting at home to find out who's been eliminated, and I think this is always the worst part of the week.
I really don't know how Aaron's going to do in a Fix That Dish challenge. I'm really worried for him.
It's Jimmy.
Jimmy steps out of the lift. Oh no, Aaron's been eliminated. Jimmy's one of the contestants that's just been brought back. And being knocked out by an ex-contestant, that can't be too good.
It was hard. It was hard for Aaron, you know? I mean, to be honest with you, I can't believe that Aaron would get out on a dish like this. You know, like it's something that he should know.
I'm going out in a dish like that.
There's been no elimination, which means that we're still the top 10. It's difficult not knowing that you're moving forward in this competition, but it's great that no one at home today.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
Now you can sit back, relax and watch George and I cook.
It's time to learn how to cook like a pro with Masterclass. First up on the menu, how to cook the perfect risotto.
No excuses now then, Jonathan. Hey.
Next up, George shows you how to start the day with an adults-only Eggs Benedict.
The best ham and eggs I've ever had.
And Gary finishes up with a classic French dessert.
It's an oldie, but it's a goodie.
It's an oldie, but a goodie. It's beautiful.
Plus, we join award-winning chocolatier Jan ter Herd
I can't imagine a world without chocolate.
and learn the tricks of making the best chocolates.
Every chocoholic's dream.
Last night on MasterChef Australia,
Your job today is to fix that dish.
Jimmy and Aaron went head-to-head in an elimination challenge.
If I'm going out with a bit of style.
And a deadlock saw them both live to fight another day.
I feel like I've got a second chance in this competition.
Tonight, Gary and George take over the kitchen for another masterclass.
So now you can sit back, relax, and watch George and I cook.
On the menu, the perfect Eggs Benedict, a quick mushroom risotto, and a classic French dessert.
It's an oldie, but it's a goodie.
It's an oldie, but a goodie. It's beautiful.
Plus, we join award-winning chocolatier Jan ter Herd
I can't imagine a world without chocolate.
for the ultimate lesson on all things chocolate.
I love chocolate. I mean, who doesn't love chocolate?
It's been a massive week back in the competition. A bit of a relief to come into masterclass today, be able to sit back and learn a few tricks from Gary and George and get a chance to relax and just, save for another week.
Welcome to Masterclass. What an emotional week and full of surprises. The twists and turns of this competition never cease to amaze me, and I know some of you guys have felt that, truly. But this is what the competition's all about. But today, I want you to sit back and relax. Forget what's gone on this week. This is Masterclass, your chance to pick up some tips and tricks, and of course, for George and I to solve some of the problems that you encountered during the week.
Earlier this week, 11 of our eliminated contestants came back to battle it out and try and secure 3 spots back into the competition. Congratulations goes to Peter, Courtney and Jimmy. Well done, guys. You're in with a fighting chance to hopefully clinch that MasterChef title. How can we have a masterclass without sending 2 of you off to a private masterclass? And this one's a good one. We're going to send 2 of you to go and have an opportunity to learn alongside Jan ter Herd from Bellfleur. They're a family company that's been handcrafting chocolates for over 25 years. And the lucky 2 that will get to go and have lots of fun today is Alvin and Adam.
What?
So off you go, have lots of fun, and bring back a few little chocolates for us, huh?
Definitely. I love chocolate. I love chocolate. I mean, who doesn't love chocolate?
This is a really important masterclass because we've seen chocolate go wrong so many times in this kitchen. If Albert and I can get a few tips and temper some chocolate, this is going to change the way we approach desserts in this competition.
First up, you had an opportunity in the Celebrity Chef Challenge to show us how good your risottos can be. And you know what? It's still the death dish in this competition. No one seems to get risotto right.
That is revolting looking.
So what we want to do is we want to show you a basic risotto so that you can use the technique to carry forward. George, I'll let you get cracking. It's nice and easy. I'll come back
for a taste. What I'm going to show you guys how to make is a simple mushroom risotto. Right, to help me make mushroom risotto, Jonathan, I think you need a little bit of a hand and a little bit of a lesson up close and personal. Get down and let's have some fun. There's some simple lessons that need to be learnt about making risotto, okay? One of the most important things is the type of risotto grain that you're going to use. For me, you can't go past a cannaroli rice, okay? It's nice and creamy. That's going to make your risotto taste lush. Now, first step is a drizzle of olive oil and a little bit of butter as well. I like to put a little bit of a mixture, olive oil and butter. The olive oil is going to help the butter from not burning, and the butter's going to, of course, add flavour, all right? Now, we've got 1 onion there, but I reckon for this, we probably only need a half an onion, finely diced. And I want you to sweat that without colour, okay? To sweat onions is to bring out their flavour without adding colour. We want them to turn translucent. Now, if we burn these or put colour on them, it's going to discolour the rice. Now, while that's sweating away, in this pot here, we've got a really simple mushroom stock. You can buy that in any good providor. I mean, you can smell that, Jonathan. Look at the colour on that stock. That's a beautiful mushroom stock. The next step is to add our rice to the onions. Now, we've got 200 grams of cannaroli rice. At this point, what's really crucial is it's all about agitating now, okay? We don't want to stir the rice. When you start stirring the risotto rice, you start breaking up the starch and it makes it gluggy. So it's all about agitating. Yeah. Next step is to deglaze. Just a little bit of white wine.
Yeah.
Once that reduces down, Jonathan, I want you to start ladling in your stock. Okay? Another little tip for you guys, see the sides of that pot? Just make sure it's clean, because all that there goes into the risotto. Right. Now, pop your stock in. You can see that's reduced. I reckon you can go a bit more. And at the same time, you're agitating, yeah? We're going to let that start to cook. We're going to let the stock absorb into that rice. Our risotto's probably 10 minutes away from being ready. What we're going to show you how to make next is a little mushroom dust. What I've got here is some tapioca flour, 2 tablespoons of that, heaped. What I've got here is dehydrated mushrooms that I've powdered up. A good tablespoon. And you can buy this pretty much ready to go. And then some of our cheese. And we just grate about 3 tablespoons full. There you go. And that's ready to rock and roll. The rice is nearly cooked. So at this point, you know, I'm going to taste it. Taste. And for me, the rice is telling me it's still tough and chalky.
I think this is how I served it.
Same colour too.
Right, our mushrooms. Mushrooms need butter, okay? They need lots of butter. We're going to pop a tablespoon of finely diced brown onions in there, or shallots, it's up to you. Okay, so we just melt the butter down with the onions, and we throw all of our large mushrooms in first. These slippery jacks, our Swiss browns, our pine mushrooms. They're our larger, more meatier mushrooms. A little flick of the pan, a little Macaroon, yeah. We'll pop the next mushrooms in. They're our Namikos and our oyster. And I'm going to just add a little ladle of this stock in there. Just going to basically steam the mushrooms a little bit as well. We've got some chopped thyme, you know, a teaspoon of chopped thyme, and we'll just throw in these gnocchis right at the last minute, because they just need a little bit of heat. They don't need to be fried off, okay? Turn the gas off and leave them. The rice is nearly cooked. Now you can see that's nearly lost all of its liquid.
Yep.
At this point, I'm going to switch that off and I'm just going to let that rest. And what we want to do is monte some butter into that. It's a classic French technique to finish a sauce. You add shine to it through butter. A little bit more cheese. And this simple risotto is ready to be served up and eaten. and cheese. Oh,
Is it
just
done?
in time. Just in time.
Smells beautiful.
Jonathan, well done, mate. I hope you'll be able to make risotto like this soon. Yeah? Good luck, man. Practice, that's it. Right, let's plate up. Gaz, do you want to...
That's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. I think my favourite risotto, actually, is mushroom. Love mushroom risottos.
Do you want to pop some mushrooms on top?
Do you want them all around?
Yeah. Jonathan cooked pretty much all that risotto.
Did he?
Yeah.
No excuses now then, Jonathan. Hey.
So we've got the mushroom powder, and I reckon just a nice little mountain of that up on the side.
Lovely.
And there you have it. Simple mushroom risotto. Who should come up and taste? Aaron, Claire, Callum, come on.
Ah.
Yum. Ladies first.
Thanks, mate. I think straight away it's a big hit of mushroom, but I think what I love about it as well is, you know, kind of a cold day outside. And when you look at it, it's like dark and rich looking and just really makes you want to eat it.
It's beautiful. Claire?
Really like the texture. It's got a little bit of give, but a bit of resistance as well. It's, you know, it's perfect. Really love it, yeah.
Aaron?
Hey, I love it.
Good stuff. You can sit down now. Right, guys, my top tips for making a risotto. Make sure you use hot stock. Use cold stock, it will take a long time for the pan to heat back up again. Top tip number 2, agitate as much as you can. When you stir, you break the grains down and make it really gluggy. Top tip number 3, make sure you eat the risotto hot. It is absolutely beautiful. To make a great risotto, you need to know the technique, but you must have lashings of passion. Take this recipe that I gave you and put it into your food Bible. Right, next, we're going to take a look back at the Second Chance Challenge, where the eliminated contestants had to reproduce Eggs Benedict with Hollandaise sauce.
Hollandaise should be a light, fluffy summer doona, not a big, thick custard.
So today on Masterclass, Gary's going to show you guys how to make the perfect Hollandaise sauce to serve with my adults-only Eggs Benedict.
You've got the hard stuff to do.
I do.
You're making a terrine with ham hocks,
Yeah.
and I'm just going to make a hollandaise. So I'll leave you to it and have a cup of tea.
See you soon. The first step is to braise the ham hocks, OK? Now, these ham hocks here have been smoked. Where does the hock come from? Jonathan, stick your leg up, touch inside of your calf. It's just there. That's where the hock comes from, all right? Really beautiful, really delicious. But if you think about that, that's... You can put your foot down, Jonathan. If you think about that, I mean, it's a highly used part of the beast, so it needs to be braised, all right? So really, really simple. Our ham hocks go into a pot. Nothing's turned on yet. You just pop them in. The next step is some vegetables. So we've got some peeled and chopped carrot, about a cup worth, 2 whole brown onions, chopped, and all roughly around the same size, and some celery, about 2 stalks. And then, of course, we've got some hard aromats, so about 3 bay leaves, and thyme, about 1/4 of a bunch. We've got some good chicken stock here. If you don't have chicken stock, you can use water. There's no problem with that at all. There's about 4 litres here, but it's enough to cover. Now, there's 2 ways you can cook this. You can pop that in an oven, put the oven at about 140 degrees and let that braise away for about 2.5 hours. If you don't want to do that, you can pop it on the stove, turn the gas on and bring that up to the boil and let it simmer. And let it simmer for about 2.5 hours again. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's not about time so much. It's about understanding when you pick that ham hock up, all the meat is falling off the bone. So you need to use a little bit of your nails. Right, next step is to line the terrine. What we've got here is a really basic French terrine mould, all right? What we've done here is line the terrine with some cling film, all right? And to help the cling wrap get into the terrine, we've just greased the mould. Little tips that you guys need to pick up, all right? You don't do that, you're gonna struggle getting the plastic wrap into the mould, and then when you go to tip it out, it's gonna stick to the mould. What we've got here is some basic thinly sliced prosciutto, all right? And we're just going to take some thin layers and line the mould. Now, this is a crucial point of the terrine making exercise, right? Because if you don't line that in correctly and all the same in width, you're going to get a wonky terrine. As you can see, I'm just overlapping them, So we're basically connecting each piece. As you can see there, I only need a thin strip. So I'll just slice a piece of the prosciutto in half to cover that last bit up. Right, there you have it. Our terrine is ready to put our ham inside. Right, guys, so our ham hocks have been on for about 2.5 hours. And how I can tell they're cooked, see the meat's just coming off the bone? Yeah, they're ready to go. Look, it's just all coming off the bone. That's just, that's yumminess. It's yumminess. So the next step is we need to pick the meat off the bone. Who wants to get their hands dirty?
Well.
Claire, come on. Come and get your hands dirty in this adults-only version of Eggs Benedict. Rubber gloves.
Thank you.
Oh,
Put my grubby hands over there.
Fat fingers. So we're gloved up. I think the best bit is you need to try and pull out as much of the ham hock onto a tray before you go straining it. Look at that.
It smells delicious.
Why don't you grab a spoon and taste some of this stock and tell everyone what you think.
Oh, yum. It's kind of smoky and salty and really good depth of flavour, even though the vegetables haven't been browned off.
Yeah. And you know what? That stock doesn't go in the binner. That gets passed off. And you can imagine just blending a few fresh peas through that, some mint. Just beautiful. Right, I'm just going to pop this to the side. And Claire, if you come and jump over here, what I'm going to get you to do is, while I'm going to pass off the stock, what we need is all that beautiful meat. It's really important that you pick this while it's hot. Okay, it cools down, it starts to set. All right, so you need to pick it while it's hot. Be really careful, you don't burn yourself. So Claire, I'm going to let you do that. Okay, off you go. Now, this stock here is like liquid gold. So what we're going to do is just pass that into this fine sieve here. And we'll just tap that through. And again, there's more bits of meat in there that we don't want to waste. So I'm just going to pop that there. Claire, thank you so much. You've done a brilliant job. I mean, you picked all the meat. Looks nice and clean, ready for me to finish it off.
Thanks.
Thank you. The next step is to actually put that into our terrine mould. But before we do that, we're going to toss that meat through a bit of mustard butter, just because we want a bit more flavour. Really simple. 250 grams of soft butter. Seeded mustard, a tablespoon, maybe 2, maybe 3. Okay, I want a bit of guts and oomph. And that mustard's going to help cut through all the richness of the ham hock. We fold that through. All right, next step is to fold this meat through this butter. I take the warm ham hock meat and then I take some of this mustard butter. And of course, some picked flat parsley for a bit of freshness, about a half a bunch worth. And then we just mix that through really gently. What I'm looking for is this ham hock to be nice and glazed with the butter. Oh, yum. The final step is to actually pop our meat into our terrine mould. And what we want to look for when we're actually layering it is to make sure our meat is going the same way as the terrine. You don't have to be too pedantic. It's one of these sort of rustic country-style terrines, but we still want it to be nice. When you're packing the terrine, you want to make sure that you're removing any air bubbles. So don't press it down so you're squeezing all that juice up. You just want to put enough weight on it for it to settle down. Right, time to close this baby up. What I want to do is just trim some of that excess prosciutto off. It's always best to do that later than doing it before. Then do the same thing to the other side. Then fold over the prosciutto to cover the top of the terrine so all sides are covered. Next step is to pull the cling film over the top of the terrine. So first the sides, then the other side. It's like you're putting a little baby to bed, yeah? And then what I've got here is a piece of polystyrene straight off a fruit and vegetable box. We've cut that out, we've wrapped that with cling film, and that will be the press for the terrine. We've got to pop a certain amount of weight on this terrine when we put it in the fridge, so it's beautiful from one side to the other. So the best thing to use to pop weight on this is a mortar and pestle. All right, we pop that on top, that goes in the fridge, and you watch, we'll have the most beautiful flat terrine. Our terrine is ready. It's been in the fridge for about 2.5 hours. Gently just tease that. There you have it.
Gee, it's pretty firm, isn't it? It's amazing how much gelatin is in those ham hocks.
That's
amazing.
Right. The moment of truth. Let's slice it. And there you have it.
Oh, it's beautiful. Lovely. Really nice.
All right. Just pop that on a plate. And a little bit of olive oil just to glossen that up. I'll let you do the finger, Gary.
Yep, love that.
But just to show that you can cut it in different ways, you know, you can do a nice big chunk, all right, and then maybe we'll just take this cling film off. Just maybe do nice little blocks.
That's nice, isn't it? I think what's beautiful about it is you can see all the little nuggets, all the little beautiful pieces of ham hock in there. It's lovely.
It's really important to let that come up to room temperature. Right, guys, I'm going to leave Gary up to the Hollandaise, and I'll be back for plate up.
See you in a bit. Now that George has done his terrine, we're going to do the other components of the dish. And what he's asked me to do is a little brioche crouton, make the Hollandaise, and poach an egg. And this relates back to that Eggs Benedict challenge. So to start off, we need to make a reduction, all right? So first of all, you simply take a few shallots, there's about 8 or 9 here, and blend. So what I've done is blend these, and in strict terms, what you've done is you bruised all those shallots by blending them and chopping them like this. So we put that chopped shallot, and plenty of it, into a saucepan or a pan in this case, because I want you to be able to see what's going on in there. A couple of bay leaves, and about 8 or 9 peppercorns, black peppercorns. You can use white, doesn't matter. And also, a couple of sprigs of thyme. So these are just some aromatic flavours that you're adding to the pan, OK? Next up, as a rule of thumb, twice the amount of white wine to white wine vinegar. Not a cheap vinegar. This is a wine vinegar. You want champagne as a preference, champagne vinegar, OK? So we're going to put in a good old sloosh of wine, and there's probably a cup and a half of white wine, and then about half a cup of the white wine vinegar. And that's going to give you a nice balance between what will be the sweetness of the wine as it reduces, and the sweetness of the shallots, and then that acidic kick that you're going to get from the vinegar. Now, once you've got that in a pot, turn it on. Bring it to the boil and reduce it to increase the flavour. And you take it down until you've basically got a moist sort of slurry of shallots. So that's going to take about 5 to 10 minutes to reduce down to what I'm looking for. And while that's happening, I'll do the little poached eggs for George and I's dish. So we're not going to do that classic poached egg that we did in the challenge, which is into vinegared water. We're going to do it into a bit of commercial grade cling film. And this is quite important because if you use a domestic cling film, it's thinner. And what happens is it bursts in the boiling water. What I'm going to do is just put a little bit of oil into the dish and a little bit of salt. And I'm just going to run my finger around so that that cling film is coated with oil and just give it a nice non-slip surface so that when we peel this from the egg, it comes off nice and easy. And then break one egg in very, very carefully, OK? Now, next job is to then expel the air around the egg and lift it up into a little parcel or money bag, all right, like this. And when I say expel the air, what you want to do is pinch close to the egg white and then just run your fingers up the cling film like this, OK? You don't want air in there. And then you'll have a really nice shaped egg. And then from there, you twist and tie. And what I do is always tie around my finger so it goes round and through that little hole. And then that means you've got a little slip knot that you can use to push down towards the egg. Does that make sense? So these eggs are going to get dropped into simmering water, and they'll take about 3 to 4 minutes just off the boil. You just want a very, very gentle poach. That's the whole idea, okay? So we'll leave those going for 3 to 4 minutes, and then we'll plunge them into ice water, ready for the finished dish. Next up, the brioche crouton that we're going to pop that little egg onto. So this is a loaf of brioche, which is essentially a very buttery bread, very healthy, all right? And what we want is a nice slice. And I love brioche because it's rich and silky. It's absolutely gorgeous. So we're going to cut the crusts off. And remember, brioche crumbs have got a multitude of uses, so never throw any of these crusts away. We'll cut little blocks. We'll do a couple of different ones, because you never know George. He might change his mind and decide he wants something different. All right, so we've got a couple of options there. So these eggs are actually beautifully cooked, and I can tell they're cooked because they're just set on the outside and the yolk is still very mooey, so it's still undercooked. So we're going to pop those into ice water, and then we can actually reheat those when we need them, and then snip the cling film off, and we'll have these beautifully formed little poached eggs. And remember, this is because it's a restaurant-style dish. I wouldn't be doing this for 400 for breakfast, trust me, okay? So eggs to one side, and they're ready for later. Next up, the brioche. I've got a little bit of clarified butter. The rest of it we're going to use for the hollandaise. Because it's very buttery, it will colour quickly. So in they go. Little square ones as well, just in case we change our mind with the presentation. So as I said, these are pretty quick, so they've only been in for 30 seconds or so. So over they go. And that's because of the sugar content, the butter and the eggs in the brioche itself, all right? Okay, so we'll take those out. They're browned nicely on all sides. I'm sure George can choose 1 or 2 of those for his poached egg plate up. So we'll pop those over there. And hollandaise next. Reduction of shallots is done, okay? So that's ready to go. Next up is the egg yolks. Hollandaise is essentially a foamy emulsion of egg yolks, which you cook with clarified butter. So we separate the eggs, and I'm going to do a 4-yolk hollandaise. Any less than that, I reckon, is a bit problematic, only because you're relying on this sort of fluid aeration of the egg yolk. If there's not enough of it, I reckon it's more difficult to make, because the egg yolk cooks very quickly if you're not careful. So we separate those. Now, into the egg yolks, we're going to put a spoon of this reduction, okay? At least. However much you think is going to need some flavour, right? We're also going to put in a splash of water. And the water's important because we have to aerate the egg yolks before they start cooking. So the whole idea is to have a nice light mixture that you can control. The more air in it, the easier it is to control in terms of how even that foam cooks. See how aerated that's become already? So once it's started to aerate, onto the heat. We've got to whisk and we've got to cook that foam. Now that's starting to hold itself, see? And I'm pretty close now. Take it off the heat because it's getting out of control. That steam is heat being knocked out of the mixture. Now, see that? And watch how it'll hold itself for a second and then just fall away. Done. The clarified butter, popped in the microwave, warmed up, and what happens is the solids separate from the fats. You skim away the impurities and then you strain it, so you're removing the water. So you've got pure butter fat. So slow trickle, whisk evenly. And you don't have to whisk like a lunatic. Like making a mayonnaise, it's about emulsification. So just by agitating that a bit, it's emulsifying, it's coming together. And the reason I'm doing it over the pot is because there's a little bit of warm water under there that's keeping the whole thing at sort of an ambient temperature, which is great. All right? See how we're travelling. delicious. It needs a good bit of lemon juice. And what this will do is just thin it down a little bit. So you want to make sure that your hollandaise is a little thick before you put it in. Bang on. So hollandaise is made, OK? It is a little bit of a different technique, leaving the shallots in. And it's pretty easy just to resolve that shallot inside. You just pass it through a sieve. And that's all ready to go for the poached egg and to finish off the ham hock dish. Nice and easy. And I just want to squeeze that shallot through. So we'll pop some cling film on it, and we'll call George back in, and we'll plate the dish up.
Gaz.
All right?
How you going?
Good.
Beautiful.
I made a couple of square ones and a couple of long ones. I reckon the long ones might look better.
Yeah.
But it's up to you.
Brilliant. All right.
So we're ready to plate up.
We've got some beautiful shapes here. The terrine has come to room temperature, which is always nice. I'm just going to scatter this around. These look beautiful. Maybe one there. Maybe one there. Then we've got some beautiful white bean vinaigrette. And this will cut through that richness of that hollandaise and, of course, that buttery ham hock terrine. They look lovely, these little beans, don't they?
Yeah, gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
We might just make a little salad for this piece here.
Because you've got to eat your greens.
You've got to eat your greens.
Excellent. All right, let's have a go at these eggs, shall we? Now we've got to tease this very carefully. Do you want a bit of pepper on it?
Yeah. Look at that.
All right, that looks beautiful. And I think we'll only put one egg on.
Yeah.
Not a spare.
Yeah.
But I think when you're making eggs like this, it's always a good idea to do a spare. Yeah? So hollandaise, and that will finish it. Just a little dollop, I think. Got to be easy with this stuff, yeah?
Oh.
How's that?
Yum. There you have it. That's our adults-only version of Eggs Benedict.
I like it.
I like it a lot. Right, it's tasting time. Jimmy, Peter and Courtney, come and have a taste. Did you miss masterclass?
I did miss masterclass.
Yeah.
Ladies first. Come on, Court.
Just have the salad.
Yeah, fine. No problem. Go for it.
Seriously good ham and eggs. The best ham and eggs I've ever had.
That is the best Terrine. Really well with the little toasted brioche, perfect poached egg. What a breakfast.
That's fantastic. And obviously the plating looks amazing too.
Hopefully you'll all be making perfect hollandaise and perfect terrines. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. My top tips for making terrine. It's important that you grease your terrine mould so it's easy to tip out. My second top tip is when you slice the terrine, you slice it cold. Pop it on a plate and you let it come to room temperature before you serve it.
Top tips for hollandaise. Make the reduction around the shallots. You want the sweetness of those beautiful shallots. A few aromats like bay leaf, peppercorn, and thyme should do the trick. Number 2, temperature is crucial. If it gets too hot or it goes too cold, it's going to split. So it's about controlling the heat and understanding the heat. We covered some important techniques on this little segment, particularly the hollandaise. Emulsions. Every chef worth his salt must understand how to emulsify something. A good mayonnaise, a good hollandaise, a good mousseline. Now you've been shown, you have to get this right. So it's all about practice, practice, practice.
I feel great that I've been chosen as one of the 2 to go to a private masterclass at Bellfleur to learn from Jan de Hart.
Whoa. A private masterclass from Jan de Hart is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
I'm Jan de Hart from Bellfleur Fine Chocolates. I'm a third-generation chocolate maker from Belgium. We've been making chocolates in Australia for 25 years now. I can't imagine a world without chocolate. Gary and George have asked me to give you a private masterclass in handmade chocolates, and a little bit later, you guys will have your own opportunity to make a Peruvian origin truffle chocolate.
Wow.
Do you guys like chocolate?
I love chocolate. When I was a kid, I never liked chocolate at all.
Well, you're going to get a big opportunity today, and hopefully you're going to walk away enjoying quality of chocolate. So let's go upstairs and get the lesson started.
Cool.
Welcome, Adam and Alvin, in our chocolate preparation environment. We're going to tell you all about the origin of chocolate. As you can see here, we have what we call the cocoa pot, which is the chocolate bean that grows in tropical countries all over the equator. Wow. These cocoa pots, they are cultivated about twice a year. When they're ready, they get cut open, and inside you'll find what we call cocoa nibs. They'll get dried in the sun to about this consistency. Have a look at it, have a feel of it. Once it is dried, we then get to the roasting state of the cocoa nibs. From that moment on, it gets crushed. The oil that comes out of the paste, we call cocoa butter. Now, just for your information, cocoa butter is also used in the cosmetic industry.
Tastes a little bit like lip balm.
Yeah. Now, what is left over after the cocoa butter has been extracted, you'll end up with a cocoa mass, which is 99% chocolate. This particular chocolate in this form is not edible, it's very bitter. From that stage, we start blending the chocolate with the cocoa butter and sugar to create what we call our normal dark chocolate. Have a bit of a taste of this and let me know what you think of this.
So this gets extracted into this and that?
Yeah. So what is left, that is the juice that comes out. That's what's left over. Then it all gets blended in together again to create what you're now eating. That's got added sugar in there now.
We like added sugar.
You like that, eh? Yeah. What are you tasting in that, Alvin?
You still taste a lot of the cocoa, but there's a certain bitterness as well, which is like, I love dark chocolate, so.
Which is also the best type of chocolate to eat from a health factor. Once we start adding into the dark chocolate milk powders and possibly more sugar, we're going to create a sweeter, softer blend of chocolate. Try that and just compare that. So what do you think, Adam, of that milk chocolate now, after you tried it after the dark chocolate?
You know I don't eat a lot of chocolate, but it's just amazing. Like, as it hits your mouth, it just goes all over, and it's up in my nose and everywhere.
It's amazing, isn't it? Eh? You fall in love with chocolate like that, aren't you? Eh? So for somebody that I think before you came today, you didn't really enjoy chocolate, is that right? Did I hear that well?
That's a bit of an understatement.
The other chocolate we have here is white chocolate. Technically, it's not chocolate. It is cocoa butter mixed with icing sugar and milk powders. Technically not chocolate because it has not got the cocoa mass in it. So guys, today we're going to make a Peruvian single origin truffle. I'll just cut one open to show you what it looks like inside. You can see inside you have the butter chocolate filling, which we're going to make. And then once it is set hard, we're going to encase it in dark chocolate and then roll it in the chocolate shavings. It is a recipe that came from my grandfather. The first stage is making the filling. All we have to do is mix 3 ingredients together. 1 kilo unsalted butter. And now we're going to add 400 grams of fondant, which is a sugar.
Oh, it is quite sticky, isn't it?
If you can't find this, you can substitute it by icing sugar. And finally, I'm going to add 2 tablespoons of vanilla paste. Now, guys, this is now been whipping for 5 minutes or so. And this is the consistency you're after. White, fluffy. You want to try it? Yeah. See what you think of this?
Thank you.
Just a little bit.
It's not as sweet as I thought it would be.
No. We're going to transfer this now to this bowl here. And then we're going to add to that the tempered Peruvian origin chocolate. Now, at this stage, because we're entering the tempered chocolate, so the butter, we need to be fairly quickly because it starts to solidify.
Do we need to taste it again?
You can taste it. Now, I will just now mix it all together from the sides. Okay, at this particular stage, our filling is ready. But we now need to be fairly quickly to pipe that into the shape that we want to do it. So I'm going to do it. We're going to do it together. We have now the piping bag, disposable. Now, if you ever hold a piping bag, you fold it over your fingers, so it becomes a bit of a funnel, and then scoop the mixture into the piping bag. If you're not used to do this, don't overfill your piping bag, and then keep turning and release a little bit of the filling. So we're now going to shape our truffle. Watch what I'm doing. It's sort of an oval shape. I'll come forward, come backwards, and over the top. So Adam, I'm going to let you try first.
I'm totally going to screw this up.
Not bad, not bad. Just got to finish in a slow, even motion. That's it, it's getting better. Very good.
This is harder than I ever thought it would be.
Okay, Alton, how about you now having a go? Wow.
Nice.
This is excellent, Alden, for the first time. Thank you, Alden. Now that we finished piping it, we're going to let it sit in a room temperature until it's touch hard. So guys, the next step in making our Peruvian origin chocolate is to temper the chocolate. For this, we use a bain-marie. Just make sure the water is in the boiling point, but does not touch the bottom of the pot you're gonna warm up the chocolate in. Then gradually add the chocolate buttons, and bit by stirring, we're gonna melt the chocolate. It's no point adding all the chocolate into the bowl. It will become one big mass. So you gradually melt it, and when that is melted through, then we add more of the buttons into it. And that continuing stirring is also important because the bottom of the pot is quite warm, and we want that chocolate to melt evenly. All right, you can see now it's melting. Now I'm going to add a bit more. Before we can temper this chocolate, it needs to be melted through. So you can see now the chocolate is just about melted. I don't want any more heat now. I'm going to switch off my bain-marie. So we're happy with the consistency of our chocolate. Now we're going to bring it to the marble bench to be tempered. We're going to pour the chocolate about 2/3 on the marble bench. All you really need is a cold surface. This particular process, we're bringing in the chocolate from the outside inside. During our warming up of the chocolate over the bain-marie, all the ingredients got a little bit out of whack, so we got to make sure they crystallize together at the same time to have what we call tempered chocolate. Now, you've got to continuously doing it.
So, Jan, essentially tempered chocolate means bringing it up to a certain temperature and then bringing it down
That's
again.
right. It's called tempering to that particular temperature. Yeah. Now, what we're doing is we're cooling the chocolate to about 28 degrees. This is very critical. I'm going to bring that to my lip to test it because my lip is very sensitive. If you want to use, you can use a meat thermometer. So I'm going to... It starts to feel cold. I'm thinking this is about 30 degrees. It's not quite cold enough. You can see also that it starts to become more pasty, not so fluid anymore.
Yeah.
See how it's now starting to set? I'm now going to bring the cooled chocolate. You can see how pasty it is.
Yeah.
Into the warm chocolate. Mix it all well together. So by mixing the cold, tempered chocolate with the warm chocolate, which is 28 degrees, I'm now getting it to a temperature of about 31. I've got probably 1 degree more, 32, that I can play with. But that's very critical. If you haven't reached this temperature, which is exact, then you must start all over again. Don't try to temper if you're not happy with it. I might feel it again. To me, that feels still warm. So I'm going to give you a little bit. It needs to be cooled down a bit more. Cool. Now, you must act very quickly now. Continuously folding it in. You're doing a very good job. You see how it's now becoming pasty and it starts to really sit on the bench and you feel it's becoming very hard to pick it up. Now you're going to mix it back into the warm chocolate. Alvins, can you put your chocolate in there too? Does it see how pasty it is?
Yeah.
Thick?
Yeah.
And it starts to become lumpy too?
Yeah.
So mix it in the warm chocolate, stir well. And you see how it's lumpy? By stirring it in the warm chocolate, the little lumps will start to melt back into it again. Keep stirring, I can still see lumps there. Now, one way of finding out whether we're happy with the result of our tempered chocolate is taking a sample. So we're going to dip the side of a plastic cone into the chocolate. Put it in front of you. Just wait a couple of minutes, and that should sit shiny and hard fairly quickly. If that doesn't look right and it's streaky, we got to temper all over again. You can see how shiny it's actually set and it's hard. So boys, now we come to our final step of the chocolate making, which is the fun part of chocolate, really. So we've got our truffles, which we piped before. I'll drop it into the chocolate. I'll push it under, make sure you don't lose it. You bring it up, here it is. Bring it back to the pot so the excess of chocolate runs away. Scrape it off and drop it onto the shavings and roll it into the shavings before it sets and coat it. All right? Why don't you have a go, Adam? This is the fun part of chocolate. Push it right down. That's enough. And wipe it underneath.
Oh, yeah, you laugh. You laugh at what I do. Hey, it's a truffle.
Perfect. Have a go, Alvin. The chocolate you're using is dark chocolate, but you can also use milk chocolate. And instead of rolling it into chocolate shavings, you can also roll it into roasted almonds. Roasted coconut.
Nice one, Alan.
Excellent work, boys. Now, let's just see what that turned out to be. Now, after we've rolled it, I need to set a little bit. So you pick it up, you feel it. They're ready to be put on the tray.
Look, it's on yours, Adam.
How do you know that's mine?
Let's just put that against that one.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm quite happy with these.
Yeah, me too.
Now we are to the fun part of tasting our creations.
Bottoms up. I think it's great. I've never made a chocolate before. This is the first chocolate I've made in my entire life.
You've done a very, very good job.
It's brilliant. I think you also appreciate what goes into the chocolate, like what the processes are. So it's not just tasting good, but the labor in it.
And can you taste that sort of creamy filling coming through? My top tips of making good quality chocolate is the tempering of the chocolate, very important, and do not refrigerate your finished product. Thank you guys for coming to Bellefleur and learning how to make a Peruvian origin truffle. I hope you guys do very well in MasterChef, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Jan.
It's been a pleasure, Adam.
Thank you so much, Jan. It's been the most fun I've had in a masterclass, so cheers.
I never thought that I would come here liking chocolate, but you totally changed my life. There's so much more to it.
A great pleasure.
Let's go this way.
Next up in Masterclass, we're going to touch on a little subject that we think needs improvement on your side. And that's because it was a bit of a monumental failure on the CWA challenge. You had difficulties, not only with the scones, but with the cakes.
They are supposed to be evenly sized.
What I'm going to make is an all-time classic and quite a complicated French pastry, or cake, or gâteau, called opera, which is made with jacquante, buttercream, and ganache.
Sounds delicious.
You're going to go and take a break while
I
I
will.
while I cook?
Because it sounds really difficult. We'll leave you to it.
Now, a masterclass wouldn't be a masterclass unless I have a little helper. And I need somebody who had big troubles with their sponge. So, Callum, up here. Right, the first thing we're going to do is make a Giconde, or an almond sponge. So first up, I want you to come over here. And I've got 4 eggs in here, and I want you to whisk those up until light and creamy. Go. On full, Yeah. So what we're looking for is a really aerated egg mixture. They're whole eggs, and it will form a foam. And this is much like a genoise, which is a really light sponge. Now, while Callum's doing that, I'm going to sift some dry ingredients. And in French cooking, there's a thing called templeton, which is an equal quantity of icing sugar and almond or hazelnut meal, 150 grams of each. And what I'm doing is sifting it, because I want to take out any husk from the almond, any lumps that have accumulated inside that icing sugar. And then I've got 60 grams of plain flour. Not a lot of flour. This acts as the stabiliser in the sponge. That's it, Callum, keep going. And the aeration's crucial here, because what's going to happen is when we put the dry ingredients in, it's going to knock the air out. And what I want you to do next is do the same with the egg whites. All right, so we've got 2 aerations here. A little bit of sugar. There's 4 egg whites and 35 grams of sugar. Now, what I've done is add a little bit of sugar at the start. So I put about 1/3 in, and then I rain in the other 2/3 of the sugar. If you put all the sugar in at once, what it'll do is it'll flatten the structure and it won't aerate. So in there. That's about right. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's good. So it's soft peaks, beautiful. So just tap that and pop that on the side. So we've got our 2 aerated mixtures, the eggs and the egg whites. Next, we're going to put this sifted dry ingredient into the egg yolks. And you can see why now I'm using a bit of paper. There you go. You keep mixing gently. Next, we're going to put in fat. So you realise this is knocking it down. And again, the fat will knock that down. So there's about 30 grams of butter. Fold that in. Fully mixed in, nearly?
Almost. Yeah, I think
that's it. Brilliant.
Yeah, it's good.
So now we've knocked it down within dry ingredients. We're now going to lift it back up with the egg whites, right? OK?
OK.
You need to get into the fact that you've got to turn the bowl. See?
OK, yeah.
And when you turn the bowl like that, see how easy it is to incorporate?
Yeah.
And just do it a few more times until it's incorporated. You're doing a good job. Excellent job. Feels nice and light?
Yeah, I think we've kept most of the hair in.
OK, so next up, we've got to get this Giconde mix onto the baking paper. And we need enough on there so that we can spread. This is really only, I'd say, a couple of millimetres thick.
So does this rise at all when it's baking?
It doesn't rise a lot, but it rises enough just to give you that lovely sweet almondy mixture. You pick this one up, we'll pop this on, and then we'll pick yours up. Just tension it a bit, that's it. Is that one? All right, pop that one in there like that, OK? Now, you can pop all those in the oven. They're going to go in at 200 degrees, and they'll only take about 4 to 5 minutes, to be honest. And what you're looking for is a tinge of golden brown across the sponge and around the edges. All right, Callum, let's see how those babies come out. Thanks. Off you go.
Thank you.
OK, so that's the sponge, or the Giconde made for the gâteau opera. So next up, we're going to make coffee buttercream. Now, a little buttercream struggle was Marion. Remember? That pink buttercream for your Napolitan cake.
The first batch looked really runny, so I just ditched it because I didn't like the look of it.
Come up here and I'll show you another technique. So I want you to come around this side. Okay. So there's 300 grams of sugar. Pop that in there. All right, and all we're going to do is we're going to boil this. So I just want you to moisten that sugar with some of that water. You might not need all of it, but the water is there just to sort of retard the cooking. So it's dissolving the sugar and just allowing it to come together. And then you can pop the candy thermometer on the edge and pop it on the gas. So what we want is to cook that sugar syrup until it hits 121 to 125 degrees. And what we're going to do is we're going to cook these egg yolks in a sabayon with that sugar. So there's 5 egg yolks in there, so pop those in a bowl. And I want you to whisk those in exactly the same way as Callum whisked the whole eggs before, so it becomes an airy mass. So when you're boiling sugar, you just need to make sure you clean the sides of the pot down with water just once in a while to make sure that no crystallised sugar that's flicked up onto the side of the pot falls back into your boiling syrup. Because if that happens, the risk is but it's going to crystallise the whole amount or the whole mass, and that happens. That's cool. That's probably enough. Just tap it, but keep that because you're going to use that in a second. Right, sponges should be ready. Let's have a squiz in the oven. Ooh, look at those babies. That's perfect. And then what I do is, while they're hot, is I just cut them into size, because what happens is the edges are a little crisp on the jacquante, because as it cools, they'll get more difficult to actually cut because they'll shatter. OK, so next job, now our sugar's at 125 and it's softball, is to drizzle this into the egg yolks. And we're just going to go in a very thin stream. And effectively, that's just going to cook those egg yolks. So what we've got to do is we've got to whisk that until it's cool, so it's the same temperature as the butter, all right? So to do that, rather than using this machine, we'll transfer that to the mix master, flick it on, and just let it rotate and cool the mixture down, and then we'll add little blobs of that butter, all right? So that's quite hot. Feel that, right?
Yeah, and it's quite hot.
Because the sugar's 121 degrees, so that'll do it, right? So pour that in there and then stick it on. And we've got to cool it down until it's the temperature of the butter, which is not 121 degrees. All right, so just pop it on the machine and let it whir away for a couple of minutes, and we'll get ready to pop that butter in. Beautiful. That's it. And we'll just let it do its thing until it reduces in temperature. So that's started to cool down. It may be a little bit warm, still a bit of temperature on there, but hopefully by the time we start putting the butter in, it'll knock the temperature out of it. So we'll soon find out if it works, won't we? So the idea is just to knock lumps into that beautiful silky mousseline or sabion, right? And I'll show you, because you don't want to get it knocked into there, right? So just at a distance, all right? And I'm praying that it's not too warm. Try and keep your spoon out of the bowl.
Okay.
So there's a total of 500 grams of butter going into that mixture. You've got to be careful that the temperature of the butter and of the mousseline, which is the sabion, you know, the egg yolks and sugar, are consistent, are the same. Go on, have a little taste. Go on, little finger in there. Is that the smoothest buttercream you've ever had in your life?
Oh, wow.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
That's really good.
It's good. OK, final touch to this. I'm not going to show you how to do it because it's really easy. This is coffee essence, all right? And I've made that just by pushing through some espressos through a machine. It's about 6 espressos through there. And I put about 100 grams of sugar, and then I've reduced it until it becomes glossy. And just this massive, smell that, massive kick of coffee. So that's the coffee essence, and it's going to go in 2 things. It's going to go into the buttercream. I've also made a simple sugar syrup, which is equal quantities of sugar and water. And to that, I'm going to add the coffee essence. So I've got a coffee syrup that I'll soak into the sponges. So you get a double hit of coffee. So, Marion, if you put in about 3 generous teaspoons of that coffee essence. Right, so pop the machine down, give it a whir, and then I need you to taste it just to make sure it's a really good coffee flavour. Looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks really
good. All right, that'll do. And obviously, by making that coffee essence, you've put in a concentrated kick of coffee flavour. Marion, do you think you can make buttercream again?
Yep.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Gary.
Right. So our gâteau opera is on the way. We've made the jacquante, the little almond sponge. We've made the coffee buttercream. All I've got to do is make ganache and a little coffee syrup, and we can start to build. And I will need a volunteer for that one, so beware. OK, so we're going to make chocolate ganache. This is really easy. I'm sure all of you know how to do it. Basically, we're going to shred a good quality chocolate, bring cream up to the boil, and pour that hot cream over the chocolate and allow it to melt. So we're going to shred the chocolate. What I've done is I've already shredded 1 block. So there's 2 blocks of chocolate in here, which is 400 grams. And then we just need 300 mils of cream, and we're going to bring that to the boil and pour that on top of 400 grams of grated chocolate. We're also going to put in a little bit of butter, which will enrich this chocolate ganache. There's about 30 grams, OK? Cream's up to the boil. Pour it over the chocolate. And just allow that to melt through. So what I'm looking for is a lovely, smooth, silky and slightly thick ganache, which will actually thicken as it cools down. And what you can do with ganache, which is a nice touch, is you can whisk it when it's cool. Not cold, because it'd be too hard, but when it's cool, and it'll aerate it slightly and make it a little bit lighter, all right? So I'm going to pop this in the fridge and let it cool down. So what we're going to do now is build this cake, and all we're going to do is just layer this little baby up. But first, before we do that, I've melted some chocolate. What I'm going to do is just paint one layer with the chocolate. The reason I'm doing this is because I'm just actually sealing the bottom, because I'm going to flip it over, and that's going to form the base of this little opera cake, OK? So what it does, it gives it a firm base as it sets, all right? First thing, coffee syrup. Remember, that was our sugar syrup with the coffee essence in it. And you just want enough so that it starts to penetrate into the sponge and just give it a nice coffee boost or coffee flavour, and it makes it nice and moist as well. So a bit of this soft buttercream. And just nice thin layer. And it doesn't matter if it goes out of the edges a little bit, because we're going to trim that off anyway. So next, little layer of sponge, like that. And what I do is just press it down and just make sure that it's nice and flat. Again, another little bit of the coffee syrup. And this cake's quite resilient. It's not a super light Neapolitan cake. It's quite a dense, rich and extravagant gâteau. So this can be popped in the fridge and allowed to firm up and just absorb all those flavours, you know, particularly this coffee syrup. Let's have a look how that ganache is. It's nice and soft. Could be a little bit firmer, but it'll be fine for this because we only want a very thin layer. Oh my goodness. Bad, bad. Looks beautiful, doesn't it? And all we're going to do is we're going to repeat this until we've got a couple of layers of each one. Top it off and mask it with a bit more ganache. OK, the opera's been in the fridge for a little while now, so it can set. So what we're going to do is we're just going to trim off those rough outside edges. George?
Wow.
It's an oldie, but it's a goodie.
It's an oldie, but a goodie. It's beautiful. May I?
That. Yep, you can have a little trimming.
That's a big one. That's delicious.
Nice?
Delicious. It's textural, it's bitter, it's coffee, there's sponge, it's yum.
And then I want to put some cocoa powder on the top. And this is really good quality, dense cocoa powder. And then I'm going to lift that up, pop it on the plate. So you're going to put a little bit of cream on.
Yeah.
A little bit of creme fraiche, which is quite dense. Oh. And then just put a little piece of gold leaf right on the top. Oh, look at that. Yeah, that's it. Beautiful, beautiful. It just adds that little extravagance, that opulence. And opera, that's what it's all about. So there you have it, a classic gâteau opera with a little bit of gold leaf. So we need a couple of volunteers to taste the gâteau opera. Yes. Is that all? Oh, Marion, Jonathan and Callum. Take a little bit of the gold leaf if you want.
Such an intense coffee flavour.
It's good, isn't it?
Mm. I love that bitterness as well you get from the cocoa. Sometimes things like this can be too sweet, but I think with something like that on top, it really cuts through it as well.
But also the texture, everything is so velvety. Like, that's the best buttercream I've ever tasted. It's
good,
so smooth. Mm.
And I think the sponge benefits from being soaked, and you can soak it more, you could put Kahlua in there, anything that just sort of, you know, enhances the flavours. Right, guys, sit down. Thank you very much. OK, my top tips for that little gâteau opera. The Joconde is a great recipe to bank. And remember, it's about the aeration of the eggs and how you treat them, that they're light, creamy and foamy. The second tip is how you fold in the dry ingredients into the wet. Has to be really gentle, turn the bowl and lift it over itself so that you incorporate it thoroughly, but you don't knock out all the air.
All right, guys, it's been a massive week. Come up and grab some food. Oh, guys, it's a bit wet out there.
Yeah.
What happened?
Oh, it's wet.
What was that chocolate?
He ate it in the car.
Right.
Anyone want a little red?
So, boys, how was your fabulous day at Bellfleur?
Amazing, actually.
It's great. It's every chocoholic's dream.
Is it?
Yeah. As a total non-chocoholic, I could have gone through the rest of my life without ever eating chocolate, and I think I've turned a corner today.
Wow, fantastic. So worth it? Worthwhile?
Definitely.
Thank you very much.
It's good to hear.
Can you pass one down to Alvin? And
I'll do that. It's been a massive week for you guys. To have 3 people come back into the competition, and they deserve it, let me tell you. They fought tooth and nail to give themselves a second chance. It ruffles the feathers of the rest of you, and you know what? That's a good thing. So ruffle on and cook on. Here's to the rest of the competition.
Cheers. Cheers.
Next time on MasterChef Australia.
Welcome back to a whole new week.
The top 10 amateurs begin the countdown to the final week with an exotic surprise in the mystery box.
Don't try this at home.
Then they pair up to cook for the godmother of Australian cuisine, Margaret Fulton.
We'd love you to show Margaret Fulton that home is where the heart is.
In a race to invent the 2 best home-style dishes.
I just can't see this dish getting plated up.
Can their skills meet the standards of the country's most experienced home cook?
They say you can never trust a thin cook.
It's a disaster, really.
Last week on MasterChef Australia,
This exercise is about shaking the tree.
11 eliminated contestants battle it out for a place back in the competition.
This is brilliant.
And Jimmy, Peter and Courtney earned a second shot at their MasterChef dream.
It's time for us all to get ready for a really tough competition ahead.
Tonight, the top 10 amateurs begin the countdown to finals week.
This is the moment that MasterChef has got serious.
First up, the mystery box reveals an exotic surprise.
Don't try this at home.
Then the hopefuls pair up to cook a home-style menu in the Invention test.
This should play right into our favour.
Can their skill match the experience of Australian culinary icon, Margaret Fulton?
Knowing that she's going to be eating my food and judging it is really scary.
The prize for the ultimate winner, a chance to work alongside some of the country's best chefs, publish their very own cookbook, $100,000 to launch their food dream, and the title of Australia's next MasterChef.
Waking up this morning, Marion has kindly made me some chicken soup because I'm not feeling too well. But I don't think I should let anything affect my performance at this stage of the competition.
Courtney?
That time, is it?
Yes.
Peter, Jimmy and Courtney are back and they're clearly ready to cook. We can't be complacent anymore and we can't just sort of hang in there till the end. We've got to fight for our spots.
All opened up. We leave the house, ready for a new week. Here we go.
Walking into the kitchen today, I feel very lucky to have a second chance. Now it's just a matter of me making my mark on the competition, so hopefully I can pump out some great food.
Welcome back to a whole new week in the MasterChef kitchen.
Now to those boxes in front of you. The mystery box challenge. Each one of you under those lids has the same ingredients in front of you. You have to cook your heart out because we're only gonna taste the top 3 dishes of the day. From there, one of you will win. The winner will not only get 1 advantage, they'll get 2. Going into the main part of today, the invention test.
Are you ready to find out what's under that lid? You can lift the lids on your mystery box now.
Sweet. One thing I do know about snails is that these snails are specially bred for eating. It's not a question of, you know, someone's just wandered out to the MasterChef garden and picked out a few garden variety snails.
You've got some gorgeous ingredients there. You've got snails, parsley, puff pastry, pistachios, capsicums, garlic, butter, rhubarb, cinnamon, and white chocolate. You've got a couple of pantry ingredients: eggs, cream, white wine vinegar, and salt flakes.
We've got an interesting mystery box in front of us. And I can see a lot of garlic snails in the judge's future.
You'll have 45 minutes to create something that blows us away. Your time starts now.
Closed.
Adam.
Hey guys.
Snails, are you cooking with them?
Figure if you have cooked snails with Heston Blumenthal 2 weeks ago, to not use them today would be a crime.
Just remember the taste and the elements and the textures.
What's your dish?
Shiogama. It means salt dome in Japanese, so it's a dome of salt and egg white, and in that's a package of snails that are going to be with a
Like a salt
pistachio.
crust, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, more or less.
Okay.
Let's hope the salt crust does its thing.
Thanks.
I use snails in my signature dish in Top 50, so I'm quite happy to be using snails today because I really love to cook with them. I'm doing garlic butter snails with parsley cream and a little puff pastry soldier to mop it all up with.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're not moving like a snail because you've only got 30 minutes to go.
I don't think the judges want to end up with 10 garlic butter snail dishes. So if I can do a dessert, which might be something a little bit different, then hopefully I might get noticed. So I'm going to try and make like a little thin biscuit out of pistachios that I've ground up, and I'm going to layer it with a white chocolate mousse and some rhubarb. So it's going to be sort of like a millefeuille, I guess.
You look nervous, Callum.
I am.
Get it together.
I think the risks with this dish is the pistachio biscuits. I've made this recipe before, but unfortunately there's no flour, so I'm going to try making them, and if they don't work out, I'm going to have to come up with a plan B.
Alvin, very concentrated. What's going on?
I'm doing snails cooked 2 ways, so poached in butter and then sautéed in garlic. I'm also making a pickled rhubarb and pistachio and white chocolate salad.
I love that. That's fabulous. So what's in there?
That's just rhubarb, and then you massage equal amounts of salt and sugar.
Alvin?
Lovely. Thanks, Gary.
I can't wait.
Good luck, mate. Thanks.
I just hope I haven't gone too crazy.
I'm wrapping up the snails in a little package of baking paper. Traditionally, this would be done inside a leaf or something, but without them, a little bit of baking paper is fine. I'm gonna put the little package of snails on that and then cover it with the salt crust. This salt dome has to bake for about 15 to 20 minutes, so it's nice and firm. It should sort of crack and fall away and then leave you with that little package inside that you can open up and then hopefully get this beautiful aroma of parsley and pistachio butter.
I tried to make a little pistachio biscuit, but we didn't have flour as an ingredient. I thought I might be able to get around it, but it just never got there. I think it really needed the flour, so I'm deciding not to use it in the dish. I realised that my original idea isn't going to work, and I'm going to have to come up with a plan B. Instead, I'm going to layer the dessert with puff pastry.
They say slow and steady wins the race. Let's get these snails over the line. You've got 15 minutes to go. Look, I'm really pleased to see they've gone with the snails. It's fantastic.
I think they're a beautiful commodity and they're grown here in our country.
Yeah, they're gorgeous. Adam's doing an impressive little Japanese salt crust with the same sort of classic flavours inside, but I'm really looking forward to seeing that. The one I'm really excited about is Alvin. He's making an egg net, you know, as a little batter, and he's using a pickled and sugared rhubarb with white chocolate. Where the hell did he get that idea from? I think it's absolutely fabulous.
As my plan B dish is coming together, I'm happy to have something on the plate, but at the same time, it's not what I originally had planned. A little bit disappointed, but at least I got something on the plate.
Finishing lines in sight. You've got 1 minute to go.
With only a minute to go, I pull my pastry out. It's not quite cooked on the bottom, so I just take the top layer off, cut that into soldiers and put it on the plates.
You've got 10 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Step away from your plate.
You've just completed the Mystery Box Challenge where you have created something beautiful, delicious and magnificent. We're now going to taste the 3 best dishes of the day to find our winner. The first dish that's fought its way through to the tasting table is Adam's.
I haven't been called up for a mystery box tasting in a very long time. I'm happy to be up there. It's almost a new experience for me.
I love the idea of it. I love the fact that you've thought outside of the square. You don't eat the crust?
No, you don't eat the crust.
That's just purely for flavour, right?
It's to protect the ingredients that are inside it. Okay.
So crack it?
Yep.
Even though the flavour's good and true inside and you get those nice tender snails, it's all too small for me. It just doesn't really give me an impression of much at all.
Yeah, it's a small portion, but if that was part of a procession of, 8, 9 dishes, that's perfect. You can imagine that waiter just cracking that open in front of you. It's a whole ceremony of those snails. They're tasty, you've prepared them beautifully, they're seasoned well. A really cracking effort, mate.
Thanks.
I love the fact that you've given us beautiful snail feet, the tastiest bit of the snail. I believe that's probably a tip you picked up from Heston, his snail porridge. And I just think it's a really clever, intelligent, delicious dish that's supposed to be a little amuse, a little thing to get your palate going at the beginning of the meal. So well done. I really, really like that.
Thanks,
really clever, Adam.
I'm just really glad the judges have embraced the fun that I'm having with this dish and seen it as being something that is a little bit creative and a little bit smart in what I've cooked.
The next person up to the tasting table is Alvin.
I know Matt and Gary are seasoned snail eaters, might condemn the way I cook my snails, so yeah, I'm a little nervous.
It's a crazy combination of flavours that if you get right, honestly, you've hit the jackpot. If you get it wrong, you look like a jackass. It just seems like lunacy to me. But you know what? It works. You get this sort of creaminess of those butter poached snails. They're just so soft, they just disintegrate in your mouth. And you get this fruity acidity from the rhubarb. and then it's sort of wiped clean by this white, sweet chocolate. I just think it's a really wild, out there, cracker of a combination. And I don't know where you get the ideas from. But you know what? Keep doing it, because I love it.
Thanks, Gary.
I love this, and I absolutely adore this pickled rhubarb. It's fantastic, and I just don't know why I've never thought of that. I must be following the pack again. You're not.
Thanks, George.
I am proud how far I've come. The amount of challenges they've thrown at me, and I've come out a little bit battered and bruised, but still in a good place right now.
The last person's dish that we'd like to taste belongs to Callum.
Okay. I'm a little bit nervous when I hear the judges call my name because I'm not particularly happy with my dish today.
Callum, where this dish lets itself down is it hasn't quite got that sharpness, you know? You want to see all those little rounds of rhubarb exactly the same, and the edges of the pastry need to be crisp.
Yeah.
But in terms of flavour, that rhubarb has still got some bite to it, it's got some tang, which kind of balances the really big salty hit you've got from the white chocolate. It's a really, really good example of how with simple home ingredients, you can make a dish that's exciting and exhilarating.
It looks nice, it looks pretty. What I don't like about it is the pastry. It's cooked, but it's a bit flaky, it's a bit dry, and you haven't combated that very well, and it's a bit chewy, to be honest, which tells me that maybe it's been overworked a little bit. But what I love is that sharpness of the rhubarb, and I love the sweetness of this little sauce and the crunchy pistachios. It's a nice little pastry dish. We selected 3 of the best dishes of the day. We've tasted them, and of course now we've made a decision which one is best. The winner of today's Mystery Box Challenge is... Alvin.
I am so happy. My first mystery box win.
That is a very interesting, out there, complex, tasty, full of texture kind of dish.
You all now face the main event of today, the Invention test. We've got some special surprises for you. And the first surprise for today, you'll be working in pairs.
Last time I was in this kitchen working in pairs on an Invention test, I came out with a pin and a win.
Alvin, we told you you have 2 advantages for winning that Mystery Box Challenge. The first one, you pick the pairs. Yes. Who's going to be your partner?
Can I pick one of the judges?
Only if you pick Matt.
I'm ready to
go. Alvin?
I'm going to work with Marion.
Why Marion?
It's Marion. Who wouldn't want to work with Marion?
Alvin, now you need to pick the next pair. Who's it going to be?
My next pair will be Adam and Claire. Courtney and Jonathan.
Sweet.
Peter with Aaron.
Awesome. That means Jimmy and Callum, you're the final pair.
I suppose the main disadvantage of working the pair is if someone makes a critical error, the other person has to pay for it.
If you're in the winning team today, you get to nominate one of you to compete in the Celebrity Chef Challenge. We're also looking for the 2 least impressive pairs of the day. You'll face off in the pressure test and risk elimination.
Today's theme is to cook a home-style meal. Today's invention test also comes with a big dose of inspiration in the form of a very special guest. She was named one of the 25 most influential Australians by the Sunday Telegraph. Her 1968 cookbook was basically the first full-colour glossy cookbook, the sort of cookbooks we know and love today. She is the godmother of Australian home cooking. She is the irrepressible, the magnificent, and the hugely influential Margaret Fulton.
She's the queen of Australian cooking. My mum's first cookbook when she first came to Australia was Margaret Fulton, and all the memories come flooding back. I'm excited but nervous at the same time.
I was going to do...
Don't. Oh, no. No way.
That's what the young kids are doing, aren't they?
I know.
Mwah. Give me that. Mwah.
I know what the young kids are doing. Oh.
She's this tiny lady, but she packs such a punch. She's high-fiving the judges. You just want to take her home. You just want to give her a cuddle. She's so, so cute.
Margaret?
Yeah?
One bit of advice for our contestants who are about to do a home-style cooking challenge.
You've got to love what you do, and you've got to love the people that you're doing it for, because they will love you in return. The times I've been told, oh, Margaret, you're so marvellous, you're wonderful, and I've cooked them a pikelet or something like that. And I think you've just got to be proud of what you can do.
You're cooking for Margaret, and Margaret Fulton will be on our judging panel.
You have to cook and plate up a 2-course home-style meal for the 4 of us. It's up to you. You can serve it platter style or individually at the table, but it must be beautiful, bountiful, and full of love, just like at home. Alvin and Marion, time to pick the core ingredient in the pantry. All right, guys, the first pair of core ingredients: chicken and oranges. The second pair of core ingredients: chocolate and beef ribeye. The final pair of core ingredient. Oh my God. Oh. Tuna and apples.
Alvin, time to put them out of their misery. Reveal which 2 core ingredients you chose.
We picked chicken and oranges.
Marion and Alvin had 5 minutes in the pantry to pick their core ingredients and their 15 other ingredients to make their 2 dishes. You'll have 2 minutes. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Look, pantry visits are always tough. It's a panic kind of thing because if you miss something crucial, you're going to pay for it for the rest of the day.
I feel like I'm missing an ingredient.
We still haven't locked in what we're cooking. I don't know what's going on. I just start grabbing things that go with chicken.
Out you come, time's up.
You're cooking for iconic Margaret Fulton. Your 90 minutes starts now.
Claire, we should do a prep list.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Break them single, so like that with the skin on.
Perfect, yeah. What are you cooking for your family-style menu?
Well, we're making a main and dessert. I'm making a sweet cake to go with a nice sort of light chicken broth.
And Marion, what are you doing?
I'm doing an orange and coconut fried ice cream.
Does that sound good, Margaret? Does that sound like a family-style meal?
Yeah,
Bit
lovely.
exotic. Where did the ideas come from?
Mum used to get me yam cake from the market, and it just brings back a lot of good memories. So because we couldn't find any yam, I thought we'll alter that by using sweet instead.
We had to substitute yams with swede. The starchy consistency between yam and swede, I don't think they're similar, and the risk is that it might not work.
Adam's cooking green tea and chicken dumplings. I'm doing master stock fried chicken with chili caramel and orange salt. Master stock is basically an Asian style stock. The flavours are completely different, and the point of poaching a chicken in master stock is that you get a whole lot of flavours infused in the bird before you fry it.
How are you going?
Very well, thanks, George.
Tell me, menu, what is it?
I'm doing a dish called cluck in wrap, which is a chicken that is it's served on a
crepe. Margaret Fulton, she's going to love it.
I think that Margaret Fulton's aware that, you know, food's changing and people are exposing themselves to new influences, and I think about my family being at home. This is what I do at home.
Today I'm cooking an orange mascarpone and walnut tart. The thing with pastry is it's ideal to have cool surfaces, and the MasterChef kitchen is not a place for cool surfaces. It's full of hot, stressed bodies, very hot benches. So my pastry's probably a little bit warm. So I know the pastry isn't perfect. They're gonna be fine.
Which part of these are we going to use? Just the leg?
No, I don't reckon we
just serve the crown?
Yeah, I reckon we just
So
serve
just
the
put them
yeah.
all in the sauce?
Yeah.
Okay.
Connie and I are making a main and a dessert. Connie's going to make a classic roast chicken with a roast chicken jus, and I'm making the dessert, which is an orange curd tart and a Grand Marnier sauce.
It's the most extravagant chicken jus I've ever seen.
We're hoping that it's full of flavour. That's what we're really going for.
And that's what you want.
Okay. Yeah. When you make lemon curd or orange curd, do you cook it in a pot like that, or do you put a bowl over hot water?
I use the bowl and hot water.
I've made it like this a lot of times. I know it can scramble. I don't really have time to do this slowly. I actually had to do it really fast, and that's why I did it straight on the flame. It's just to run a risk of scrambling the eggs.
We'd love you, our MasterChef contestants, to show Margaret Fulton that home is where the heart is. You have 45 minutes to go.
You running on schedule, mate?
Yeah, I'm going to get my pastry in, and then, then I can help you.
It tastes really good, Alvin.
Yeah, the cake is coming out well too. It's getting there.
Oh, scrambled eggs. Where? Scrambled, no? Is that scrambled?
I don't think it's scrambled eggs. Do you think it's
Orange
scrambled?
curd.
Some of the egg did solidify on the top part, but it hasn't come through in the whole thing.
Get it pulled down quickly. You know, a good idea. Get a flat tray, get it in the fridge quickly.
It's not grainy. It's still a very smooth curd. Hopefully, it should be all right.
What are you guys cooking?
For dessert, we're going to do an orange parfait with some fresh oranges and raspberries.
And I'm doing a silky lentil soup, and I've taken the chicken, I've made them into little meatballs. They're going to be sitting in the middle of it, and we're making some flatbread with it as well.
What excites me most of all is to think that we're becoming such a multicultural society, and it's lovely to think we're eating like this.
The sweet cake has been steaming for 20 minutes. I have a peek, and that's when I noticed that it's not setting properly.
That's done, but it needs to dry, you know what I mean?
Oh.
So I'm slightly panicking, and it's slowly turning into a goopy mess.
I don't reckon that's going to set in there. I reckon we'll get it into smaller ramekins. And try steaming it again, do you reckon?
Yeah, let's do it.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing. My dish is falling apart, my cake is not setting, and I might not have anything to plate up.
There's a great feeling in the room today. It's great to see that Margaret Fulton can inspire them to cook food from their family.
Ow, it's hot, it's hot.
Alvin and Marion, their dishes sound beautiful, and what I love most is the deep-fried ice cream.
I think she's worried about it, though, to be honest, and I would be too. I mean, it's all about timing, so it's really got to set rock hard.
I need to cover the little parfait balls with cake. If they're not completely covered, then obviously the oil will be able to get to the ice cream when I go to fry it. I get the balls straight back into the freezer so that they have time to firm up a little bit before I fry them. Not confident that they'll freeze in time. I'm just crossing my fingers and hoping.
So now under 15 minutes to go, and I only just got my tart shells out of the oven. They're probably slightly undercooked, but really I've just got to get these back into the blast chiller. Yeah, I've still got to get it cooled before I put the mixture into it. So I've got quite a lot to do, which I'm a bit worried about.
You've got 10 minutes to go.
Not happy with that.
It's all right, mate, we've got time to fix it. I jumped in to help Aaron cook the crepes. The crepe is cooking perfectly fine on one side. And then it comes to flipping, so I go to flip it over, rips in half. Mate, the crepe situation is getting a little bit tougher than I expected.
At the end of the day, I need one good one.
It was driving me crazy. Do you reckon this is going to work?
Yep, worked. Perfect. Great.
As?
Well, just don't worry about it.
I'm going to get it this time, mate.
You get it this time, please.
I think Aaron's blood pressure was rising. Mate, I'm sorry, it's just...
Don't stop saying sorry.
I'm trying to help, not hinder this guy. So hopefully we can just get this crepe done. About 7 attempts later...
Yay!
Okay, now we're cooking with gas. I finally get a crepe out without ripping it.
How's the one in the plate turning out?
Looking in the steamer for the second time, my heart starts to sink.
Nah, it's not really setting.
Okay, if that doesn't work, we still have a whole chicken.
Yeah.
Right? We can still
Why don't we
serve
try
them.
frying it?
It's slowly becoming a train wreck.
It's not really crusting up.
Yeah. How about we pan it?
I started this challenge with high hopes,
Do you want to make a quick omelette? I've got 2 eggs.
but looking at what's happening now, my only hope is that I don't end up being the bottom pair.
Sorry, Maz.
It's all right, darling. Don't worry about it. I thought Swedes would work as well.
Looking at what Marion has done, she's not having too good a day herself.
It's been sitting there a while.
Her fried ice cream is not setting. When it cuts open, it's liquefied. So collectively, I think this is an A-grade disaster.
Are you done?
Not yet, mate. I still got to plate up.
You've got 2 minutes to go.
Courtney, I need you to help me. In the blast chiller, there's 2 tarts in the top shelf.
Yep.
Can you get them?
Yep.
It's on the oven tray.
Yep. I open up the door and there is 2 empty tart shells on the top shelf. On the trays, Jonathan?
Yeah, on the top shelf on the tray.
Yep. What the hell has gone on? What has he been doing for an hour and a half? There is 2 empty tart cases that haven't been cut. They're still in the tin.
Oh, no. I really have no time to even think about this.
Jonathan is just a madman at this stage. I just can't see this dish getting plated up.
You've got 10 seconds to go.
Come grab him, mate.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Step away from your plates.
Yeah!
Well done, mate.
Well done, brother.
How come everyone's got 4 things and we've got 1?
I've made a critical error. Uh-oh. I look around and everyone's got 4 plates. I thought we had to serve 1 plate, 1 dish for a tasting, and I've misunderstood the challenge totally. The fact that I've misheard something is probably going to cost me my dream of continuing on in this competition, and it may also cost Pete, and that's really terrible.
It was a great challenge today to watch them cook with so much joy and so much happiness.
Yes.
It'll be interesting to see if they translate that into the food that they're going to put on the plate for us right now.
It's a classic roast chicken with vegetables, chicken jus, and a fennel and lemon salt.
The dessert's a orange curd tart with Grand Marnier sauce.
You confident about putting a simple roast chook in front of all 4 of us?
For me, a roast dinner is what going back home is all about.
Love a roast chicken. It's one of my favourite all-time dishes. You've got some really good flavours going on here, like the jus is fabulous. It's really strong, it's intense.
That jus is magnificent. That is there, for me, liquid gold.
The chicken has a lovely flavour. The vegetables, you could have made them not so hard to get at, but when I got it, it was lovely.
Right, well, let's move on to tasting the dessert. Jonathan, if you came into my family's home and put down 2 desserts for 4 people, there'd be war.
I only had 3 rings, and I thought there's plenty of times that I've been to a restaurant where I've had to share dessert.
Jonathan, I really like that Grand Marnier sauce. That pastry is terrible. and the filling hasn't set. It's a disaster, really.
Sorry, Courtney. I need to apologise to Courtney because she's just come back into the competition and I could be the reason that she's going into a pressure test. It's not a good feeling.
Just grab that plate. Thanks, mate. The main dish is a dansak dal with minced kebabs and some Indian chapati bread as well.
Orange and macadamia praline parfait with a large macaroon on top, orange dust and fresh raspberries and oranges.
How does one eat this?
If you're eating it Indian style, you break off a little bit of bread, a bit of the meatball, and away you go.
Let's give it a go. Enjoying food's all about. I always like a new experience, especially a pleasant experience, and this is a pleasant experience.
I've got a bit of bone in mine, Jimmy. No. Yeah. Sharp bit too.
And Gary, I've got a nice bit of gristle in mine as well.
I must have eaten about 6 of them when I was cooking. I didn't find anything. It's just bad luck.
I think it's time that we taste Callum's dessert.
I absolutely adore it. I really do.
Have you got any doggy bags?
It has texture, it has flavour, it has concept, it has execution. Now, that dessert is one of the best things we've seen in the competition so far. You can go now and go and have a little bask down there in your glory. Well done.
Thanks, Matt. Matt doesn't give out praise that easily, so to hear something like that from him is pretty special.
Swede omelette with dried shrimp sambal, poached chicken and light broth.
Coconut and orange fried ice cream with salted macadamias and a soy and orange caramel.
Why aren't there 4 main courses on the table right now?
We did want it to be a shared dish, but I don't think it turned out as large as we wanted it to.
Innovative, exciting, bags of flavour, but not enough.
It's pretty underwhelming considering that you had an hour and a half. I don't think it's very good at all.
I don't think it's a total disaster. Anything that tastes so good can't be a total disaster.
That dessert needs to be absolutely rocking to save you from being in the bottom 2 pairs.
It's far too hard.
We tasted these deep-fried ice cream balls when they came out of the deep-fat fryer and we cut them open. The ice cream was melted. This ice cream was refrozen in the time that it's taken to reset for the tasting. I've got to judge you on how they were at the end of the 90 minutes.
Yeah.
But that soy orange caramel is absolutely brilliant.
Certainly 10 out of 10 for the sauce.
That is high praise indeed. However, whether that inspirational orange and soy caramel is enough to allow us to overlook the meagre first course, whole nother matter.
It's like 4 eyes just looking at this one plate.
Home-style chicken crepe with a chipotle sauce and a coriander oil.
Mascarpone orange and walnut tart for dessert.
Thank you, George. I actually really like the way you've used the crepe instead of a tortilla. It lifts it from being a home-style dish into being something a little bit more fancy. And it just breaks my heart that you didn't fully get the notion that it had to be either a big shared plate or 4 individual plates.
The flavour's just lovely. The silky pancakes, they're very nice. I would have liked more, of course.
Let's taste the dessert. Peter, is this supposed to be set?
It's a soft set mascarpone sabayon, so it's meant to be unctuous and oozy.
The pastry, it's a little bit tough. The flavour of that mascarpone is lovely. It's soft, it's silky, but I think it should be a little bit more set, honestly.
Okay.
The orange is not good. I don't like it. I've got a big wedge. Look how thick that is.
Do you know my recommendation? Forget the orange and just smother the cream in that sweet walnut crumb, because it's a winner.
Okay.
It'd be really nice to serve Margaret food that she walks away and remembers.
Green tea dumpling with coriander and chicken, with the chili oil and an orange ginger vinegar.
Fried master stock chicken with chili caramel and orange salt.
I'll be honest with you, dumpling skin's not my cup of tea. But what I do love is I love the little filling you put in the dumpling, and I think the broth is sensational.
I love the way something quite home style is spiked by that lemon ginger vinegar and by your chili oil as well. So well done, good dish.
Thanks, man.
Right, let's taste this main course.
Pass it out. This is what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's true family style, isn't it?
Oh, lovely.
I love chicken that you can get your fingers into and they're all sticky and greasy, but it's got to have that wallop, you know? It's got to have that flavour. You know what? Bloody beautiful. It was gorgeous. I love it. I think it's great. It's got that sort of lovely, soft, succulent chicken and that crispy skin with a little hit of chili and a bit of sweet, and you can't stop eating it.
Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Claire, you've finally done it. That is beautiful.
They say you can never trust a thin cook, but you can with Claire. I tell you, it's just so unexpected to taste something so good that is so simple.
Claire, this is happy food cooked by a happy person who finally seems to let go. And you're cooking, and it's fantastic to see, and you're there, and you're in the moment, and that's where you should be.
I've managed to please all 4 judges, and I don't think I've ever done that before. I can't remember having felt this happy in a very long time, so I'm wrapped.
So to the business end of the challenge. The honour of naming our winning pair today must, obviously, fall to Margaret Fulton. Margaret?
Well, Claire and Adam, congratulations.
Oh, I'm so happy. I'm just so happy. I can't describe it. In a way, I'm kind of glad that I've had to wait because it makes it so much sweeter.
Thank you so much, Margaret, for coming in and sharing a bit of your wisdom, because you've got a lot of that. Any parting words for our contestants?
I hope you can encourage the next generation of young cooks to find the joy you found in cooking. Keep chopping and stirring.
Thank you so much. Shall I?
It was awesome to meet her, and a lovely person and a real inspiration to keep cooking and to keep smiling and to keep enjoying it.
Claire, Adam, congratulations. Please step forward. Well done. As your prize for winning the Invention test, you now have to decide which one of you will go forward into the Celebrity Chef Challenge. Is it Claire or is it Adam?
Well, I think as soon as we were paired up together, it was kind of obvious. I got a mini pin, Claire's first Invention test win. So I'm gonna have another crack at it.
No, honestly, 1,000% Claire.
Adam, thank you for your generosity. Claire, thank you. You can both leave.
I do feel energised in a way that I haven't felt in a long time. So, yeah, it's very exciting.
Alvin, Marion. Peter, Aaron. The four of you have failed to make the grade. You will be in a pressure test tomorrow.
I've never been in a pressure test in this competition yet, and I'm going to have to figure out a way to get myself through it.
You'll face challenges in this kitchen that are hard. You'll face challenges in this kitchen that are very hard. Tomorrow is off the Richter scale.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
This is time versus terror.
Aaron, Peter, Marion and Alvin go head-to-head in the fight of their lives.
I'm not sure if I can actually do this.
The pressure is on to conquer a creation by pastry king Adriano Zumbo.
This is the Mount Everest of pastry challenges.
Who will have what it takes to master the dish and keep their dream alive?
This challenge is bigger than Ben-Hur.
And as the countdown to finals week continues,
I think Claire really is in with a shot today.
Claire faces celebrity chef Adam Alonis in a battle for immunity.
I'm going to give him a run for his money.
And two teams take on their biggest challenge yet.
It's time to pull out the heavy artillery.
As they cater for 100 ravenous soldiers.
This is our big chance to give something back for the guys who do so much for us.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
It's the witching hour again. Are the wheels falling off?
The top 10 amateurs paired up to cook a home-style menu.
Home is where the heart is.
And the team of Adam and Claire served up the two most impressive dishes.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
Tonight, Alvin, Aaron, Peter and Marion face the fight of their lives.
This is time versus terror.
The pressure is on to master an elegant creation by pastry king Adriano Zumbo.
This challenge is bigger than Ben-Hur.
In the most technically difficult challenge yet.
I'm not sure if I can actually do this.
And tonight, for one of these four, the MasterChef journey will end.
I don't need 3.5 hours. I need 3.5 days to make this bad boy.
No one is going to finish this challenge.
It feels strange that it could be the last time that I wake up in this house. I think I've achieved quite a lot in this competition, and at this stage it'll be such a shame to go because you could almost smell the finish line. I think MasterChef will help me achieve that goal of owning my hole-in-the-wall tapas bar. Doing everything related to food that I can think of, you know, like combining travel and food. I think this is what dreams are made of. I'm determined that this is not the end of the line for me. This is just another hurdle, another thing I have to jump across, and I can do it.
It's my first time in a pressure test, and I have to say it's terrifying. The thought of going home is just unbearable. This competition really isn't just about a competition. This is about the rest of my life. A few months ago, I was a student. 2 years earlier, I quit my journalism career to find a career in food. I want to have my wine bar. I want food and wine to be my life, and I feel like I need to get further in that competition to make sure that dream comes true. I'm a fighter, and I'm not going home today. It's just not an option for me.
Pete, packing up.
Hello, mate.
Might be leaving.
Yeah, not interested in leaving. I'm 29 years old. I'm a lawyer and I want to change in my life. I want to pursue my food dream, and that is to one day have my own restaurant. To be in a pressure test so early on after coming back in is frustrating, a little bit disappointing, and a little bit nerve-wracking because I really don't want to find myself eliminated for the second time.
When I look across at my competition, I just go, whoa, this is going to be intense. And I can only call on what I am to try and see if I can get through. I've been working in the entertainment industry for about 10 or 11 years, working with bands. My life is radically different now.
Oh,
I eat, sleep and drink food 24 hours a day. It's all I think about. And it's a great place to be.
Leaving the house this morning, I actually really feel like I've got my head screwed on. I've been through it before, so I'm really focused and really determined to get through today.
Watching the 4 contestants walk into the kitchen, the mood is very serious. It's time to battle, but they all look like they've got their game faces on and they're ready to cook.
Marion, Alvin, Aaron and Peter, welcome to the MasterChef kitchen. Today, you're about to face the pressure test. The reason you're standing here is because the 4 of you performed very poorly in the home-style Invention test. You missed the brief completely. No time for mistakes. It's too late for mistakes. You have to impress every day, and if you don't, you know what the consequences are.
The pressure test is a hard challenge, but you've all got the same rules. It's the ultimate level playing field. But in terms of the degree of difficulty with today's pressure test, it's going to be hard. If you apply yourself, you'll do well.
The question is, what could be harder than what we've thrown at you so far? What have we got up our sleeves that's going to strike terror into your very hearts? We thought long and hard at who to call in to set this challenge, but there was really only one name. He is the torturer. He is the patissier of pain. He is Balmain's king of cakes. Please welcome Adriano Zumbo.
Anything by Adriano Zumbo is the one thing that I don't want to be involved with. It's my nightmare challenge.
I'm Adriano Zumbo, pastry chef and owner of Zumbo Patisserie. My philosophy on food is, it should be something from your heart. My food style, I guess it's a little bit left of centre. It's very childhoodish. My advice to amateur cooks would be have a dream, chase that dream, because if there's a will, there's a way, and you'll get what you want.
Adriano, welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen. What is this dish?
It's a macaroon tower.
My heart just sinks. I mean, it's this multicoloured tower of desserts, and I just go, okay, see you later.
Yeah, that little part of me just died.
When you brought in the croquembouche, that was a hard challenge. When you brought in the chocolate mousse cake, you described that as being somewhat harder. How hard is this macaroon tower?
On a scale of 1 to 10, it's definitely 10. This one's a lot more technical, so I think the looks could be quite deceiving on this one, so it might look a little bit easier, but I don't think it is. It's a lot harder. The key thing to a macaroon is flavour and the texture of the macaroon. The crisp on the outside, soft in the centre, you hit the flavour in the middle. If you've got none of that, you've got nothing.
I've never made a macaroon in my life. I know how difficult they are. I'm not sure if I can actually do this.
What you've got to create is a macaroon tower. The name sounds so simple, but think of this, 120 macaroons. Each of them made up of 2 perfect halves. We'll be judging the look of your macaroon tower. We'll be judging the clarity of the flavours you deliver. And we'll be judging the quality of those macaroons. Have they got that classic crisp dome on the top? And inside, are they chewy and juicy? If they're not, you risk going home.
With this being the toughest thing you've ever done, I think it's time you take a closer look. Have a little taste first, Peter. Adriano, what's in this macaroon?
So we have a Kalamata olive ganache.
Seemingly savoury things put into this sweet dessert really messes with your senses and your whole perception of how food should be.
It's a really great flavour.
Adriano, what's inside the red macaroon?
Raspberry and beetroot buttercream. Wow. We use a bit of freeze-dried beetroot powder.
It's amazing, it really is.
Adriano's macaroons are so beautiful. The raspberry and beetroot one tastes exactly like that. Beetroot with a nice sort of acid hit of raspberry.
Wow, that flavour is amazing, and that texture.
They're crunchy on the outside, soft in the middle, exactly what a macaroon should be.
Wow.
As Adriano said, flavour is important. Adriano, what are the top 3 pressure points that the guys need to look out for?
Yeah, the batter. The batter. If you don't have a good batter, you're left with nothing, so you're not going to build a tower. 2, organisation. With your fillings and your shells, just think about what should go first, because if you go one way, you'll be standing around waiting for things to happen. 3, I mean, look at, you've got to get a smooth top. You don't want any points, so you've got to take that into account as well.
Guys, would you like the recipes? Yes. OK. Bit of reading. If there's anything that's going to save you guys today, it's those recipes.
I am going to make sure that I follow the recipe and do every little step, no matter how long it takes me, because it's the only way that I could see that I could even get something up on that tower.
You've got 3 hours and 30 minutes to reproduce that beautiful macaroon tower. Adriano is joining us on the judging panel. He will help us decide, in no uncertain terms, who produces the least impressive macaroons, the least impressive structure. We said this challenge was going to be hard. This is time versus terror. Simple. And your time starts now.
Come on, guys. Today, the 4 contestants each have to make an Adriano Zumbo macaroon tower. They have to make 120 perfect macaroons, assemble them into a big cone. The person who impresses the judges the least is going to be sent home.
These raspberry and beetroot and olive macaroons are amazing. There's so much that can go wrong in making this macaroon tower. My plan today is to get everything organised, to get everything weighed out before I do it. I've decided to go with the fillings first. So the first filling I get onto is the raspberry jelly.
If there was one thing that I hoped it wasn't, it was dessert. And I've tried making macaroons before, and it was a disaster.
Alvin.
Hi, George.
You confident?
No.
This challenge is bigger than Ben-Hur. And just to add to my worry, my list of worries, Adriano will be one of the judges in the panel, which means that there's nowhere I can hide.
Peter, you're like a mad scientist.
I am a
here.
bit like a mad scientist, I feel like it.
Hey?
One of the things about the 4 people in this pressure test today are that none of us are big dessert pastry cooks. This is really gonna be tough.
Aaron.
George.
Pastry's definitely not your strong point, is it?
It's not. I don't need 3.5 hours. I need 3.5 days to make this bad boy.
I'm really pumped to do this, but, you know, I know that I've not been very impressive in these challenges in the past.
If I make mistakes, I'm gonna need to do it again and again and again until I get it right.
Half an hour down and 3 hours to go. Marion's got all of her fillings done, and she's the first one to get started on her macaroons.
To make the macaroons, the first thing I need to do is sift my almond meal and icing sugar. After I've done that, I make a sugar syrup and I add the colouring or the flavour. I need to make 2 batches of the macaroon batter, one for the raspberry and beetroot macaroon and one for the olive.
This is the Mount Everest of pastry challenges. You've got to get to the summit of this macaroon tower.
You're 1 hour down and you got 2.5 hours to go.
What happens if we've already run out of bowls?
Aaron's gotten through his fillings all right. He seems on par with everyone kind of when that finishes. But then when he starts the macaroons, I think there's almost this mental block.
Mix the fresh egg whites thing until combined until smooth. Is that good enough, or has it got to be a paste?
Well, what are you reading? He's doing step 3.
I've got Callum and Adam yelling out a million things to me upstairs, and I'm starting to get a little confused.
Hey, start doing step 5, mate. Start doing step 5 and come back.
I can do that.
He seems to be falling behind a little bit now, which is a big problem because if he doesn't get these macarons into the oven soon enough, he's not going to have enough time to assemble the tower at the end.
You need to be piping. You've got just under 2 hours to go.
To build the macaroon tower, I need 120 macaroons, 60 of each colour. But that means that I actually need to make 240 macaroon halves.
Adriano, perfect timing. I'm checking my consistency on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Do you reckon that's all right, or
Yeah,
does
it's
it?
fine.
Do you reckon it's fine?
Oh, I wouldn't go any more, eh?
Any more?
You nearly push it a little bit too thin.
Okay.
All
Oh,
right.
too thin, right? So get in a piping bag and start piping
Yeah,
out.
don't go any further than that.
Okay.
All right.
Perfect.
I'm starting to rush now with the purple macaroons. I'm looking at the batter and it looks around about the same, but as I'm starting to pipe it out, I realise it's a little bit thicker, I think, than the pink ones. I'm not really sure that these purple ones are going to work out.
Once the macaroon batter has been piped all on the baking tray, they need to rest for half an hour because it needs to form a nice layer of skin on top, because otherwise when you bake it, it won't get that lovely sort of smoothness, you know, that you see in a macaroon.
Yeah, I think it's ready. I think they're ready.
Chuck your first.
Yeah, chuck the first couple of...
The first ones that you pipe.
Mate, you're not delivering pizzas.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
The technique for cooking these macaroons is to get them into an oven at 200 degrees and turn it off for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, you get the oven back on at a lower temperature, about 155 degrees, which will cook the macaroon through to that beautiful consistency, crunchy on the outside, gooey on the inside.
Well, interesting times. Marion's already cooked her first batch of macaroons, pulled them out. They look beautiful.
They're smoking. They're absolutely smoking.
They look
They are
fantastic. Alvin's not far behind. He's pulled out his first batch.
I'm impressed.
And they look good.
So what I thought they'd come out like.
Yeah. The boys out the back, nothing seems to be out of the oven yet, which is a bit of a issue. They're in a world of pain.
Oh, this is going to be exciting.
Marion's pink macaroons come out of the oven and they are absolutely perfect. You cannot get a better macaroon than what Marion's just made. The purple ones then come out of the oven and I'm like, did she grab the wrong macaroons out of the oven or something? They are terrible. You can smell them from the gallery. They smell bad. They look black rather than purple. And I mean, it's hard to see how she can go so well on one macaroon and so badly on the other.
I think I didn't have enough time to let them sit to form that really nice smooth crust. And now I'm really paying the price because these purple macaroons are a disaster.
Guys, just a heads up, this would normally take Adriano 45 minutes to assemble this beautiful macaroon tower. You have got 45 minutes to go.
45 minutes to go. These poor 4 people look extremely stressed out. They're trying to rush things. And I don't think a macaroon tower is something that you can rush.
This is not difficult, it's impossible. No one is going to finish this challenge.
With 45 minutes to go, these guys are looking stressed. There's not much they can do to speed up the process. If the macaroons aren't cooled before they start being filled, when you go to put the fillings in, it's just going to melt all over the place and it's going to have a really messy result.
My macaroons come out. The pink ones have actually turned out well. The olive ones not so much. But now they've got to cool again. There's a fridge right at the end. These trays are fresh out of the oven. Put them on my arms and I carry them in my hands and they kill. I mean, they hurt bad. Ah! Ooh, that pain.
Yeah. Alvin's the first one to start piping his macaroons. He's doing really well, trying to put the filling in and then lifting up the second one to put on top to make the whole macaroon. I think he's working quite efficiently.
Peter has looked fully in control with these macaroons right up until the stage he starts piping, and that's where he falls off.
His piping technique is not really resulting in the most perfect looking macaroons, so I think when he goes to sandwich them together, they're going to be sort of all different sizes.
You have 30 minutes to go.
I'm excited. I didn't think you could do it, and I think you are going to prove me wrong.
That's debatable.
It's quite clear that none of them are going to get a full tower complete. And if I was down there, I'd be chopping that cone in half and just aiming to make a small one.
I made the executive decision, reluctantly, to cut my tower down. I'm getting the sense that everyone's going to have to. This task is mammoth.
Whoops.
Shit. Aaron, what are you doing?
Well, I was cutting my cone down a tad.
Stop panicking.
But I seem to have cut it a little more than I wanted
It's
to.
like it's a mini cone.
It's a mini cone.
Yeah.
After I've cut through the bottom of the tower, I go to wipe the styrofoam off the knife and catch about 3 of my fingers on the knife. which means now I'm standing there with the nurse who's trying to patch up my fingers instead of piping out my fillings. And at this point, I feel like I'm in really big trouble.
Come on, guys.
20 minutes to go. I'm assembling my tower. You literally have to attach each macaroon to the tower using a toothpick. You need to be quite gentle because if you push it too hard, your macaroons will just crack and crumble. And I think I am slightly ahead of the rest, so I'm going to take my time.
With only one flavour of macaroon finished, I try and be intuitive about this and put the pink ones where I think they should be, like leaving a spot for the purple ones.
I start to put my pink macaroons on the tower and they're going on beautifully. I'm really happy with my pink macaroons. They look good and they're easy to put on. Purple macaroons, on the other hand, are like rocks. You can imagine trying to put a rock onto a toothpick. It just doesn't work.
I've done a lot of things to save time, and while my cone is coming together well, it's really just basically holding on. My purples are just, the ones that I've got left are just so substandard that I'm thinking, should I even serve them to the judges?
With 10 minutes to go, you can see there's utter chaos in the kitchen.
Oh, shit.
They're all trying to construct the towers, and no one's really left themselves enough time to do it. Come on, guys, 10 minutes.
I'm finally getting the olive macaroons onto the tower and I realise that it looks ridiculous.
Watching Pete put together the macaroon tower, it's quite obvious he never had a Lego set. He's struggled so much with this. He's just putting bits and pieces all over the place. It's actually painful to watch. He's my best friend in the competition. I just want to run down there and help him.
You have 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Your time's up.
Well done.
That was utter macaroon madness, the toughest challenge we've ever had in this kitchen. After all the blood, sweat and tears, these guys have to come down and say possibly the last goodbye to one of you.
Good luck. We've cooked our hearts out tackling the macaroon tower. It's been an experience, but it's done, it's over with, it's completed, and it's out of our hands. If I don't see you, happy to know you.
Good work, mate. Excellent job.
I know what's going to go down in the tasting.
It's amazing. See you later.
The purple macaroons are going to be a disaster. There's nothing I can do about that. All I'm hoping for, and I'm crossing my fingers, is that those lovely pink macaroons are going to save me. That's all I can hope for.
Three and a half hours is over and it's now finally time for the tasting. Every time I present food in this kitchen, I carry it out with a smile on my face. But I'm finding it really hard to present this dish with a smile. It's more a face of nervousness.
Peter, on a scale of 1 to 10, how hard was this pressure test?
That was a 10, no doubt about it. Look, I've made macaroons, I tasted them, and I'm hanging my hat on the fact that taste is what's going to get me through, not appearance.
Thank you, Peter. We'll now see if that flavour is enough to keep you in the competition.
Hope you enjoy. Thanks, gents. Cheers.
Adriano, what do you like and what do you dislike?
I mean, the macaroons are all cracked. They're very randoming. They're not very consistent.
Let's taste.
On the positive, you know, he's got a little bit of a crust on there and he's got some juiciness on the inside. Adriano?
I don't have any raspberry in mine. I think I found a little drop, like, to the side. So I was really disappointed. The fillings are just, they're not there.
Really, what lacks in the raspberry one is that acidity. It's just so sugary.
Inconsistency, that's his problem.
As I'm walking towards judges with my tower, I can't help but chuckle. My tower is, it's like a cartoon tower.
You happy?
I'm happy with the macaroons. I'm very happy with the texture, but the most crucial bit was actually constructing the cone, and my God, I was really struggling.
It's time for us to taste. Thank you.
Cheers.
Adriano, Alvin said that presentation was probably the weakest thing about his effort in the pressure test. How do you feel about the macaroon tower?
The look doesn't cut it. Maybe the flavour might save him, I don't know.
Let's get in, let's taste those macaroons.
Well, I'll tell you something. Both the macaroons I had I thought were absolutely delicious. I've got a crisp, crunchy, shiny shell, the surface, and then soft and gooey on the inside. I think he's done a brilliant job.
The issue, though, is about consistency of size. I've got one which is like a small top and a large stuff and nothing in the middle.
But, I mean, the texture's great in the black olive. He's cooked them beautifully, but they're just the wrong size.
I bring my tower in, and the thing that I'm really worried about the judges not liking is the macaroons and the presentation. So basically, the whole thing. Yes.
Well done.
Made it.
It was a tough challenge, though, yeah?
It was really tough. Look, I know it's imperfect. I had a little problem with the olive ones, but all in all, it was an amazing experience and I really enjoyed myself today.
Good stuff, Aaron. Thank you very much indeed. We'll taste now.
Thank you.
Cheers, Aaron.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, 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 presentation. The olive macaroons look like they've been squashed into the cone.
But you know what? Regardless of presentation, let's taste and see how they are.
I agree.
God. Look at these.
Oh.
Watch this, look. That is so soft. That is, I don't think it's even cooked, is it?
I mean, it tastes like olive, but the shell is like, it's like a mush.
Well, it tastes like uncooked cake filling, doesn't it? But having said that, I've got to say the flavour of that raspberry macaroon I had was absolutely on the money. Loads of jelly, bangs of pump.
Flawless. That was flawless, that raspberry, the flavour.
Look, it's good. It's moist. It's not dry. It's a good raspberry macaroon.
Yeah.
I can see the problems in my dish. The purple macaroons are going to be a disaster. All I'm hoping for, and I'm crossing my fingers, is that those lovely pink macaroons are going to save me.
Marion, you look anxious. Are you worried?
I am really worried, yeah. I'm really proud of what I've done today, but, you know...
Do you think you might be going home today?
Yeah, possibly.
I think it's time for us to taste.
OK, thank you.
The rest of my time in this competition rests on that little tower of macaroons, and I just have to wait and see.
You can never put a bet on who's going to win or lose in this competition.
At the start of a challenge?
Because those olive macaroons, they look pretty bad.
Thank you.
It's like charcoal. It's just dry. It's dry, it's dry, it's dry. I don't even want to taste it because I might take a tooth out. But those raspberry and beetroot macaroons are sensational.
She worked like a machine today, like she was superb. The inexperience probably, that's the only thing that let her down here.
Trouble is, though, Adriano, she's not your apprentice.
No.
You know, this is a competition, and
Exactly.
she's produced some really bad black olive macaroons, but some absolutely sensational raspberry and beetroot. The question is whether or not it's going to keep her from going home.
Exactly.
Well, Adriano, I think you set them an almost insurmountable task. That was a massive, massive challenge. What are your thoughts?
Probably the worst for me would have been Peter.
Why is Peter the worst in your mind?
The fillings, I think, let him down. Both fillings weren't up to scratch.
Interesting perspective. Why not Aaron? You know, for me, the fact that the olive ones were so undercooked just spoilt the whole thing for me.
But if you take that attitude, you take the same attitude with Marion's, because for me, the worst macaroon of the lot was Marion's black olive macaroon. Adriano, thank you so much for coming in. We're going to take all your comments into consideration. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks,
George.
Thanks, Adriano.
See you later.
There is no doubt this challenge was one of the toughest we've ever set. There is no doubt that this challenge for you so far has been the most important. There's only one more question to ask, and that is the dish that you made today good enough to keep you in this competition?
I'm praying, I'm keeping every one of my toes and fingers crossed that I'm safe, because I'm not ready to go.
I think it's a mark of how tough this challenge was that none of you nailed it. None of you did a flawless job. Every one of you made mistakes, and quite big mistakes. But to the same degree, none of you had a disaster. You all had elements in your tower that were very commendable. Aaron.
I am preparing myself for a canning of monumental proportions.
Adriano described the flavour of your raspberry macaroons as flawless. Well, and your cone was well covered. However, those undercooked olive macaroons let you down. Marion, your raspberry macaroons were the best macaroons of the day. Congratulations. However, your olive macaroons were a disaster. Hard, bullety, and unacceptable.
I don't even want to taste it because I might take a tooth out.
Peter, the crust on your macaroons was fantastic. However, they lacked consistency across the board in terms of size, in terms of flavour. They also lacked filling.
I don't have any raspberry in mine. The fillings are just, they're not there.
Alvin, the consistency of your macaroons were fantastic. However, there's inconsistencies in size, and some of them were falling apart. Guys, it's been a tough decision, but it's a decision that we've made. One of the four of you could be Australia's next MasterChef. But for one of you, your time in the MasterChef kitchen is about to come to an abrupt end. Marion, Alvin, you're safe, you're still in the competition.
I was feeling sick. I really thought that this was it. I thought my time was over. So to find out that my little pink macaroons have saved the day, I feel exhilarated. It's amazing.
Feels like we have just done the longest marathon ever, but so relieved.
Alvin, you look like you were struggling today, but the end result was probably the best performance of the four. Well done. Aaron, Peter, it comes down to you two, and it comes down to the dish you cooked.
I have worked so hard and it just didn't come together at the end. And now really worried that I'm going to get bumped off the back of this dish.
I didn't want this situation to come. I can't see how I could get through and Peter can't.
For one of you, your time in the MasterChef kitchen is about to come to an abrupt end. Aaron, you're safe. Peter, you're out of the competition.
I've been eliminated for the second time, which doesn't actually sound that bad. The second time, I've come back, had a ripping couple of weeks back in the MasterChef kitchen. I give the food that I give, and if that's good enough, great. If it's not, well, better luck next time.
All of you had flaws, but Aaron and Peter, it came down to you two. We had a guest judge, an expert, and that was Adriano Zumba. And for Adriano, it was all about flavour, it was all about the filling.
The key thing to a macaroon is flavour and the texture of the macaroon. If you've got none of that, you've got nothing.
Peter, I'm afraid he deemed your macaroons to be the least impressive of the challenge. Well, sorry, mate. Are you devastated?
Yeah, I'm disappointed. I was devastated the first time. There's a bit of a sense of deja vu. Damien Pignolet lost his vote as well with the oyster terrine.
I'm not happy at all.
I've come back in. Thanks.
Welcome back.
Take that. Guns are blazing to give it a red-hot go. And look, I can leave knowing I've given it everything.
Peter, I'm sorry to say you haven't made the final cut. It's time for you to leave the MasterChef kitchen.
All right, mate. Good luck, buddy. See you. See you, mate.
Good luck,
mate.
That's great.
Matt, thank you very much.
I'll see you down in Victoria.
Yes, Pedro.
Yes, mate.
Good to see you, mate.
See
Good
you
luck, Peter.
again. All right, guys. See you later. You learn so much in this kitchen. Obviously, first and foremost, you learn some amazing stuff about food, and the way I cook has been changed forever. And then there's the personal things, you know. I've really learnt I've got a determination, a really deep determination to succeed and make things happen. And this competition's really brought that out in me.
We're sitting down in the lounge room waiting for the guys to come back. We hear the footsteps. I have absolutely no idea who's coming back. I'm just hoping Peter's one of them.
First one to come down the stairs is Alvin.
Alvin!
He certainly doesn't look happy, and I start thinking someone that we didn't expect to go home could be going home today.
Hey, Aaron. Hey, guys. Marion comes down the stairs, which means Pete's been eliminated from the competition.
Peter and I came back into the competition together. We've been closest in the house. We were sort of supporting each other through. It's going to be hard moving forward.
No, sorry, dude. No, I'm sorry.
No, mate.
Thanks, Courtney.
Thanks for all your help, brother.
It has been quite inspiring. If I can do macaroons, I can conquer the world. So, you know, in terms of culinary skills, I can say that I've almost done everything apart from winning the title.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
There's one man standing in the way of you and immunity.
Claire faces off against renowned chef Adam Malonis.
Going to give him a run for his money.
It's fighting words, no?
Yep.
Can the amateur outcook the pro at his own signature dish?
It's like watching a science project.
Or will the fine art of molecular gastronomy prove to be too much?
I'm fast approaching the point where I'm not going to be able to pull this off.
With 2 weeks left till finals week, immunity is now more crucial than ever before.
It's pretty sensational. I think Claire really is in with a shot today.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
This is time versus terror.
Alvin, Aaron, Peter and Marion faced off in the fight of their lives.
This challenge is bigger than Ben-Hur.
And for Peter, his second shot at the MasterChef title ended.
It was a big challenge. I did everything I could. It just wasn't enough.
Tonight, Claire battles it out for the ultimate lifeline.
There's one man standing in the way of you and immunity.
Can she outcook renowned chef Adam Malonis?
Going to give him a run for his money.
It's fighting words, no?
Yep.
And beat the pro at his own signature dish?
It's like watching a science project.
With only 2 weeks to go, the pressure is on.
It's pretty sensational. I think Claire really is in with a shot today.
It's going to be a huge day today. Probably the biggest day I've had so far.
Claire and Adam, congratulations.
When we won the Invention test, Adam and I had to decide who was going to face the celebrity chef.
1000% Claire.
Adam very graciously stepped aside and gave me the chance to win immunity. So I think it was a very generous act, and I'm really grateful to him for it.
Welcome, Claire, to the MasterChef kitchen, and of course, a massive day for you. This is the Celebrity Chef Challenge. You are going to compete against one of Australia's top chefs. You'll both be cooking the same dish to the same recipe. And of course, it's a blind tasting. So the three judges, Donna, Matt and George, will have no idea who's cooked which dish.
Claire, can I just say, I have been waiting for you to get down here for what seems like forever.
I know the feeling.
Claire, there's one man standing in the way of you and immunity. Claire, this guy was recently the head chef of the lab for the 2-star Michelin La Terrazza del Casino in Madrid, where he creates dazzling dishes using molecular gastronomy.
Oh, God.
Please welcome Adam Malonis.
I'm Adam Malonis. I'm the chef of the laboratory at the Casino de Madrid. The food that I do is progressive cuisine. Traditional cuisine follows a set of rules. Progressive cuisine aims to break the rules. The biggest mistake amateur cooks make these days is they don't experiment, they don't push these boundaries, they just stick within those frameworks. The minute you step outside, creation happens.
Adam, what's a sensory restaurant?
A sensory restaurant is a restaurant that is built and constructed without only taste in mind. It's taking care and stimulating every single sense while dining.
So the dish you brought today is going to encapsulate all those senses?
Yes, it's got all the temperatures, it's got all the textures, it's got all of the techniques involved. So yeah, it's a symbol.
Claire, now that you know you're up against Adam, how are you feeling?
Well, I think we're pretty much chalk and cheese in terms of food styles, but I'm going to give him a run for his money.
Inspiring words, no?
So best of luck with this challenge. And Claire, laissez les bons temps rouler.
Matt tells me in French to let the good times roll. And, you know, couldn't agree more.
Right, let's find out what this dish is.
The dish we have today is green peas and egg.
Oh.
So, what the guest will do, the guest will... No?
Wow.
So here you have the egg. Obviously, that egg is 64.5 degrees. It's running very fluidly, but it's holding perfectly. We have 4 different textures of peas. Green pea sorbet, which are these ones. Green pea film, liquid peas, and petit pois.
And petit pois are
the very small peas from within sugar snap peas.
Beautiful. All right, Claire, time for you to taste. I want to hear your thoughts.
Everything, a little bit of everything together, huh?
Yeah. I see what you mean about all of the different sensations, hot and
Popping,
cold. And,
hot,
yeah.
cold, liquid, solid.
It's got a lovely freshness about it.
Okay, like everything with cooking, okay, accuracy and measurement are key, okay? If you are 0.2 of a gram up or 0.2 of a gram down, there are things within this dish that will be totally different. This film on the top, there are many, many, many steps involved for something that looks so simple. To actually make this gel, you need to work very fast.
That dish is extremely delicate, which I think is actually going to suit Claire.
Claire, you're going to get a 30-minute head start over Adam. You've got 1 hour and 45 minutes to complete Adam's beautiful dish. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Your time starts now.
I'd run straight over to my bench and start reading through the recipe. It's really important to me that I have a thorough understanding of exactly where I'm going with all of these really detailed processes, because otherwise I think I'm just going to get lost.
Any particular strategies? Apart from get it done?
Yeah, get it done. Not really. I'm going to be guided by you, I think, largely. So
Today is all about accuracy and consistency. So making sure that everything is measured out properly is essential.
That's a lot of salt, huh? The scale was on 0?
yeah, except it was playing up a bit, so I might just check it on the other
No,
scales.
that's too much. It's too much.
Okay.
It seems Claire's a little bit flustered with weighing out things and the scales and whether or not she's getting it right, but I think Adam sort of puts her at ease.
Cut yourself a small square, okay? Something that you can balance on the top instead of a big sheet of paper. Balance it on the top, press it on, 0 it, then start.
I think that gets her a bit back on track and she should just work on from there.
The green pea soup forms the base of pretty much all of the elements of the dish, so that's what I get started on first. I heat some water and some stock and some salt, briefly cook some peas and some spinach, and then blend it all up together.
What's supposed to be in that blender?
Ice. I've got ice here.
In the blender?
In the blender.
Adam, she's into her first 15 minutes. She's under pressure. She's stressed. I can feel it.
Feel the tension.
Now, the pea soup, this is critical to the rest of the recipe, essentially, isn't it?
Monumental to the whole thing.
So if she gets this wrong,
then it's finished.
Forget about it.
So I set aside some of the pea soup mix and I start to work on my spherified peas. So it's a matter of mixing the soup with some calcium gluconate.
Come on, Claire. Yes.
And then putting it in a vacuum machine and trying to get as much of the air out of the mixture as possible.
It's fascinating because the vacuum machine serves to get rid of all the air in the pea soup. So the pea soup goes up and the pea soup goes down. It's like watching a science project, a freaky science project. It's quite interesting.
Right, Claire, your 30-minute head start is over. Adam, you've dispensed a huge amount of advice. You've both got an hour and 15 minutes to put up that beautiful dish. Good luck, Adam. Thanks.
Come on.
No, come on, Adam.
Adam Malonis gets started. It's almost like he's moving in slow motion, but yet things are getting done.
Oh, shit.
Where are you getting to a crucial stage?
Yes, I am.
Yeah? What's in here? Tell me what's in there.
This is the film.
Yep, OK.
So
you've got to keep that hot, strain it, and then get it onto the tray.
Quickly.
Quickly, so it's nice and thin.
Yeah.
OK, let's go, let's go.
A bit more excitement than...
Yeah. It's setting quickly, isn't it? I can see it thickening up, so you've really got to get that spread out. It's getting there.
So I only need like a 14 centimetre square.
Because you can see it's just setting up there. But you know what? I reckon you've done all right there.
Yeah, in the
Maybe
middle
just...
it looks okay.
Yeah.
So the next step is to actually spherify the peas.
She sucks up that mixture into a syringe and she drops that into the alginate bath. It sets in the bath and you get basically a pea that became a soup that became a pea again.
There must be some trick that I'm missing. Because that looks really bad. Start from scratch, try and make them beautiful this time. Oh, yeah.
Well, all I can say is it's like a museum in here. It's the quietest celebrity chef challenge we've ever had. You've got 1 hour to go.
Did any of them work, Claire?
A couple of them are looking a little less mangled.
Looks good, Adam. Looking good, mate.
Thank you. Just tell me if I do something wrong.
Yeah, I'll just
45 minutes to go. I'm working on my pea sorbet. Everything's kind of under control at this point, but I know that there are still a number of complex processes to go.
To make the pea sorbet, Claire needs to get some of the pea soup base into a squeezy bottle and gently get little pea-shaped balls into the liquid nitrogen, which is at some ridiculously low temperature. Dropping it into the mix is just going to freeze the balls instantly and be little sorbets.
That looks awesome, Claire.
Looks great, Claire. You're doing a great job.
You've got 30 minutes to go.
Come on, Claire.
I'm cheering for Claire in this challenge, but I'm watching Adam because it's just a pleasure to watch someone that's that calm in the kitchen, but also is just going about things with such efficiency and such technique. Every movement that he makes has a purpose. There's no wasted time, there's no wasted energy, there's just no wasted movements at all.
I start trying to lift the pea film off the tray and it tears right away.
Oh, careful, Claire.
This is tearing. I know that if I don't get this film done, I won't have a shot today. It's just breaking up. That's kind of visually the most striking aspect of the dish. Without that, I'm done. It's just breaking up as I'm just not quite sure what to do with it, to be honest. I'm fast approaching the point where I'm not going to be able to pull this off.
Grab it with your finger here and start, but don't pull on this angle. Pull from here to here, okay? One smooth, fluid motion.
Okay. So this is what's happening.
Because you need to loosen.
That side.
Oh.
Okay.
Aha.
Really having trouble with that. I have to
No,
use
it's
the
okay.
spatula.
It's okay. It's your first time. Voila. Go. Very good. Now I better get back before you beat me with such a gel, huh?
Gel looks really good, Claire.
Oh, thanks, darling. So I pulled the eggs out of the water bath. Now I just need to work out how I'm going to get an egg out of a shell when it's still soft. This doesn't seem cooked.
You don't think?
Well,
but trust the temperature.
trust the temperature.
Ah, look at this, huh?
Thank you. The last thing I need to do is to prepare the garnishes, some chopped chives and some trimmed mint and a little bit of truffle oil and some seasoning. Let's not forget the seasoning.
Wow.
You've got a minute and a half to go.
Too much time.
You have 30 seconds.
Truffle oil.
Got it.
Got it.
You have 10 seconds to go. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Your time's up, guys. Well done.
Looking down at two completed dishes, they look very similar and maybe not something they used to be judging on. So I think Claire really is in with a shot today.
This is your first time to make this dish and you've done a very good job.
Crazy.
I'm very impressed, huh?
It's a blind taste test, so the judges won't know which dish belongs to whom. My dish is number 2, so Adam's will be the first one presented.
Well, there you have it. That looks absolutely wonderful, doesn't it?
I can't imagine the technique that's gone into that. It's pretty sensational.
There's a lot of real kind of cutting-edge stuff going on there. Oh, beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah, beautiful, George. I love the way that pea has been cooked. The technique of getting that film brisk and taut across the top like a drum is excellent. That combination of pea and egg is a really good combination. And this is an interesting way of re-expressing that.
Amazing technique, those little spherified pea sorbets on the top just dancing on that film. The textural sensation altogether is quite amazing.
You know, if I'm going to be pedantic, I like a little bit more salt.
It needs salt and black pepper.
Yeah, black pepper. Right, guys, time to score plate 1.
Looks a little bit more generous in there.
It smells beautiful. It's definitely a lot more juicier than plate 1. And of course, a noticeable thing is these big leaves of mint. Those spherified peas on the bottom don't look like peas, but they taste amazing.
What I don't like about the dish, I find the gel leathery.
Donna?
I find it really tough. I mean, you know, when we judge risotto or lamb, at least you've got a reference point. You know what it's meant to be like. You know the technique.
Matthew, plate 1 or plate 2?
I don't know, George. What do you think?
I don't know, Matt. What do you
I think you're going to have to wait until you see my score. I'm not going to tell you now.
Guys, should we score?
Yeah.
I'd love to. Shall we go and reveal the scores?
Yeah, good idea.
Judges, you've just tasted 2 versions of a dish, recipe supplied by our guest celebrity chef, Adam Malonis, and that dish was green peas and egg. Claire, if you get the highest score today, then you would have won immunity. Adam, tough question, but who do you think's won?
I would never want to pick it. I saw Claire's dish and it was a fantastic result. I wouldn't pick it.
Well, let's put the 2 of you out of your misery and find out what the judges scored your dishes. So I can now reveal that plate 1 was made by Adam. And plate 2, therefore, was made by Claire. First judge to reveal their score is Donna.
Claire, I gave your dish 7. You must have cooked your heart out today. A great dish, some little technical issues, but overall, well done. Great job.
Thanks.
George?
Claire, I scored your dish 7 out of 10.
Only one more score to reveal, and that belongs to Matt.
Claire? Scored your dish 7 out of 10. I love those big mint leaves. I love the fact it was properly seasoned. You're a big flavour cook, so congratulations.
Thanks, Matt.
So, Claire, that's pretty good. 3 sevens, 21 points out of a possible 30. All right, Adam, we won't keep you in suspense any longer. Let's find out what the judges scored your dish. Matt?
Adam, I scored your dish 7 out of 10. It just lacks some punch in terms of seasoning and a real kind of true sense of the pea for me.
Adam actually looks much more nervous than me at this point. I guess he's got a lot riding on this. I did say at the start that I wanted to give Adam a run for his money. So if I've done that,
so far you have.
I'll be very happy.
Right, let's find out whether you have or have not.
Adam, I scored your dish an 8 out of 10. Technique across the board. Thin film on the top, everything was beautiful. But yeah, a little bit of extra salt I was looking for.
Adam, that gives you 7 and an 8. That means that there's only a difference of 1 point between the 2 of you.
It's down to Donna. Right about now, I'm wishing I gave her a secret handshake at the beginning.
Adam, I gave your dish 9.
Adam, you relieved to hear that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We thank you so much for sparing some of your valuable time and coming into the MasterChef kitchen. Your generosity of spirit was second to none, and the fact that you helped Claire so much was beautiful to see. It's what our profession is all about, so thank you.
Now the day's done, very happy I accepted the challenge, and I would definitely do it again. Cheers, guys. Thank you. I would hire Claire to work in any kitchen of mine, in any part of the world, in a second.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
This is the most important team challenge that we've ever done.
The amateurs prepare for battle as they take on their greatest challenge yet.
This is a pretty terrifying challenge.
2 teams are put to the ultimate test of stamina and creativity
It's time to pull out the heavy artillery.
as they prepare a hearty lunch for 100 hungry soldiers.
This is our big chance to give something back for the guys who do so much for us.
And the team with the least impressive menu will face elimination.
The blue team and red team have very similar menus.
They're virtually identical.
I'm really freaking out.
Last night on MasterChef Australia,
There's one man standing in the way of you and immunity.
Claire faced off against renowned chef Adam Malonis
I'm going to give him a run for his money.
and just missed out on winning immunity.
I would hire Claire to work in any kitchen of mine in a second.
Tonight, the amateurs prepare for battle in their biggest challenge yet.
It's time to pull out the heavy artillery.
Two teams race to feed 100 ravenous soldiers
This is a pretty terrifying challenge.
in the ultimate test of their skill and stamina.
This is our big chance to give something back for the guys who do so much for us.
And the team with the least votes will face elimination.
We're going to have to do everything by hand, and we're going to have to do it in great quantities.
I'm really freaking out.
Claire's just finished her Celebrity Chef Challenge today. We come home, you know, relaxing. Some of us in the kitchen cooking, and we hear Callum yelling from upstairs.
Hey guys, I just found a letter. Team picks upstairs.
Callum gives us a call and he's found a letter from the judges, so we all bolt upstairs to have a bit of a listen and find out what's going on.
Dear contestants, tomorrow is your next team challenge. Adam and Claire, as the winners of this week's paired invention test, you will each captain a team. Claire, you are the captain of the red team. Adam, you are the captain of the blue team. The last contestant left standing at the end of the team pick will choose themselves which team they want to join. Interesting.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right, my first pick is Marion, because that's the rules. I think Marion's been picked first probably for every single team challenge that we've had, so everyone definitely wants Marion on their team.
Callum, get over here. I need you on my team.
It's Claire's first pick and she chooses me. I'm stoked. I love working with Claire. I think she's going to be a really good leader. It's a real privilege to be picked first.
And my second pick is Jonathan.
Courtney?
Aaron?
Alvin, come on down.
I'm getting picked last, so thank God the judges have given us a bit of power. I get to choose which team I want to be on.
If I was Jimmy, I would choose the blue team because, you know, the caliber in that team. We've got Marion, Jonathan, Adam and Aaron.
Blue, red, I always go blue. Blue seems to be the one that works for me. So I'll take red.
I would have to say the blue team was a very strong team. Strategically, I'm not quite sure why Jimmy chose the red team.
We've got one less person. If it's a mass lot of catering, then we could be in a bit of trouble with one less person.
We're just waiting for our further instructions, and Gary and George step out. Judges are in the house. This is a first.
Interesting. 4 in the blue, 5 in the reds. So tomorrow is your next team challenge, and it is a big one. It's a doozy, it's massive. I love this challenge. This is going to be my favourite, I can tell. George is excited because tomorrow you've been conscripted into the Australian Army Catering Corps.
As soon as they say we're feeding the army, I'm just pumped. I had the honour of going to Iraq and Afghanistan to entertain the troops about 3 years ago. I have a bit of knowledge of what kind of food that they serve. Hopefully that'll help us out.
Tomorrow morning, you'll be taken to Holsworthy Army Barracks, the site of your next team challenge.
I have no experience with the military. You know, I love dressing up in costumes every now and then. Uniforms do it for me.
This is good stuff. You are going to be cooking for 100 ravenous soldiers. These soldiers have been roughing it for 3 weeks. This is the first hot meal they've had in nearly a month, and you're going to provide it.
You will be travelling in on foot, on the ground, all the way to the field kitchen.
The soldiers themselves will vote for the best food and therefore the best team. That is the team that will win. Simple as that. The prize for the winning team is a beautiful lunch from Sean Moran from Sean's Panorama.
It's a clean one, though. That's great.
Now to the bad news. If you lose tomorrow, the whole team will face an elimination challenge, and one of you will be going home.
Get a good night's sleep. You got a massive day, and we'll see you out there. Good luck.
Let's do this.
Actually, when I was born, my dad was a captain in the army, so I lived the first few years of my life on an army base. Alrighty, let's go wake up some soldiers. I guess a bit of my inner drill sergeant comes out.
Adam comes crashing into my room at some ungodly hour in the morning.
Out of bed and into those fatigues, now!
Adam comes in with a massive bang.
Let's move it, Grasby! I want you upstairs in 15 seconds!
I have no idea what's going on. I don't even know what time it is, but he's yelling at me, and I'm assuming that I need to get up and get dressed.
Come on, blue team, let's move! This is, for me, the most important team challenge that we've ever done. I've only lost 2 team challenges before. Claire's only lost 3, I think. Neither of us has lost as captain before, so someone's record is going to be broken today.
We get out of the vans at the Holsworthy Army Barracks and we're met by Lieutenant Colonel Trent Scott, the commanding officer of the 3rd Battalion of the Royal Australian Regiment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Kapyong Lions, the home of the 3rd Battalion. It's great to see you all here. Great weather for us today.
Commanding Officer Scott cuts a pretty imposing figure. Yeah, he's not someone you'd mess with.
The key qualities of an Australian Army soldier that you don't see every day are courage,
Let's keep pushing forward, men!
initiative,
They're moving!
and teamwork. Today, you guys are all going to have to show courage, initiative, and especially teamwork.
This day is going to be huge. I'm terrified not only of the cooking, but of the huge trek we have to do, about the amount of people we need to feed. And we don't even know what kind of equipment or food is in that bush kitchen. So this is a pretty terrifying challenge.
The task you'll be provided today will test you as a team. And you'll need to look after your fellow team members and not leave anyone behind. Why are you still here? Go!
The challenge starts now. Today we're cooking for 100 members of Bravo Company. Each team has to climb into the unimogs, which are going to take us to the start of the trek.
One last thing. Lunch is to be served at 1400 sharp.
The base is very big, and I'm wondering where we're going to be taken to do our trek. I'm guessing it's going to be a long way away.
I think what we need to think about today is, you know, food that's more than a calorie count in a box, you know what I mean? It's food from the heart, you know, food that brings you home, food that makes you feel warm and loved.
These guys have been out in the wet and the wind and the cold for 3 weeks. They're going to want a really beautiful meal, and that's what we need to give them.
All right, blue team, we are going to be doing a pack march today, so carrying our packs. I need to know before we start whether anyone has any pre-existing injuries.
Does anyone carry oxygen? Because I wouldn't mind having an oxygen mask.
As we're driving along, we realised the other teams will be heading to another track.
That's Marion's. Here, let me get down.
Slippery oven. We get out of the unimog. It's time to start our trek. Jimmy's got a torn hamstring and he'll be going in the support vehicle.
Coronary!
How's everyone feeling? Good?
Yeah, good.
Awesome.
Yeah, let's do this.
Let's do it.
Come on.
We're trekking through the bush, and it's extremely wet, it's hard, and our packs are really heavy.
Careful, slippery.
The packs that we're carrying today are around 20 kilos, but the soldiers normally carry up to 40 kilos on their back, so we can't be complaining about it, but this is really tough.
You all right, Alvin? Okay. Do a check. I'm good. Good job, mate. Doing well.
We are absolutely pushing to get there first. I mean, we need to get there as soon as we can so we can get into that kitchen, plan our menu, and get cracking, because there's no time to lose.
I don't know what I've been told. I don't know what I've been told. Jonathan's hair looks mighty old. What? What?
The most surprising thing on the hike is that Aaron's actually setting the pace. It's quite amazing.
I really push myself to the limit and try and set a really, really fast pace so we can be the first team to arrive at the field kitchen.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
We sort of break through the brush and the field kitchen's in front of us. The goal is in sight now. We break into a run and we just sprint in there.
We're here first, guys.
Awesome first, yeah, let's get
Well
inside,
done.
guys.
We've really pushed ourselves on the hike, and that means we're the first team to arrive. It's great. That's the advantage that we needed.
Oh, boy, that's what we've been carrying.
Oh, my God.
Looks like a pretty good kitchen setup. We've got barbecues, we've got big stoves, and we've got a sort of rotisserie oven at the end as well. So the equipment looks good. Now we just have to have a look at our ingredients.
Having a look at the ingredients, you know, we've got some great stuff. We've got Angus beef there, you know, there's lamb, there's chicken. I mean, there's a really big variety of stuff. Great fresh veggies, lots of herbs.
We got lots of spices here.
The only problem is we don't really have any power, so we can't plug in electric appliances. We're going to have to do everything by hand, and we're going to have to do it in great quantities.
Adam, I'm going to do apple and rhubarb. I think we've got rhubarb.
crumble.
I think it'd be nice.
It's going to be a real challenge to get this amount of food up for these guys. We're a man down already in the blue team. We've got 4 and the red team's got 5. But I'm not going to complain about it. I mean, the blue team's got a job to do and we're all focused on it.
Nice one, guys.
Good work, red team.
No, they're here.
We get to the field kitchen and the blue team's already setting up. They've already planned their menu and already have processors cooking.
So we need to have a really quick, decisive discussion about what we want to do.
I don't have time to think about what they're doing or worry about what their game plan is. The red team's just got to do its thing today.
Guys, Jimmy, you're doing the curry, yes? Callum, you're doing the crumble, yes? Courtney, meatballs. Alvin, you're doing all of the sides. Great, let's do it.
Just under 3 hours sounds like a lot, but if you need to cook for 100 soldiers, you know, time's just going to fly.
Today I'm going to be making a fruit crumble. At the moment it's apple, possibly rhubarb.
I'm doing a rhubarb and apple crumble. So I've got the rhubarb cooking over there.
I'm doing some meatballs. There's a heap of mince in the meat boxes.
I reckon we do the meatballs.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Today I'm going to be making a chicken curry.
A Thai curry is probably not something they get all the time, so they'd probably be excited about it.
We hear a few things getting yelled at. I hear Jonathan saying crumble. I hear Marion say curry. I'm not too happy about this.
Where's Claire?
Hi.
Oh, I love it. Look at this. Huh? This is brilliant. And it smells good already. Tell us what the menu is.
We've got meatballs with like a tomato sauce.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Jimmy's doing like a really subtle curry, light, something for everyone. So
Subtle curry, Jimmy. What on earth are you doing a subtle curry for?
That's just what I told Claire.
No, come on. It should be big and glorious. What are you talking about?
we've got a crumble, a fruit crumble, so apple and rhubarb.
Brilliant. You feel a bit responsible as soon as they're out.
I'm the captain.
Guys
of course I feel responsible.
Guys and girls on the front line. These are the people that go to war on our behalf.
Absolutely. There's no way I could do what they do.
Yeah.
So, you know, that respect.
And do something special for them.
Yeah.
Claire, brilliant. You get cooking away, yeah?
These guys have been working hard for 3 weeks, and, you know, it's a cold and wet day. If I was those guys, I would want home-cooked food. I would want something hearty and warming. A crumble, I think, is going to do that.
Adam, how are you, man?
Guys.
Captain of the blue team.
Yes.
You pumped?
I am very pumped.
There's only 4 of you on this side. They've got 5. Are you feeling under pressure because of that?
Yeah, I mean, when you're doing this kind of large-scale catering, an extra head in the kitchen would be an extra pair of hands.
Especially peeling garlic clove by clove.
Yeah, I know.
Wow, that could take forever.
Yeah.
Tell me, menu, what is it?
Menu, we've got actually quite a lot going on. We're not being shy about it. We've got an apple and rhubarb crumble happening here, a steak and mushroom pie happening here. We've got a sort of chicken curry here, some meatballs here.
It's like deja vu.
Yeah. Do you know what the other team are doing? Crumble, meatballs, curry.
The judges have come in and realised that the blue team and red team have very similar menus, which is, I guess, a product of us all being together for so long.
Claire, you need to come over here, I'm afraid.
Gary calls me over and asks Adam and I to tell each other what our menus are.
First dish.
First dish will be chicken curry.
What are you doing? Second dish.
Meatballs.
Yep, we're doing meatballs.
Apple and rhubarb crumble.
Houston, we have a problem.
You know, these are our boys and girls on the front line. We want you to do a brilliant job, and I don't want to see you competing over the same dish. What's the point? They've been on exercise for 3 weeks, and it's the first hot meal they've had. You want to give them a buffet between them that is going to blow them away. Sort it out. Do something.
What sort of curry are you doing?
Ours is Thai style.
OK, well, ours is Indian style, so there's a
Great.
difference there already.
That's good.
With the
Okay.
crumble, we're thinking about doing something different, so if we can...
Okay.
Meatballs?
I'll give on the meatballs if you're giving on the crumble.
OK.
Love it.
Yeah.
Great.
There
you go. Yeah. Wow, look at that. Good.
Claire and I are both lawyers, so we take a very lawyerly approach to this negotiation. She gives up the crumble, so the next thing I do is give up the meatballs. It was about a 5-second negotiation, and that's how we should do things.
So we had quite a lot of similarities, so we've had to negotiate who's doing what. So the meatballs stay. The crumble is going to be an upside-down cake rather than a crumble with the custard.
I've just been told I can't do the crumble anymore. It's a little bit disappointing because I was really comfortable with that dessert. It's something that's quite simple and I thought the soldiers would really like. With no recipe, there's no guaranteed upside-down apple cake. It's going to work out.
With 2 hours to go, 100 hungry soldiers will be coming to eat your food. And can I tell you, what an honour it is for all of you to cook for these soldiers that honour us.
Marion's going to be doing a chicken curry, pretty much the same thing I'm going to be doing. I mean, my style of cooking is quite different to hers, but I know she's a front runner in this contest and I don't want to be going head to head with her. At the same time, I'm going to stick with my menu. I know it's going to be really different to hers.
No soup for you.
Working in a field kitchen, you're never going to have all the utensils and equipment you need, so you need to improvise in order to get your dish done.
It smells great, Marion.
Instead of using a mortar and pestle, I use a meat mallet to try and bash up all the ingredients because I want to get it as smooth as I can because that means I'm getting all the flavour out of those base ingredients.
So I'm changing up the meatball idea. We're going to do some koftas.
I'm in Kofta Town.
Are you in Kofta Town?
Kofta Town.
Population you?
Population me.
It's a mincemeat dish spiced with some cumin, some cinnamon, some paprika, and with some sultanas rolled through there as well.
It's times like this you realise what a massive advantage it is having an extra pair of hands on a team.
Rolling out the koftas is definitely more time-consuming than I would have thought. I'm just making kofta after kofta after kofta, and it's taking me so long. I just hope I get finished in time.
Right, Matt, welcome. This is our field kitchen.
Wow.
Matt and Lieutenant Colonel Scott come in to check the progress of the red and blue teams, and it's fairly intimidating having two men that could kill you with their bare hands watch you cook.
So, Courtney, what are you making?
I'm doing meatballs in tomato sauce, home style.
So you've got thyme in there, you've got carrot, loads of tomatoes, so
garlic.
rich garlic, you can smell
Really
the garlic.
rich.
Can I have a taste? Is that all right?
Yeah. It's still got a bit of a way to go. It's got that tomato paste has got to cook out a bit.
Smells good. Yeah, look, that's fabulous. The 100 lads that come in and taste this, they're not going to want to go back out again. I'm serious. The lads are going to really enjoy that.
That's great. Sweet, rich.
To have Commanding Officer Scott and Matt Preston come over to taste it and tell me that I'm on track and they think that the guys are going to like it, it's a huge relief.
Great work, Courtney. That tastes great.
No, that's great.
Feeling like this is our big chance to give something back for the guys who do so much for us.
So, Jonathan.
Yes?
What are you making?
I've got a rhubarb apple crumble already in the ovens, baking.
Right.
And now I've got a massive pot of custard on.
Yep.
Then I'm going to make a bread and butter pudding, fill it with custard, get it in the oven as well with a bake.
Fantastic. So you're doing 2 desserts?
Yeah.
That's really good to see. Well done.
I'm aiming to be able to feed as many people as possible with my pie. It's not going to be a traditional pie with, a crust on the bottom. It's more like a pot pie. So what we're doing is making a big filling and then covering the top with pastry. Hey, Jono, can you do me a favour and every now and then just run over and give my pot a stir?
Aaron's got his pie filling cooking. He's now onto the vegetables and he's concerned that he's not going to get his pastry done. We've still got roast vegetables, pumpkin, potato to get done. He's going to look after that, so I'll do his pastry for him. You know what? I'm looking after all the desserts and pastry fits in the dessert kitchen, so that's all right for me. I'm doing it because we're a team, so, I've got my stuff ready and pretty much I've just got to monitor it cooking and now we've got to get everything out together.
Everything's kind of under control. And then Gary walks up to Callum's bowl of cake mix, lifts up the whisk and says,
"What's this?"
I know, I might have to remake the batter.
What is that, pancake? That's not the sponge mixture, is it?
It was my attempt. This was my attempt, yeah. I know, I couldn't get all the chunks out of the butter.
Why couldn't you get the chunks out of the butter? Tell me why, come on.
It was, I guess because it was too cold.
It needs to be creamy. Use your hand, warm the butter up. If the butter's not in a warm place now, stop what you're doing, warm the butter up, and then beat the butter and sugar so it's creamy. Claire, you're not going to have a pudding. You're not going to have a pudding.
This is a similar story to last week in the CWA challenge. My butter was too hard.
The problem is now if you try and warm that up, the eggs are going to cook. That's terrible, mate.
This week I did try and soften it, but unfortunately I didn't chop the butter up first, which was a pretty stupid mistake, and it's resulted in the middle bits of my butter still being quite hard.
I'm starting again now.
I'm stressed out. Gary's just given me a bollocking, and I have to get these cakes right for this dish to work. Time's against me. I've got no recipe. I'm not sure if this batter's going to work. I'm really freaking out.
Callum, he was going to do a crumble, now he's doing a sponge pudding. It's a disaster. He's making the same mistake with the batter that he did on the CWA challenge.
Callum really struggles when it comes to just getting on with something and doing it.
Yeah.
It's that whole mind over matter.
Yeah.
Just get in there and do it. Cream the butter with the sugar, add eggs, add flour. You don't need a set of scales. Touch and feel, guys. We're out here. We're using gas burners. There's no fancy ovens out here.
Yeah.
This is the bare essentials. Make do with what you got.
Yeah.
Oh, hear that, Gary? I wish we were up there. But you know what? They're on their way and they're going to be starving.
There's always that old Napoleonic saying, isn't it, that an army marches on its stomach. Trent, what have they been eating?
Yeah, look, Matt, they normally eat what we call a combat ration pack, which is this here.
Wow.
And that is 24 hours worth of food, which every man carries.
What are they going to be craving? What's the sort of food they want to hoe into?
Yeah, look, they'll all be craving fresh food with a lot of vibrant tastes.
Yep.
You know, something different, something markedly different from what they've been eating.
You've had some pretty ugly weather here, so they'll be cold, wet.
They'll be cold, wet and hungry, extraordinarily hungry.
With an hour to go, Callum's wanting to make custard. And so far as I can tell, at this point, Callum's going to be struggling to do that. Even if he wasn't, I need his help with other things. I don't want custard. It's just going to be a distraction. We can do something else. Cream will be fine.
So it's just the upside down cake, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, just cream over the top. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I tell him, don't make custard. I walk away. Callum's making custard.
I reckon I can make custard in half an hour.
Okay, it's up to you.
Okay,
but
trust me.
If you're going to do it, you need to do it now.
Yeah, okay.
The custard's in the pan on the heat. I need to keep it moving because if it turns to scrambled eggs, I'll have to start again.
We've certainly got some elements well on the way, but we've got dessert, which is well and truly in trouble. So Alvin and I have stepped in to try and help Callum get it under control, and he's ploughing ahead doing other elements.
At one point, I go over to check my cakes in the oven to make sure they're not burning. I come back.
Callum,
Something's overflowing, guys.
Unfortunately, the custard, it's really hot. It boils over.
burnt food.
There's not much I can do with this custard because part of it at the bottom's turned to scrambled eggs.
Jimmy, can you tell me for 1 second, please?
Yeah, sure. What do you need?
Just chuck that.
Through the sieve? Yep. Okay.
I think about straining it and seeing if I can still get some of the good custard that'll come through the strainer.
I didn't attend it for a little while.
The look on his face is, please, God, let this be good.
How is it?
I don't know how to tell him. It's probably one of the worst things I have ever tasted. It was burnt. It was disgusting.
Is it all right or not?
And to be honest with you, I just didn't want Claire to see it. He goes, Claire, taste this.
We're having 20 minutes.
Oh, it's burnt. No, you can't say that. It's not your fault.
So I abandoned the custard. I'm just going to serve the dessert with cream. And now I need to help with the main courses because they're the priority right now.
With a half an hour to go, there's this beautiful intensity in this kitchen. Come on, blue team.
I get the oil onto the really hot barbecue and it just starts smoking immediately. It's way too hot to cook koftas.
Come on, blue team, let's move.
There's about 30 or 40 koftas on there at a time. I'm just turning each one, and by the time I get to the last one, it's time to turn the first one again. The first batch of koftas is not great, but a bit burnt on the outside, still raw in the middle.
With 15 minutes to go, it's time to pull out the heavy artillery.
Yep, there. We're nearing on 2 o'clock. We're running around like headless chickens. I don't think I could have done anything more. I really worked my hardest. I couldn't work any harder.
I burnt my arm. The only way I would ever stop is if they had to carry me out of here. I really hope that the potatoes are done in time. I think I've given them enough time, but hey, we'll have to find out.
I'm desperately trying to get my stuff done and to make sure that everyone else gets what they need to get done as well.
We're out of time. We've got to get this food in the bain-marie.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Grubs up.
It's 2 o'clock and the soldiers come out of the bush. They're there with the grease paint on, with the big guns, and yeah, they're pretty intimidating guys. What we've been doing for the last few hours cooking food to them doesn't look anywhere near as difficult as the stuff that they've been doing for the last 3 weeks.
So we've got red chicken and pineapple curry with rice, rosemary potatoes, honey glazed pumpkin, Moroccan koftas with mint yogurt, beef and mushroom pie, and then for dessert, apple and rhubarb crumble, bread and butter pudding, custard.
So, do you know everything we've got?
We've got the bain-marie's ready to go. We've got roast beef and gravy, meatballs with tomato sauce, a Mogulai curry, coconut rice and green beans, and Callum's apple upside-down cake.
Look, I'm really happy with the flavours of the end product. I think it's all cooked well. I just hope that they like it too.
Seeing all those soldiers lining up, they look really hungry, and I'm hoping we've got enough food or we might be in a bit of trouble.
How you going, mate? Bit of everything? Oh, yeah, thanks. Great. You guys must be pretty tired. It looks like they want to taste everything, which is great. So we give them a little pie, we give them a little bit of veggies, we give them a kofta, we give them some rice, we give them some curry. There's a great mix on the plate. I don't know how well it all tastes together, but individually, all those dishes, I think, taste great.
Everything. That's the order of the day. The soldiers seem to be happy with the menu we've put up. They don't seem to be too worried about mixing the two teams together.
Yeah, a lot better than ration packs, I'll tell you that right now. It's hot for one, and yeah, it's got a lot better taste.
This is top. This is 100 times better.
Yeah, the meatballs especially.
Yeah, red team so far. Yeah, their curry and their meatballs are really good.
It's pretty good after rat packs, eh? It don't take much to beat rat packs, but no, it's really good.
I think I'll go blue. Yeah. What about you, boys? What do you
Red,
say?
red.
I'll just go against me then. Yeah, I might go red now.
The highlight for me on this plate from the red team is those meatballs.
Yeah.
They're juicy, they're flavoursome, they're warm and they're comforting.
And actually the meat pie, which the blue team did, I like that too. You know, it's this sort of weather. It's overcast, a little bit rainy, and it's warming and wintry. And look, these fellas, that bloke there is licking his plate. That's brilliant. Look, I think they've done a great job. There's some good home-cooked flavours. I mean, let's be honest, you can be picky about it and you can be restaurant-y about it, but this ain't a restaurant. You know, this is a mess tent with lots of food. They've been on dry rations for the last 3 weeks. That tastes good to me.
Yeah.
I bet it tastes great for them.
Yeah, I'm really proud of them.
Well, Trent, we've got both the red team's apple cake with a bit of strawberry jam and cream over the top, and then you've got 2 huge serves of the blue team, bread and butter pudding and a rhubarb crumble with custard. Now, tell me, what do you reckon?
Yeah, no, look, I think the blue team's crumble here is fantastic. It's got a great, strong taste. I think the blue team's bread and butter pudding is always going to be a favourite with the lads after working so hard out in the field.
If it came down to just desserts, I reckon the blue team would have shaded it.
I think you might be right.
Hi.
It's really great to see they're going back for seconds. Yeah. I mean, already that, you know, the start of the queue's kicked off again.
Yep. Dessert. We've got some cream to go with that as well.
There you go.
Crumble over here. Crumble.
Well, the blue bread and butter pudding, that was pretty damn good. But what was it? Red's sponge. Pretty much a winner. I can't. It's going to be pretty dead here at the end, I reckon.
Well done. Good feeling, isn't it? Very good feeling.
Bravo Company, thank you very much indeed for allowing the red and the blue team to feed you today. They've been honoured and proud to serve our troops. So I hope you enjoyed the meal. Now comes the important time when we ask you to vote for which team, the red team or the blue team, has done the better job. To vote, all you got to do is come up here, pick up a spent cartridge and drop it into the ammo box that represents the team you think's done the best job, either the blue team or the red team. Depending on how you vote, the losing team will face an elimination round where one of them will go home and will no longer have the chance of being named Australia's next MasterChef. So guys, the moment of truth. Time to vote.
Vote red! Vote blue!
The verdict of this whole challenge rests on the votes from the soldiers. I can only hope and pray that they put more in the red team.
I think our food was brilliant. We overextended ourselves with only 4 people. We cooked more dishes than the other team. Hopefully we've won this one.
I voted for blue.
I voted blue. Oh, best meal I've had in 3 weeks, easy.
Win or lose, wouldn't change a thing we did today, so thanks so much.
Really cool. Really and we've got food left, so we didn't undercater. We did not undercater.
All right, well done, man. Well done.
Hey.
I mean, I think red and blue have done a great job, and win or lose, I've had a great time doing it.
Voted for the red team.
Yeah.
Red. It was all good, but red was just better.
Oh my gosh. Well done, sir. Good work, guys. You were amazing.
Good job, guys. Captain.
So, you know, it's all done and dusted. We just have to wait and see how it all shakes out.
I think both teams have done an outstanding job to produce the variety that they did, and to feed 100 soldiers in the field is fantastic. Both teams deserve high praise.
Well, blue team, red team, welcome back from your day in the field. Welcome back to MasterChef HQ.
How do you think they went, guys?
Well, you know what, George? I reckon you did a brilliant job.
And to you guys too.
I think the red team can be really proud of the job we did yesterday. The judges have given us an ovation. I'm not sure if that's really directed at me because I didn't maybe perform the best out of the team.
If you win today, you get a fantastic lunch at Sean's Panorama with the man himself, Sean Moran. If you lose, however, the whole team will go into an elimination challenge. You'll go head to head, and from there, somebody will be going home. The first team we're going to look at is the blue team. Let's talk about the first one of those negatives for the blue team. And that was the koftas. Adam, you were responsible for the koftas. It was unspectacular. They were unevenly coloured, they were burnt. Flavour wasn't great. And koftas and tzatziki is not a great thing to be serving out of a bain-marie.
Aaron, you looked after the vegetables.
I did.
They were undercooked. They were probably the weakest dish in the bain-marie.
What we loved was that you're a group of 4, so you're a man down, and yet you had the biggest menu. There was lots and lots of food. And that was great to see. That was part of the brief.
The real success of your menu was your desserts. And the fact that, Jonathan, you worked to help both Marion and Aaron and also managed to put up 2 desserts, including the best dessert of the day, that rhubarb crumble, is a testament to your performance. You did a really, really good job.
Right, guys, now it's time to take a look at how the red team went.
Callum, what was most disappointing is you didn't learn anything from the CWA challenge. This is the back shear.
Yeah, that was the first one.
It's like a biscuit.
Yeah, I know. In a bit of trouble, I think.
And you made exactly the same mistake as you made in the CWA challenge. What's this? You didn't cream the butter and sugar together. You didn't think about the temperature of the butter, and you spent a long time making a sponge.
Yeah.
And you really need to put that in perspective, okay?
Okay.
Callum, from your eyes, what went wrong? What happened?
I'd got myself in a really bad headspace where I went from something like a crumble was quite easy to make instinctively, and then I didn't trust my own instincts, I think, to make a cake without a recipe and without scales and stuff, all the things I would normally do. And I really let that get to me.
The decision to switch the dessert was something that I made on the fly without consulting Callum. Meatballs?
I'll give on the meatballs if you're giving on the crumble.
Okay. That was my decision, and that put Callum under pressure right from the word go.
At the end of the day, it was my problem. Even though the dish got changed, I should have been able to turn it around and still not stress out too much.
Don't be too flawed by the negatives. Overall, it was a brilliant effort.
And Red Team, how good did your food look sitting there on the bain-marie? And in terms of the savoury dish of the day, Courtney, those meatballs were absolutely outstanding. Real food, you want to wipe your plate with bread to finish off. A really good effort. It's time to reveal who's won this week's Army Challenge. The winning team, with 66 votes.
34 votes to 66 votes. This isn't going to be a good thing, I don't think.
Is the red team. Red team, congratulations. But I think really both teams should be incredibly proud. And proud because of you all did a fantastic job. It's important to hold on to that. And Courtney, You're back in the competition. You delivered the dish of the day yesterday. You're marking yourself out as a serious contender to take out the title. Well done.
Now all that's left is to get out of here and enjoy that lunch at Sean's Panorama.
See you guys.
It's difficult saying goodbye to these people because I don't want any of them to go. And I know that whoever goes, the competition will be poorer for it.
Blue team, all of you will go through to an elimination round where one of you will go home.
I can't believe we've lost. We felt like we did the very best job we could yesterday, and that's not just in terms of cooking, but in terms of working as a team.
Adam, you've got a little advantage here. You've got an immunity pin if you choose to use it. When we gave you that immunity pin, we said that you could use that immunity to avoid an elimination round of your choice right up to the final week of this competition. Now is the time for you to decide whether or not you face this elimination, or whether you step aside and let your fellow contestants face the firing line alone. Adam, what's going through your mind?
I've had the pin for a long time now, and I've always said the first chance I get to use it, I'm going to use it. It just doesn't feel right today. I still don't know what I'm going to do. I honestly don't. Captain of a team, we worked together so well yesterday. Part of me wants to just see it through to the end.
As team captain, knowing that I played a big role in whether our team won or lost yesterday and that we did lose, largely due to decisions that I've made, it just seems like a terrible thing to then turn my back on my team and walk out using the immunity pin and leaving them to face the music.
Jonathan, what would you do if you're in Adam's shoes?
Oh, I think it's honourable what Adam's saying. I think in the end, he's got to think about himself.
What would you do?
I struggle to face another elimination, so I'd probably use it. And I suggest he uses it too. I think he should use it.
You're all nodding your heads, Aaron. What do you think Adam should do?
Oh, look, you know, I mean, I competed against Adam when he won that pin. And the thing about the pin, you win the right to choose when you want to avoid an elimination. He's got that right. He's won it. He's earned it. You know, you deserve it. It's all good, and no one's going to hold any hard feelings for it.
Marion, you've won and used your immunity. What should Adam do?
He'd be crazy not to use it. He should use it. If I could, I'd take it off him and give it to you right now and kick him out the door. He should use it.
Yeah. Just use it, Adam.
Adam, the guys have given you their opinion, but regardless of that, you have to make the decision on your own. You've got to think what's at stake here. This competition's about you making the right decision, whatever that is. Adam, what's your decision?
Use it.
Use it.
I'm going to use a pin. Sorry, guys.
Don't be silly.
Let's do it. Do it, mate. Don't be sorry. Come on.
Honestly. You may as well. It was a good choice, yeah.
Well done. Good on you, buddy.
Well, Adam, let's hope it's a wise decision. You're cashing in your immunity. Personally, I think you made the right move. Your reward is not to face elimination with these three guys. You've dodged a bullet. It's time to go.
Thanks, guys.
See you, buddy.
Sorry, guys.
I'm really torn up about the decision to use my immunity pin. I literally now have turned my back on my team, and it is a terrible feeling.
The three of you have a fierce elimination challenge in front of you. Time to go upstairs and prepare for it. We'll see you shortly.
I mean, this is going to be war. This is going to be full on.
This is going to be one of the hardest elimination challenges I have ever done in this competition.
I don't want any of the three of us to go home, but someone will.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
You're about to face a basic skills test.
Jonathan, Aaron and Marion go head-to-head in the fight of their lives.
I've got a hell of a lot more to do, and I've got a hell of a lot more to share.
Together, they will face off in 2 knockout rounds.
There's a common theme, the nut.
Each will be a greater test of their skill and culinary knowledge.
Anything I don't know what it is, I'm writing down walnut.
And for one of them, the MasterChef journey will end.
I've got a 1 in 3 chance of going home today, and that is terrifying.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
It's time to pull out the heavy artillery.
2 teams cooked a hearty menu for 100 hungry soldiers.
You have no idea how hungry I am.
And while Claire led the red team to victory and reward,
Lunch at Sean's Panorama.
Adam used his immunity to avoid an elimination challenge.
I literally now have turned my back on my team, and it is a terrible feeling.
Tonight, Marion, Aaron and Jonathan go head-to-head in the fight of their lives.
You're about to face a basic skills test.
Together, they will battle it out in 2 knockout rounds.
There's a common theme, the nut.
Each round, a greater test of their skill and culinary knowledge.
Anything I don't know what it is, I'm writing down walnut.
And for someone, the MasterChef journey will end.
Simple things have definitely stuffed up contestants before. This could be the day that I'm going home.
Aaron, Jonathan, Marion, yesterday you lost the Army Challenge. Unfortunately, that means all of you will go through to an elimination round where one of you will go home.
This has got to be one of the most disappointing results I've ever received. We really worked well together as a team. We really cooked our hearts out. We cooked so much food, such variety. It's disappointing to lose, and it's disappointing to be in another elimination challenge.
I think we've made some critical errors. The roast vegetables didn't go down well. Even though my pie got good marks, we've got a few negatives in there. The kofta got negatives as well.
I don't think that we lost that challenge. I think the red team won it.
The highlight for me on this plate from the red team is those meatballs. Yeah. They're juicy, they're flavoursome, they're warm and they're comforting. The 3 of you have a fierce elimination challenge in front of you. Time to go upstairs and prepare for it. We'll see you shortly.
Thanks. Thanks.
Ladies first. If I could pick a place, the worst place to be at this point in the competition, this would be the place. So close to the end, and I'm facing you two for elimination.
I came here to change my life. I really wanted to do something different and follow a dream.
That gnocchi was your saviour. Well done, buddy.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Here you go. I live with my partner, Natalie. We recently got engaged. That's the best thing that has ever happened to me and just makes me smile every single day. Cooking for me is a creative outlet. It's also the thing that really brought me close to my father when I was younger. He'd always been into cooking and I started discovering it in my late teens. We didn't talk a lot, but when we figured out that it was something that we both had in common, that just kind of led us together again, and that was a really wonderful thing. The catalyst for me deciding to enter this show was when my father had a heart attack. He spoke to me while he was in recovery and said, if there's something that you want to do with your life, if you're not happy, don't wait until it's too late.
The great thing about Aaron as a cook is that he's not bound by the rules in the same way that other people are. He's adventurous, he's daring. There's a boldness in Aaron's food. And that speaks very much of who he is.
He's an absolute wild man when it comes to flavours.
Woo! Get aboard the heat bonanza.
Oh. He's got 2 declared strengths in this competition, Mexican
Let's go, Georgie.
and pasta.
That is disgustingly good. Absolutely brilliant and inspired.
Coming this far in the competition, the door's open just a little bit, but I don't want the door open just a little bit. I wanted the door smashed open off its hinges and blown away. If I do get eliminated today, it's not going to be for a lack of trying.
I don't know how nervous Jonathan and Aaron are, but I'm certainly shaking in my boots. I've got a 1 in 3 chance of going home today, and that is terrifying. I came into this competition because I wanted to change my life. I wanted to get involved in a career in the food industry because I love food, I love to cook. I've given up a career as a journalist to do my Masters of Gastronomy, which is food and wine history. Doing my Masters has been really interesting. I wrote a 3,000-word assignment on Thai fish sauce.
Coriander?
What, just the roots?
Just the root.
My biggest food inspiration would have to be my mum. She means everything to me, and learning to cook from her is fabulous because she's a Thai chef. She's really taught me just about everything I know.
Awesome.
I live with my boyfriend Tim. He's a wine merchant. He does the wine at home, I do the food, so it's a perfect match.
Cheers.
My dream is to open a little wine garden, a place where my partner and I can spend our time that we love and where we can show people some really good food and some really good wine. I can't do that without this competition.
So he's got time to...
It's teaching me so much.
It has to be nice and smooth.
Because if you take that to boiling point, it will scramble.
8 out of 10.
You have won this little gold bin.
100%, no doubt in my mind, Marion is going to win this competition.
That is fantastic. This is the girl to be.
The winner is Marion.
Marion.
Wow, Marion, that was an absolutely ripping dish.
You can tell if it's Marion's dish when you taste it. It literally pops in your mouth. Your palate literally sings.
That is just like bang in my mouth.
It's extraordinary. It's like, whoa.
To be here in this competition and actually spending every day cooking and being with people who love to cook, it means the world to me. I'm determined not to go home today. I just am going to do everything I can to stay.
We're in the 12th week, so we're extremely close to the end.
Yep.
I'd imagine this elimination is probably going to be like no other. I think this is probably the most nervous I've been going to a team elimination. I work as an IT management consultant. I've been working in IT for over 10 years now. I don't hate being an IT management consultant, but you never really hear me talking about it. But I can go on for hours about food because I love it. My food dream is to open a French-style bistro that you walk into and you're taken back to Paris. The MasterChef experience is really going to give me the confidence just to take that step into a new life.
You prove that you do have the ability, the knowledge and the skill to win this competition.
In this whole competition, I feel like I've been climbing Everest.
Happy?
Yeah. Bloody brilliant. I'm a very competitive person.
That looks really thick to me. No.
Oh, you said it was thick, so I'll start again.
Right. He takes things personally.
I don't take things personally. I'm a perfectionist. I don't really take anything seriously in life, except for my cooking. And then I'm a perfectionist. Everything's got to be meticulous.
He's got probably the best technique in the competition. He works efficiently, he works fast. He's amazing to watch.
Nine, 10, you win.
John has earned himself a bit of a reputation as the eliminator.
Jonathan, you've made it through.
He's been in almost every team elimination and he just keeps coming through them.
The Terminator in MasterChef Kitchen. It's not a good feeling. I'm certainly not at the point where it's time for me to leave. I've got a hell of a lot more to do, and I've got a hell of a lot more to show.
When we walk back downstairs, the room's been totally changed. It's set up with a long table with 8 cloches on it. I don't know if I'm going to get through this one.
It's this point in time that I start clearing my mind. It's time to focus on the challenge ahead. It's a really difficult moment.
Marion, Jonathan, Aaron, you're about to face a basic skills test. The three of you standing here, it's a bit sad. Inevitably, one of you is going home. Aaron, you look a little resigned to your fate.
Facing off against Marion and Jonathan, you know, they're two definite Goliaths of this competition, and I do feel like, you know, a little bit of a David next to them. But if I am going to be eliminated from this competition, I prefer to be eliminated by Marion and Jonathan than anybody else, because I know I'm going up against the best.
Jonathan, you're a bit fidgety.
Yeah, there's great cooks here, you know, and I'm really worried.
You're our most experienced competitor when it comes down to eliminations.
This could be the final bullet.
Marion?
I'm not going home today. I've had the best time in this competition and I don't want it to stop. So I'm going to give it everything I've got to stay in this competition. And I know that means that one of these guys is going to have to go, and I feel really sad about that, but it's not going to be me today.
Yesterday we faced a challenge to cook for 100 soldiers and we won. So we're off to lunch at Sean's Panorama.
Hello.
Hi, how you going?
Sean comes out and welcomes us. We're in a fantastic location, North Bondi, one of my favourite places in the whole world. He tells us that we've got a private room, 2-hat restaurant. What more could you expect?
This is the first course.
To start with, Sean sends out some homemade dried beef, which he's made up on his farm, and to go with that is an awesome fennel and broad bean salad. I love this stuff.
Smells great. Oh. Sean's restaurant's quite unique. His ideas are about paddock to the plate. He has his own farm, he grows his own produce, so it's all about organic, tasty food that just needs a little bit of tweaking to actually end up on a plate.
Just good food.
My favourite dish is the chickpea crusted chicken. These chickens have been reared by Sean himself on his farm, and it's really tasty chicken, and it's quite unlike anything you can buy in a commercial environment.
I must say, Claire, I don't think we'd be sitting here having lunch if it wasn't for your efforts yesterday.
Nonsense. It was a team effort. So here's to the team.
Yeah.
Team red.
Guys.
Unfortunately, while we're enjoying this lunch, the other guys are back at the MasterChef kitchen. These guys are some of the best cooks in the competition, and the fact that one of them is going to get eliminated today, it's a harsh reality.
I hope they're okay.
So this is how the challenge is going to work. There'll be 2 rounds. There's a common theme, the nut. This is an ingredient that you need to know. As restaurateurs, we owe it to our customers when they come into our restaurants and tell us they're allergic to specific nuts.
There are 8 cloches, and under each cloche is a single variety of nut. When we reveal that nut, you have to write down what it is. Spike it, and then we'll move on to the next one. We're not using the botanical classification that covers all nuts. It's more of a culinary classification, what people deem to know as nuts. When you've written down what all 8 varieties of nuts are, we will tally the results. The person with the highest score saves themselves from competing in the second round. If all of you get the same score, no one saves themselves and you all compete.
That deciding round will determine who stays and who goes home.
Time to reveal the first nut of 8 in this basic skills test. Are you ready? Yep.
The judges reveal the first cloche. Have a look, a smell. I'm pretty sure these are pine nuts.
All happy to write down your first answer? Face down on the spike. These are, of course, pine nuts, which are botanically a seed.
The second nut. The second nut is a kernel. Macadamia nut.
The third nut you must identify. These are, in fact, hazelnuts.
There's been 3 pretty easy nuts to identify so far, but simple things have definitely stuffed up contestants before.
Let's have a look at what number 4 could be. The humble cashew. I'm sure you guys wrote that on your bits of paper. Aaron, you got all right so far?
So far, so good.
Marion?
Yep.
Jonathan?
Yep.
Seem very comfortable swimming along. Are you worried that you might hit a rip soon?
Yep. Number 5 may be a little different.
I've got no idea what it is. Absolutely no idea what it is.
I write down candle nut. Thank God Alan made a Luxor in the house 3 weeks ago, otherwise I wouldn't have had a clue what that looked like.
This is, in fact, a candle nut. Something you find in a lot of Asian cuisines.
You've had 5 nuts to identify that have been removed from their husk or shell. The next 3 won't be. You can only identify them by their look. You're not allowed to open them up. The sixth nut is... peanuts. A delicious one.
Nut number 7.
I can see a nut that I have seen before, but I've just had a mental blank. Oh, it's so frustrating.
These are, of course, chestnuts.
Time to reveal the 8th and final nut.
The 8th cloche is lifted, and I have no idea what that nut is. It's in its shell. It sort of looks like a baby walnut that hasn't sort of gone all crinkly yet.
Is it a baby walnut?
I write down almonds because it seems to be the same sort of shape as an almond.
I don't know what it is.
I reckon that would have been a tough one for a lot of people because we rarely get them like this.
Shit.
What is it?
It's pecan.
The pecan. You guys must know the classic pecan dish.
Pecan pie. I just got one wrong. I don't know whether anyone else has got all 8 correct. I'm really worried at this point that I'm going into the second round.
We've tallied the results. One person is safe, will not be eliminated today. That person is Jonathan.
Good on you, Jono.
The judges say that I'm safe, but I'm really happy not to be going the second round. It's just another elimination that I've just survived.
Jonathan, you only got one wrong, and that was the last nut, which was the pecan. You said that nut was an almond, and of course that's incorrect, but well done.
Marion, you got 6 out of a possible 8 right. The 2 incorrect, chestnuts, and of course, pecans. Aaron, you got the candle nut wrong, and of course, the pecan as well.
Jonathan, you have dodged yet again another bullet. Fantastic. Don't know how you keep doing it. The sadder side of this is, of course, that you have to say goodbye to both of these contestants. One of these people will not be returning to the house and will be going home at the end of round 2.
Bye. It's been a pleasure, Jono. You will. Good on you.
Sorry, guys.
I'm sorry, man.
Well done, Jonathan.
See you, Jono.
You and me.
You and me.
Well, Jonathan has just shot out of the bolt hole. Round 2 is a cooking challenge. What you'll be cooking is the most loved nut sauce in the world. It is satay sauce.
I actually burst out laughing because I'm facing against Marion. She specialises in cooking Thai food, and I've got to make a satay against her. I mean, yeah, that's going to be real easy.
I'm feeling really nervous. Aaron's got a very good handle on flavour. He's going to be really tough to beat.
There's no doubt that satay sauce has spread across the world. You find variations in China, in Thailand, in Vietnam, in Indonesia, of course, and Malaysia. You've got 15 minutes to make that satay sauce, which includes collecting all your ingredients. You have to make the right choices, otherwise this may be your last chance to cook here in the MasterChef kitchen.
I think this is going to be a really tough challenge for Aaron and I. I've made a couple of satay sauces at home. I've watched my mum make it, but 15 minutes, that's really not a lot of time.
Let's find out what ingredients you can choose from to make the best possible satay sauce you can. Let's start with the nuts. You've got cashews, peanuts, walnuts, almond and macadamias. You've also got onions, shallots, garlic, ginger, limes and lemons and chilies.
Round 2. The round that will decide who stays and who goes. By making a beautiful satay sauce. Your 15 minutes starts now.
There's absolutely no time to think twice about a recipe. I just go with my instinct and get it done really quickly.
I'm going to go for a recipe that I cook sometimes. I grab sugar, tamarind, turmeric. I get lots and lots of peanuts, some coconut cream, and then I bolt back over to my table.
I start off by roasting some cumin seeds and coriander seeds.
The first thing I need to do is make sure the peanuts are roasted off. I give them a shake every now and then, but concentrate on making my curry paste.
I blend together some onion, ginger, garlic and chilies, a sort of really good flavour base. The next thing I do is put that mix into the oil to cook off. Then I add in my spices and I keep tasting to try and figure out how much of that spice I need to put in.
I'm cooking against Marion, making a satay. That is the most insane thing that you would ever want to be doing.
5 minutes down already, 10 minutes to go.
Peanuts are the main star of this dish. So I need to make sure that those peanuts are chopped to the right consistency, not too slushy. I put in some sugar, fish sauce and some tamarind to try and get that balance of sweet and sour as well as the creamy nuts.
I get a pinch of turmeric and a pinch of cumin seeds, chuck them into a hot pan, and then I add the coconut cream. I get this fantastic kind of split. With the turmeric, it's kind of gone this deep yellow. It looks really, really good. I'm really happy with where I am right now.
Aaron, I've never seen anybody move so blooming fast in my life. I love it.
I'm cooking for my life here.
What have you done?
Well, look, I'm just going with what I know. I'm going with maybe more of a Thai, which is dangerous considering Marion is the Thai specialist, but you've got to stick with what you know.
It looks good, it's textured, it's starting to split, which I love. I love it when you get a good satay
exactly,
sauce.
yeah.
Get a little bit of oil on the top. You've just got to beat Marion.
If you want to win MasterChef, you've got to beat Marion at some point. Why not today?
Aaron, this could be your day.
It could be. Thanks.
I realise that I need a little bit of peanut butter as well. I know my mum adds it into hers, so I'm going to add it into mine. I'm really happy with the flavour, but I just haven't thinned it out enough.
Oh, habaneros. I love that.
Stuff's not burning.
No, it's not.
This is the main event. Marion versus Aaron. 5 minutes to go to save yourself in this competition. Marion, how you going?
Good.
You confident?
No.
I'm sure you've eaten loads of satay sauce.
I have.
Do what you normally do. Smells lovely. With less than 4 minutes to go, Are you going to get there?
Yeah, I am. I'm basically just balancing flavours at the moment.
Is your consistency okay?
It's a bit thick, so I'm just trying to thin it out a little bit. Just keep adjusting.
I feel like I'm on the right track at the moment. My base sauce is tasting good. 15 minutes goes like a minute. It is so quick and the pressure is really on.
Aaron's not going to go down without a fight. He's a man possessed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting to see they've picked two very similar sets of ingredients with one or two tiny differences, but I can see two entirely different results hitting the table. Marion, more sugar, more sour, and Aaron, more spicy, more chilli.
I'm worried that we're going to have two absolutely fantastic satay sauces.
It comes down to which one we would prefer to win.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's going to be very, very interesting to see who's going to win this baby.
Minutes is not long to produce a satay sauce. I don't really have time to look at what Aaron's doing. I'm just hoping that I'm doing a better job than he is.
You've got 60 seconds to go.
I feel really rushed. I've added a little bit of water, but I really don't have any more time to thin it out.
Ten seconds to go, I get the ramekin and just start pouring it in, and the stuff slopped everywhere, the bowl's disgusting.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it, guys. Well done.
Please bring your satay sauces up to the front. Right, Aaron, I'll taste your satay sauce first.
I'm not feeling overly confident, but I couldn't have done any better if I tried. I mean, I've done the best I can.
Marion?
I'm not really sure what Gary's look is. I don't think it's a particularly happy look, but I don't think it's a bad look either. I'm not really sure what to expect.
Okay, Aaron, your satay sauce first. Love the look of it, really do. And there's little flecks of chili, little flecks of green in there, which look beautiful. And that shade of sunshine turmeric is just lovely. A lot of spice in there. And I like it because it goes down easy. It's nice and fluid. Marion, it's very different to Aaron's. But what I love about it, it's got this lovely balance of that sweet and sour, that sourness from a lot of tamarind. Is that right? Mm. And you've got ginger and garlic. It's got good flavour, good guts. In fact, I'm really pleased with both of you. You put up a fantastic satay sauce each. Wow. You've done your job. You've cooked two brilliant satays. Now you've made my job very, very hard.
You happy with your results, guys?
Yeah, I am.
A lot of people get afraid of it being a little bit split like that. And it's separated because the nuts, of course, got so much oil in it, and then you add more in there. It looks delicious, the way it should be. Aaron, You're first. Marion? Aaron, I love the look of your satay sauce. It looks so appealing. It's vibrant, the turmeric's a great addition. It's full on in terms of spice, but it's good. Marion, it's thicker, there's no doubt about it. It's got this zinginess in the background. If you put coriander seeds in there, yeah, I love that. It's really beautiful. 2 good satay sauces. Which one would I buy? Interesting.
You both did a fabulous job. Out of 2 great satay sauces, which one deserves the victory? 2 entirely different approaches. The ingredients that you chose were much the same. You just applied a different technique, a different feeling, and a different bit of heart.
These are 2 satay sauces that are right, but which one's better? And it just goes to show the calibre of cooks that we've got. Would take you 2 into battle any day of the week, because you love what you do. We are so, so proud.
We've had to make a decision. This is an elimination round, and at the end of the day, one of you is going home. This is one of the hardest decisions we've ever made. We are about to shatter somebody's dream. Aaron, you're safe.
The moment the judges say, Aaron, you're safe, my entire world just falls apart. In that one little moment, I've lost my chance in the rest of this competition.
Marion, I'm so sorry. You were pipped to the post, and as much as we wanted you to make something spectacular that would blow us away, Aaron's satay sauce was the one that we'd go back for.
I'm in and Marion's out. I mean, how the hell did that happen?
Aaron, the reason your satay sauce was better, the look. Deep yellow, slightly split, speckled with goodness. Packed with flavour. Good sweet, good sour, lots of guts and spice that put a little bead of sweat on George's forehead. These are the sort of strikes of brilliance that we need from you. Absolutely fabulous. It is a competition, and the twists and the turns, who knows what's going to happen, mate? And it shows you what possibilities there are.
Marion, your satay sauce wasn't as good as Aaron's. It wasn't bad. It was just really, really thick. It tasted good, but after a few spoons, it was really, really claggy. You're a great cook, and great cooks have bad days. It's just the way it is.
Marion, how are you feeling?
I feel really disappointed, but I think I've had a really good time in this competition, and I've really learned a lot.
What were some of your favourite moments?
I think definitely going to London and going to Paris. That was a really big dream of mine, so to actually go was really, really wonderful.
Yes. I've no regrets at all. When I walked into that door in top 50, I never thought I'd get as far as I have done today. I've loved every minute of it, and I think that's the most important thing. I've gotten the most out of this competition that I could ever have dreamt to have gotten, and for me, that's the main thing.
Marion, you're already on the food radar here in this country. Trust me. You got respect from me, you got respect from Gary, and you've got respect from all of our chef peers out there. Just looking upon you, going, you know what? This is a new one on the scene, and you're going to be amazing.
Marion, it's time to say goodbye to Aaron, and of course the two of us. We are going to miss you so much.
Come on, come and give us a hug. See you, darling. You're a dreamer.
I'm really disappointed that I've not made it to the final week. I feel really sad to be leaving the kitchen, but I try to remember all the good things in this competition because I don't want to have a minute of regret. It's the end of my time in the competition, but it's not the end of my story.
Sitting back at the house, Adam's there. He's obviously used his immunity pin, and Jonathan's safe. So the moment of truth has come.
Who do you think it's going to be?
Oh, no.
The smart money would have to be backing Marion, wouldn't it?
We're sitting around waiting for the last safe person to come home, and it's definitely Marion.
Wow. Oh, my God.
Welcome back. Wow, welcome back.
Aaron, welcome back.
Jesus.
Are you okay?
People say sometimes stranger things have happened. Nothing stranger in my life has ever happened than Aaron coming through those doors.
We're just a bit
Yeah, I
shocked.
don't blame you. I'm more shocked than anyone.
Marion just got eliminated.
Is this real?
Tell us what happened.
She's someone that we all looked up to, someone that we could all learn from. She's like the thesaurus when it comes to food. We've resigned ourselves into thinking she's going to win this competition.
This is not a joke, right?
Yeah, is she coming down the
She's not
stairs?
coming
just
down
now?
the stairs.
Are you sure? She's been eliminated.
I still don't believe it. I still don't believe it.
Finals are only just around the corner, and nothing could rock this competition more than today's result.
I see two looks on everyone's faces. It's a look of shock and a look of relief. Marion's gone, and now we're looking around thinking, you know what? We all stand a chance to win this.
So exciting to be home. I really was dreading the moment I had to go home because I was eliminated. But to come home and to see Tim, see my mum and dad, and to see how proud they are of me is really exciting.
Proud of you, Sue. You've done marvellous. You're going to make me better cook than Mummy now.
No, I'm not, Mum. I'll never be better than you. I'm sure you can make a better Sante sauce than I can. I'm really disappointed to be out of the competition, but it's really inspired me to do what I really want to do. I want to open that wine bar with Tim, and I've been thinking more and more about something to do with an Asian product line, something I can incorporate my mum into. She's a chef, and I'd be silly not to use her, and I love working with my mum.
Welcome home.
MasterChef has absolutely changed my life, and this is definitely not the last time you've seen me.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
First of all, I think it's worth saying that you need to try new things.
It's time to break out your notebook and learn how to cook like a pro with some help from Gary and George in another masterclass.
Every masterclass, you become a better cook.
First up on the menu, a succulent roast pheasant.
Oh, wow.
It's great, isn't it?
And we finish up with a chocolate fondant served with an amaretto milkshake.
Bit of Chipotle and I'll be having a good time.
Plus, we join Lauren Murdoch to learn the fine art of tapas
Tapas can take on many styles and forms.
and whip up 4 simple yet tasty dishes.
It's an awesome dish.
Lauren, I can't wait to try it at home.
Last night on MasterChef Australia,
One of you is going home.
Aaron, Marion and Jonathan faced elimination in a basic skills test.
I'm just happy there's 2 rounds.
And for Marion, the MasterChef journey ended.
It's the end of my time in the competition, but it's not the end of my story.
Tonight, it's a change of pace as Gary and George take over the kitchen.
First of all, I think it's worth saying that you need to try new things.
On the menu, a succulent roast pheasant.
Oh, wow.
It's great, isn't it?
And for dessert, a luxurious chocolate fondant.
Bit of Chipotle and I'll be having a good time.
Plus, we join Lauren Murdoch to learn the fine art of tapas
Tapas can take on many styles and forms.
and whip up 4 simple yet tasty dishes.
It's an awesome dish.
Lauren, I can't wait to try it at home.
It's finally time for masterclass. It's been a really emotional week.
But now it's time to kick back and learn from Gary and George.
It's hard to believe that we're here at masterclass number 12 right now. Every masterclass, you become a better cook.
Well, welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen and, of course, welcome to Masterclass. What's special about Masterclass now is that there's so few of you. It's so personal, isn't it? And we get a chance to cook together, really. We demonstrate something, recap on some of the mistakes that you made during the week, but also to share some of that knowledge, share some of that information. And believe it or not, it actually comes this way as much as it does that. Things that we pick up from you, and that's lovely to see.
Earlier this week, Marion, Alvin, Aaron and Peter faced off in the pressure test. Unfortunately, Peter failed to impress
I don't have any raspberry in mine.
and has left the competition. Courtney, you came back into the competition with Peter. How does it feel now that he's left?
It really does turn your world upside down, coming back into the competition. It's hard not to sort of think ahead and think what might be. And for Pete to only be here such a short time, I'm sure he's very disappointed. And yeah, we all miss him, but that's the name of the game. Everyone's going to go and we're going to get smaller and smaller, and it's just a matter of who goes.
That's right.
On the back of the Army Challenge, the blue team went into an elimination. Jonathan, Aaron and of course Marion faced off in a basic skills test. In the second round, it came down to Aaron and Marion, where they had to make their own version of a satay sauce. They had 15 minutes to do it, so they were racing against the clock. Bottom line, Marion, I'm so sorry. Aaron's satay sauce was the one that we'd go back for. Marion was eliminated from the competition and went home. It was a massive shock, but you know what? It throws this competition wide open, and it shows you that if you're not careful, you can fall at the smallest hurdle. Aaron, do you think Marion's going to go on and do well?
Marion's unstoppable. You know, the way she approaches food, her ideas, they're incredible. So, look, she's going to use this for whatever it is and just go forward like a freight train. And best of luck to her.
Right, on to happier things. And this week's private masterclass is going to revolve around tapas. And for 2 of you this week, you're going to be heading off to the much-loved Ash Street Cellar, where Chef Lauren Murdoch will be sharing her knowledge of that much-loved cuisine. And the lucky 2 will be Callum and Courtney. Callum, Courtney, off you go. Enjoy yourselves.
Bye. Lauren is the chef down at Ash Street Cellar, one of Sydney's hotspots for tapas, so I can't wait to go and see what she's got cooking.
I love tapas food. I love the idea of sharing food. And I'm really interested to pick up a few tips about it.
OK, who knows what this is?
Pheasant?
Yep, you're right. It's a pheasant. And it's skinnier than a chicken, like a commercial chicken. But the reason they're skinnier is because they're not crossbred and reared to be those little plump, domestic chickens that we have now. So quite a skinny breast and a hard-working pair of legs as well. Let's be honest. These aren't the most tender of things. So you have to treat it very differently to a domestic chicken. And you'll find that with things like guinea fowl as well. It's exactly the same. In this country, they aren't game. They're now reared domestically, so they're not technically a game bird. And by definition, game is something that's been caught, shot, killed wild. Sounds gruesome, but that's the reality of it. And kangaroo is probably the closest thing that we get to it. So this pheasant is going to be the centrepiece of our dish today. We're going to do a roast crown of pheasant with peas, bacon, little baby shallots and salsify. So roasting on the crown just means on the bone. So this pheasant already has the wings, the legs and the back of the carcass removed. Now I need some help with the next step. So Claire, up you come. Right, so first up, we're going to make a little tarragon butter to put underneath the skin. So we don't need all of this butter, just a couple of little chunks. Yep, and a good handful of that tarragon, bit of salt and pepper. So tarragon's a sort of an aniseedy soft herb, and it goes beautifully with this delicate meat. And what I might do is we just do some very thin slices of garlic and we'll put those underneath the skin. This is that single bulb garlic, which is quite interesting. So just give that a good old mix. It needs to be soft enough so that it'll go under the skin. So you've mixed that together, a little bit of lemon juice. And have you been quite heavy with the seasoning? Because that's the key with this.
I think we probably need some more.
OK. And the reason you want to be quite heavy with the seasoning is because this is part of the seasoning on the bird. And we'll use a bit of this to finish it off in the pan when it comes out. All right? Right, what you do is you just pull back the skin and then you just push your finger in. And being very careful not to tear it, you draw your finger back down to the front. And what you'll find is that it's connected on that central breastbone. So you've got to be careful. If you try and run your finger over the top of it straight away, it's going to tear. So you've just got to be really gentle. And that's why I'm drawing it back down towards myself. All right? But what we're going to do is just going to put this butter underneath the skin and spread it evenly. Now, this will melt out fairly quickly, but what it will leave as it melts is that lovely tarragon and that salt and pepper. And then what we'll do is put in a couple of little slithers of that garlic, just so that it puts a bit of flavour on the breast, all right? And then you can do the other side. I love the idea of using a soft butter. I think it's really nice. What you're doing is you're trying to give it a bit of protection. And what they use with a lot of games, if they're not fatty, is a little piece of speck or fat. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but things like grouse, for example, in Europe, they'll put a little bit of speck or bacon over the front, and you actually cook it with that speck on. And what it does is it acts as a barrier to stop the heat penetrating the breast while the legs cook. The whole purpose is to keep it moist and to act as a barrier. And this is much the same. So a speck or a bacon, a butter, or another type of fat. Perfect. We're done. Claire, good job.
Thanks, Gary.
Dirty little hands, but good job. OK, so pheasant's ready to go. It's on the crown, the butter's under the skin. It's got a little bit of seasoning on the flesh. Now we're going to just give it another little season, and that includes in the cavity as well. And we just want to maximise the flavour, because it's not going to take that long to cook. I reckon about 12 to 15 minutes at the most, all right? And even though it won't stay in there, not for very long, I'm just going to put that lemon and a bit of that tarragon and a little bit of this garlic just in that cavity, because anything I reckon that gives you that little bit of flavour is great. And I'm going to cook the bones in there as well, as if I'm going to make a gravy au jus, just to show you. Now, actually, in this dish, we're not going to use it, but it's important that you understand the process. What it will do is show you that you can make a beautiful little gravy out of all this. So, hot pan, a little bit of oil. We're going to chuck in those little bones, because we'll use those as a trivet. And then, good technique to follow. It's a bit like when I showed you how to grill a steak. Try and work methodically, all right? And what I do is I always put breast side down, but breast side to the edge of the pan, all right? And that's going to give its first little caramelisation on the skin. Now, we're going to do this again at the end of the cooking in terms of basting. So this is about introducing a little bit of crisp, a little bit of golden brown, but not a massive amount. And the butter is going to melt pretty quickly, leaving that seasoning behind. All right? That smells absolutely delicious already. So what I'm doing is I'm just flipping this just to make sure that the fat is rendering and that it's starting to caramelise. I'm just going to bring that little trivet of bones in close to the crown so it's nice and secure. And I'm going to make sure that I do this a couple of times during the process, but just give it a baste. And then we're going to pop that in the oven, OK? So, pheasants in the oven, 180 degrees, 12 to 15 minutes, which I think is just long enough for George to nip in and make this beautiful little pea, salsify and baby shallot garnish that's going to go with our pheasant dish.
Ah, what a delicious dish we're making today. Roast pheasant with peas, bacon, baby shallots and salsify. Right, so Gary's got the pheasant in the oven cooking. And while that's cooking, we're going to prepare this little garnish. And a delicious garnish it is. Some stuff that you guys probably haven't used before or even eaten. But salsify is beautiful, and that's the first step. We're going to prepare the salsify. Salsify is a root vegetable. It's also known as goat's beard, hence the, yeah? Easy to find? Not really. I mean, you need to go to your special little, markets to find this. Quite an interesting vegetable. It's got quite similar characteristics to parsnip. And when it's in season, right now, it's delicious. But there's a certain technique in preparing this vegetable because it goes brown very, very quickly. So to help me make that, Aaron, step on up and let's play. Thank you. Right, Aaron, come on in, man. I'm going to show you how to prepare one and then you can do the rest. Basically, you need some acidulated water first. So lemon juice will be fine. You can use vinegar. Plain tap water's fine. Doesn't need to be cold. Definitely not hot, that's for sure. Now, to prepare the salsify, you basically need to just first remove it from the root because these are the bits that we want. Okay, so we've got plenty of that. The next step is to peel the salsify. If I'm peeling something, I'll always peel on a tray. Why? So I can pick the tray up, discard the rubbish, my chopping board's nice and clean. Okay, so your bowl of acidulated water right there, your peeler, your tray, and then just in one motion, you've got to peel basically the skin off, and you want to keep the shape of the salsify. All right? Straight into the water. All right? Your turn, man.
Okay.
Aaron, have you ever seen anything like this before?
I haven't, but I am a big fan of parsnips, so if it tastes like that, I'd be a big fan of salsify.
Has anyone used salsify before? No? While you're peeling that, Aaron, the next step is really important. I'm going to show you a real classic technique to cook something like that. It's called cooking something in a blanc, classic French technique to make something white, all right? Because if you don't cook it like that, it will end up being brown. I've got about 500 mils of water and I've got some plain flour. And basically, I turn the gas on and I rain in some of this flour to create, it's quite odd, but like a little slurry. And what that's going to do is protect the salsify from turning brown. So about to 500 mils of water, about a half a cup of flour. And, of course, some lemon juice, about half a lemon. And you can throw the whole lot in there. Cool, man. I think that should be heaps.
Excellent.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff. Aaron's done a great job in peeling the salsify. The next step is to just trim them up ready for presentation. So, I mean, look, I love these bits because they're quite natural. So I'm not going to really fuss around with those pieces. But these are a tad too long. So I'll just cut them on an angle. And they all can go straight into the blanc. And then we pop a little cartouche over the top. Just to make sure they don't come up. And we'll just pop this on low heat and gently cook them. Right, the next step is to prepare the black garlic. And I'm not sure if many of you have seen it before, but this black garlic is absolutely beautiful. They basically take garlic and they ferment it at a high heat, so at about 120 degrees for about 3 weeks. The flavour's quite interesting. It sort of turns it into this sort of caramel, sort of molasses flavour, and doesn't need much cooking at all. Literally in a pan, a little bit of butter, and it's beautiful. It also makes the most amazing puree. It's delicious stuff, really delicious. Jimmy, do you want to come and have a little taste?
Yes.
Here, maybe take some back and give it to the others. There you go. What are you tasting?
It's actually quite sweet. Some of the sugars are still in there, but it's got that garlic taste to it, but it's sort of halfway between roasted and like a balsamic face to it, almost to it, because that's the sugar part I can taste.
Exactly right.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah. Quite nice.
Oh, interesting texture, isn't it? Can you smell it?
So for this recipe, we probably need about 8 to 9 cloves of the black garlic. I'm just going to check the salsify to see if it's cooked. If a knife goes through it, it's cooked. It's always good to leave the salsify cool down in the blanc, all right? So you can have this pre-made, cool it down, leave it in the fridge, and as you need some, you pull it out, all right? And it'll keep it nice and white. Right, the next step is to cook our little dish. Nice heavy based frying pan, some olive oil in the pan, a little bit of butter as well. Okay, we throw our peeled shallots in, golden shallots that we've just quartered. Next is we've got this flat pancetta. That's absolutely beautiful. And we've just cut them into lardons, yeah? Lardons is basically when you take a cross-section of the pancetta, you end up with meat, fat, meat, fat, meat and fat. About a half a cup of lardon. The next ingredient that's going to go in is the salsify. I'm just going to drain it on the paper towel just to get rid of any of that excess moisture. And we'll just pop that in. These won't take very long to cook. All we really want to do is get some colour on them. All right, we've already cooked them in that blanc, the water and the flour mixture. Right, we're just going to let this saute for a few minutes, get some nice colour, bleed the fat out of that lardon because that's got so much flavour. And then we're going to come back and finish it off with the peas, the cos and the garlic.
Pheasant's been in the oven for about 14 minutes. So when you test this, you want to feel it at the plumpest part of the bird, right? So essentially that's the thickest part, which is down at the bottom of the breast. And when you push your fingers in, it should bounce back a little, okay? And of course, basting is really important. So even right at the end, I just make sure that it's basted, you know, it's shiny, it's moist, you know, and it looks beautiful. So we're going to give that a rest. We're going to give it a rest for 5, just so it draws through and all the temperature equalises throughout the flesh.
The salsify, bacon and shallots have been sautéing off. It smells absolutely beautiful. The next step is to pop the black garlic in. Because that garlic's already fermented, it's cooked. I don't need to pop that in first. If I pop it in first, it will go mushy. Aaron, question?
Yeah, obviously black garlic is really unique and has a taste all of its own. If you were wanting to make this at home and didn't have access to something like that, what would you suggest that people put in instead?
Roasting your garlic whole in the oven over salt and thyme is just delicious. At this point, I've really got some lovely caramel flavours happening in the pan. I'm just going to deglaze with a little bit of chicken stock, lift the flavour up, because what we're going to create is, yes, the vegetable garnish to go with Gary's pheasant, but also a bit of sauciness there. So I'm just going to glaze the bottom of the pan. Oh, it smells beautiful. Salsify and thyme is like basil and tomatoes, okay? So a few little thyme sprigs. We've reduced that chicken stock down and you can see it's created this wonderful little sauce, all right? We're going to add a little bit of creme fraiche. If you haven't got creme fraiche, you know, a couple tablespoons of cream's nice, but I just love creme fraiche because it's got that sort of sourness. It's not so thick and gluggy that as cream can be. And we'll just melt that through. That's just going to add a really wonderful sort of creamy texture to the dish. The next step is some peas. And yes, I'm using frozen peas. Nothing wrong with them, okay? They're snap frozen from picking, and I think they're a fantastic commodity. Okay. The final thing to go in is the cos hearts. And it's basically baby cos. Peel off the leaves, and you're left with these beautiful little hearts that are bitter and flavoursome, and they're lovely cooked. A lot of people think you can't cook lettuce, but lettuce braised is absolutely delicious. And I'll just pop them in right at the last minute, because they don't need much cooking at all. And then leave the lid on, so that cos just takes a little bit of heat, and that's ready to go with Gary's pheasant.
So I've flicked the heat back on the pan, and I'm just going to put in a little bit of butter just to baste it and make this nice and shiny. And also to reinforce the tarragon flavour, I'm just going to put some tarragon into the pan. Now remember, I put the bones in there just to illustrate the caramelisation and the sort of flavour that you would end up with if you wanted to make a gravy or a jus. And this smells beautiful. I can get all that tarragon.
Oh, yum.
You know, the lemon, you can see the lemon's just caramelised beautifully. Look at this lemon. Look at that. And we've got all that flavour of the tarragon and the garlic under the skin. We'll lift this out, and then we can carve. So as I say, you can drain that and deglaze that. That would be gorgeous. So let's carve. So what we want to do is we want to put the knife in right along that breastbone. So through the joint. And that's pretty much perfect, George. There's a little tad of pink on there.
No, that's beautiful.
This is not like chicken, okay? And if you overcook it, it's going to be absolutely dry. So see that little bit of, it's just cooked there, just cooked. That's absolutely perfect. That's what you want. So we'll just trim that.
Yum. Right. Let's pop this garnish on. So, a little bit of this cos down first. Salsify on. Garlic.
That looks absolutely gorgeous. That's our roasted pheasant with peas, bacon, baby shallots and salsify.
Right. Adam, Melvin, Claire, come and taste. Tuck in, guys. Did you get some of that black garlic?
Oh, wow.
It's great, isn't it?
The pheasant is cooked to perfection. It's not tough at all. And the flavours of the salsify goes well with the sweet black garlic. It's just really, really hearty meal.
Yeah, it's hard for me to put my finger on what the flavour of that salsify is. It's really mild and soft flavour. It's nice, really nice.
Claire?
I really love the black garlic and the tarragon. I think those are the things which really kind of take that dish from being a great dish and turn it into something even better.
I think everyone's forgotten about tarragon, you know? It's such a beautiful herb.
OK, guys, thanks very much. Thanks for tasting.
Thank you. It's good. It was delicious. Did you like Alvin? Did you like it? Is it? It's not really our sort of stuff.
Top tips for this dish. first tip, when you're cooking something like this, introduce a flavour under the skin. That can be anything, choice is yours, but a simple soft herb like tarragon, that's a good start. Also, cooking it as a crown is a nice way of doing it.
My top tips for this vegetable garnish, the salsify, to keep it white, it must go into that blanc. When you cook it, leave it in the blanc until it cools down and then pull it out. My second tip is, remember, each vegetable that you fuse together takes different times. So think about that. What goes in first, what goes in second. You get that order mixed up, you're gonna have a really sloppy mixture.
Not sure if you know this, but once upon a time, chicken used to be really, really expensive. If I talk to my grandmother or even my mum, she'll tell me that chicken was a treat. Now it goes into everybody's shopping basket as the cheapest thing. And that's a shame. So put something different in your shopping basket once in a while and try something new.
I'm really excited about today.
I know, it's going to be cool.
Yeah. Courtney and I are going to a private masterclass with Lauren Murdoch as street seller. I think a private masterclass all about tapas is perfect for this competition. Tapas dishes are usually quite quick, but full of flavour.
Hi guys, I'm Lauren Murdoch. Welcome to Ash Street Cellar. My food philosophy is to make sure that you're cooking with love and to realise that the customer needs to be happy. My food style at the moment would be using a lot of fresh herbs, a lot of fresh produce. Best piece of advice to pass on to an amateur cook would be to make sure you're doing it for the right reasons, because it's important to follow your heart. We've got some great dishes here. You're going to love them. We've got garlic prawns with fresh basil. Then we've got eggs baked with roast tomato and taleggio cheese. And we've also got grilled chorizo with parmesan crumbed artichokes, mint and lemon oil. And to finish off, we have grilled sardines with a parsley salad and an anchovy dressing. Have either of you done much tapas or know much about it?
I love having a glass of wine and trying a few different dishes. I'm not one to get stuck with one dish.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's very much my style of eating.
How about you, Callum?
I love the idea of sitting around a table, sharing food with lots of people. I think it's a conversation starter, and that's how I like to eat when I go out.
Great.
So I'm looking forward to today.
Cool. Okay, guys, let's go into the kitchen. I'll show you how to prepare some of my favourite tapas. Okay, the first dish I'm going to show you is a classic, but one that everyone loves, garlic prawns, finishing with a little bit of fresh basil. Okay, so the first step to this dish is putting in the butter. I'm using 90 grams of unsalted butter. I use unsalted butter because I find I can season it to the way I like it as opposed to using a salted butter. To the butter, I'm going to add a good teaspoon of pureed garlic. That's just been blended with a little bit of vegetable oil. And then to the butter and garlic, I add a good pinch of salt. I'm using a Murray River salt for this. So we're going to put this on a medium heat. We're going to just melt the butter without any real colour. That'll take about just under a minute. So once it's melted, just give it a good stir, make sure all the garlic's gone through.
That garlic was raw, put into the puree, wasn't cooked
raw,
first?
and it has to be quite fresh, absolutely fresh. So I have these beautiful prawns. They've been deveined and shelled with the tails left on, just in case people want to pick them up with their tails. I'm just going to put them into the butter. I'm gently cooking the prawns in the butter. We don't want the butter to go brown. We want the garlic to stay quite fresh. We're looking for the prawns just to start going a little bit opaque. About a minute or two on each side, depending on how big the prawns are. Just keeping it moving.
Is there a reason you've used butter and not olive oil to cook them in?
The reason I've used the butter is just for the flavour, basically. You could use olive oil if you couldn't use butter, but I just like the butter for the flavour. So I'm going to turn them over now. And they're almost cooked through. It really is that simple. There's nothing tricky about it. I'm just going to finish it with the fresh basil, about 2 leaves. Okay, so they're done. Just going to turn off the heat, give it a bit of a mix around, and then we're going to put them into a cast iron pan just to serve. It helps keep them warm and finishes off the cooking. Give it a good swirl. That's it. So now we just put the pot onto a service plate. We then put a little lid on top, so when it gets to the table, the waiter takes the lid off and all the aromas of the garlic and the basil and the prawns get straight to them. Always serve it with some beautiful bread, some nice white bread to soak up all the butter and the garlic. There you have it. It's as simple as that. My garlic prawns with fresh basil.
Smells good, Cal.
Yeah, it smells great.
My top tips for this dish would be using unsalted butter, so you can season to taste, and throwing in the basil at the last minute to keep it nice and fresh. Okay, guys, get in there and have a taste.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Mmm. They're good.
That's fantastic. The garlic's still really subtle, but it's definitely there still.
Great.
And the basil kind of just gives it that bit of freshness. It's really tasty.
Really good prawns, nice and fresh. Beautiful dish, simple. As you said, good food doesn't have to be hard. It's, that's an awesome dish.
Good. My next tapas dish is eggs baked with roast tomatoes and taleggio. Okay, we're going to start with the roast tomatoes. All I've done here is cut them into quarters, sprinkle them with a little bit of chopped thyme, salt and pepper, drizzle of olive oil, roasted them in a really low oven, about 130 degrees for about 3 or 4 hours. Okay, so now we're going to put the tomatoes into the terracotta baking dish. It's good to have one in the middle and just the rest arranged around the outside. To the tomatoes, we're going to add the taleggio, which is a beautiful Italian washed rind cheese. It's great for baking with because it really melts beautifully and gets that nice sort of stringy effect. I've got about 40 grams here, cut into about 2 centimetre cubes.
Could you substitute, say, a mozzarella or a bocconcini or something?
Absolutely.
If you didn't have the taleggio?
Yeah, you could. This is a bit of a stronger flavour. It's got that bit more of a nutty sort of flavour going on. And next we just add a little bit of chopped parsley to the dish. I'm using continental parsley. It's a parsley that I really like the flavour of. Next, we're going to add the eggs, just cracking them into a bowl and sliding them in. It's good to have really good quality fresh eggs for this dish. Hopefully the yolk will stay intact. And then finally, just a little bit of seasoning and then into the oven, just salt and pepper. And then we're just putting it onto a tray and putting it in a hot oven at about 220 degrees for about 10 minutes. It keeps cooking in the dish, so it's quite important that it gets served straight away. So it's still a little bit soft in the centre. By the time it goes out to the table, it should be perfect. And there it is, my eggs baked with roast tomato and taleggio. And like most tapas dishes, it's great served with nice bread, so get in there and have a try.
Wow, I can't wait to have a try of this. Cal, get a bit of bread. It's very good.
So what are you tasting?
I love the taleggio in there. It's got a gutsy enough cheese that it kind of holds its own against the eggs, but it's not overpowering anything at the same time, so it's really tasty.
It's beautiful. The roasted tomatoes, it's really condensed the flavour of them, and it works really well with the fresh eggs. Very nice.
Great.
If you wanted to spice it up, could you add like some chilli flakes or chilli powder to the dish?
Yep, chilli flakes would be good. Also some of the Spanish paprika would be very nice on that. Maybe even put in some chorizo or something. My tips for this dish would be using great quality fresh eggs, and also a fantastic cheese like taleggio brings a lot of depth to this dish.
It's a great little dish, Lauren. I can't wait to try it at home.
Great. The next tapas dish I'm doing is the grilled chorizo with the parmesan crumbed artichokes with some fresh mint and some lemon oil. So we're going to start with the lemon oil. So I'm just going to zest the lemons. Lemon works well with chorizo because it really cuts through a bit of the fattiness of the sausage, the spiciness kind of thing. Make sure you get all the zest off the lemon so you're not wasting anything. So there's quite a bit of zest there. It's a good zester. We're going to add the extra virgin olive oil. And I'm just going to put this over here on a low heat, just to bring it up to about 60 degrees, just to infuse the lemon oil that's in the zest with the extra virgin olive oil. Just over warm, so I'll test that. Okay, the next step we're going to do is the Parmesan crumbed artichoke. Basically, we've got the marinated artichoke, which has already been cooked. We're going to cut that into quarters, and then we're going to egg wash it and then crumb it in a Parmesan and polenta crumb. So these are really good Italian ones. There's nothing wrong with using a good quality, you know, tin product. And what we do is we just cut it into half. You can trim a little bit of the stem off, all that goes into the puree that we make later. So nice quarters, keeping all the trimmings to the side. So we're going to be crumbing the artichokes, cracking a couple of eggs into a bowl. Light whisk, just to break them up. So we do 1 cup of polenta to half a cup of Parmesan. So we're dipping it in, draining off all the excess egg so nothing really falls off. And then we put in there, really press it down so all the crumbs get in there. So you get a good, nice crunch on the outside with some of the Parmesan and some of the polenta.
Lauren, if you're doing this at home and you're starting with fresh artichokes, would you need to cook them before you did this process?
Absolutely.
Marinate them yourself?
Yeah. If I was going to do them at home like this, I would trim them down, like peel all the outside leaves off, peel the stalk, and then cook them on a very gentle heat in a nice vegetable oil or sunflower oil or something with some garlic, bay leaves, thyme. Just very gently bring them up and cook them for about an hour or so until they'll test them until they're tender.
Okay, so sort of like a confit?
Like a confit, yeah. Slowly cooked in oil, yeah.
Okay.
So we're just going to let these rest here until we're ready to fry them for order. They actually work better if they're sitting for a little while because the polenta kind of swells a little bit with the moisture and it kind of makes a better crust on the outside.
Would you ever leave them overnight, or would that be leaving them too long?
No, overnight is fine,
would be fine?
Probably not much more than that. Okay, the next step is the chorizo. So it's a very classic Spanish sausage. What I do is I peel it. It helps it stop curling up on the grill, basically. Chorizo is made of pork, a lot of fat, different spices, garlic, paprika. So I'm just going to slice it into about 8 slices on a diagonal. And then that's ready for the grill. Okay, let's check the lemon oil. It's been on for about 10 minutes. Looks quite good. All the oil from the lemon zest has been infused into the olive oil, so the flavours really come through now. You might like to try it now before we add the lemon juice to see the difference when all the seasoning's been added. It's a bit warm. Yeah.
Lemony.
Come through.
Very lemony.
But it's still got a little bit of fruitiness of the olive oil as well.
The olive oil, you can still taste that.
It is good olive oil. We're going to add the salt and the lemon juice, which will really freshen it up and give it that nice acidity. I've added half a teaspoon of salt, and that was 50 mils of lemon juice.
Are you quite precise with your measurements for this oil? Like too much lemon juice will...
Yeah, it's quite precise. That's why I measure in mils as opposed to 2 lemons, basically.
Lauren, how much olive oil was that? Because it was 50 mils of lemon juice.
50 mils of lemon juice to 250 mils of olive oil. If you want to try it now and see the difference when I've added the lemon juice. Should be a lot fresher.
Yeah, definitely.
That's the lemon oil ready. Time for the cooking. We're going to start grilling the chorizo. So hot grill, just going to pop it on. Basically, we're just giving it a nice charred flavour, a bit of a crisscross pattern on there, making sure it's heated through and you get that nice grilled sort of flavour coming through as well. We're going to cook it for about 2 minutes on each side.
If you didn't have a grill at home, you could just do this in a normal fry pan?
You could do it in a fry pan, absolutely. You wouldn't have quite the same flavour as we'd have a char grill, but definitely you could do it in a pan. I'm just turning it so you get a nice even heat, so you get some nice grilled patterns going on. So it's getting a nice sort of char grill flavour. All the oils are being released. You can buy raw or cooked chorizo. I buy the cooked chorizo. It's just a lot easier for cooking here, much easier to slice. So I'm going to take that off now and just rest it on the tray. So the chorizo's resting and we're going to move on to frying the artichokes. Vegetable oil at around about 180 degrees. So just pop them in the basket. We're going to cook them for about a minute until the polenta and the parmesan start to go a little bit golden. So the artichokes, as we know, they're already cooked. All we're doing now is making sure the polenta and the parmesan are nice and crisp on the outside and making sure they're hot inside. So that's been about a minute. I'm just going to take them out, pop them into a paper towel, drain off the excess oil. Nice golden colour.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we're ready to plate the dish. We're going to start with some of the artichoke puree, which is very simple. It's just made with the trimmings from the artichokes, the stem and things, a bit more artichoke, and then blended with the oil that they're marinated in, and some lemon juice and some salt and pepper. So a nice big dollop of the artichoke puree. That's it. The next step is to put some of the herbs down first. I've got some parsley and some mint. Big fan of parsley. I use it in most of my cooking, and the mint gives it a lot of freshness to the dish. Next, I'm going to be layering with the chorizo and the artichoke, starting with 2 pieces of the artichoke, some pieces of chorizo, a bit more artichoke. Layer it up. The last step is to finish it with the rest of the herbs. So a bit more parsley on top, a bit more mint, and then finally a drizzle of the beautiful lemon oil that we've made.
That's great.
Looks good. And there you have it. That's my grilled chorizo with the parmesan crumbed artichokes and mint and lemon oil. There you go. Have a taste. Let me know what you think. A bit of the puree, a bit of the chorizo.
That's delicious. I think what the lemon oil that we made earlier does what you say. Like the chorizo is quite sort of fatty and salty, but then it cuts through
Great.
with a bit of acidity and sort of the freshness of the mint as well. And then the artichoke's really crispy, but then you've sort of got the soft puree as well. So I really like how you've sort of using all of the ingredient. Like you didn't waste any artichoke, you made a puree out of it, and you didn't use the zest and the juice.
And also the oil from the tin that the artichoke comes in and put it into the puree. So very resourceful.
Very tasty, very tasty. Smoky sausage and nice texture on the artichokes. Crunchy outside and really creamy on the inside. And the lemon oil really holds the whole dish together. It's beautiful.
Good. My top 3 tips for this dish would be choose a chorizo that you like. There's a few different types out there, so make sure you find one that you really like. Make sure the artichokes have a good amount of crumbs pressed into them, so you get that nice crunch in the fryer, and also with the lemon oil, using the whole lemon, so a good amount of zest in there and the juice and a nice oil. The final dish, sardines. Always have sardines on the menu, I love them, so I thought I have to show you this dish. It's grilled sardine fillets with a parsley salad and an anchovy dressing. The first thing we're going to do is make the anchovy dressing. So I'm going to start by slicing the echalot. Let's take off the root. And some nice thin slices. It's nice to have very nice thin slices. You don't want a big chunk of echalot in your dressing. So I'm just going to pop this in the bowl and add the sherry vinegar, 25 mils. Just give it a bit of a mix, and that sits for 5 minutes.
So will the acid in the vinegar start breaking down the shallot so it's not quite so raw?
Yeah, softening a little bit as well.
What other vinegars could you substitute if you didn't have a sherry vinegar?
You could use a very nice red wine vinegar. You're very good with that. A nice white wine vinegar as well. And the next thing I'm going to do is chop 50 grams of anchovy fillets. A lot of people don't like anchovies. I love them. But in this recipe, it's more of a seasoning. It's still quite an anchovy flavour, but it's the saltiness that sort of makes the dressing. And anchovies are used quite a lot in Spanish food. So it's quite finely chopped, but not as far as a puree. And put the anchovies in the bowl. Give it a good stir. And now I'm going to add the rest of the ingredients, starting with 1 clove of finely chopped garlic. And then I've got the zest of 1 lemon, which is finely grated. And the last thing I'm putting in now is 1 tablespoon of chopped parsley. And then we just give that a bit of a mix, and then I'm going to add 125 mils of extra virgin olive oil. And I'm just going to stir that together. So that's the anchovy dressing done. Put that aside. This is the plate we're going to be serving our sardines on. I've already put down some continental parsley. I'm going to add some baby capers and some olives to that plate. The reason I'm doing this part of the dish now is because sardines cook very quickly and the parsley salad has to be ready on the plate. As soon as the sardines are ready, they can go on top. This is a really important thing for you guys to sort of learn, is getting the plates ready. Some things take different times to cook, and to make sure that you're ready to go as soon as the protein or something is ready to go on the plate. These are salted baby capers. They're being given a good wash to rinse out most of the salt. And then some olives. I'm using Niçoise olives, mainly for their size and their great flavour. They've been pitted. You've got to make sure you get all the pips out. And now I'm going to drizzle some of the anchovy dressing over the plate. So the plate's ready to go. We can start thinking about doing our sardines. These are beautiful sardines. They come from Western Australia. Very nice. They've been butterflied. If you were going to buy sardines from your fishmonger, make sure they're fresh. Let's have a look around. Nice and shiny, moist fillets. They're great. I'm just going to get the sardines ready for the grill. I'm turning them over so I can season the skin. Lay them all out. Some oil.
Is there any particular reason that you're seasoning the skin side and not the flesh side?
I really like the skin. I like to have just the flavour going on the skin as well. And we're using a vegetable oil, so it's quite a high burning temperature, so it doesn't burn on the grill. Just some salt. And some pepper. And fennel seeds.
Have you just bashed them up lightly in a mortar and pestle or something? Because they still look... Okay.
Very lightly toasted, and then when they're cooled down, give them a bit of a bash in the mortar and pestle. I like to use fennel seeds on a lot of my seafood dishes. I find traditionally they go very well. A very nice sort of aniseedy sort of flavour. So I'm going to put these onto a hot grill so you get a really instant searing. They should take about a minute or two.
Lauren, are you just going to cook it just on the skin side, or are you going to flip it at some point?
I'll flip it over just for 30 seconds at the most. But most of the cooking will be done on the skin side. You don't want to overcook them because they do dry out quite easily. They should be ready. Okay, I'm going to take them off. So they're cooked and ready to plate. So I'm just going to layer the sardines onto the plate. And I'm going to finish it with just a bit more of the dressing. I'm being quite generous here because I quite like the flavours of the vinegar and the onions all going together. There you go, guys. My grilled sardines with parsley salad and anchovy dressing.
Fantastic, it looks great.
Okay, guys, come in and try the sardines. I think it goes really well with the bruschetta.
The fish itself is quite oily, but that dressing's got enough of the sherry vinegar in it that it's sort of got a little bit of acid in the parsley for freshness as well, so it's quite well balanced.
There are a lot of flavours going on in that dish, like the olives and the capers and the shallots and vinegar.
They all work well together.
My top tips for this dish would be make sure you have all the ingredients ready to go before you start cooking your sardines. And the other thing I would say would be to make sure you don't overcook your sardines because they can dry out quite easily. That brings the masterclass to an end. Hopefully you've learnt a few things, a few techniques you can take back with you. It's time to head back to the MasterChef kitchen.
Thanks for having us in your kitchen today, Lauren. Everything was really quick but had bags of flavour.
Thank
It's lovely
you.
to meet you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks very much.
Bye. Good luck.
Next up in Masterclass, we're going to make a chocolate fondant with an amaretto milkshake just to go with it, just for something different. The nice thing about this recipe to understand is that basically the more flour you put in, the more puddingy it becomes. The less flour you put in, the harder it is to make because it has a very soft shell, very gooey, very liquid centre. So the choice is yours. Let's get stuck into this one.
So, Gaz, you're going to make the chocolate
I'll make the fondant, yep.
and I'll make the milkshake. I'll come back.
OK. Now all I need is a volunteer. Jimmy, I saw you move there. Get on up here. So, Jimmy, grab that saucepan with that hot water, pop it on the stove, up to the boil. And what we're going to do is we're going to melt the chocolate in the butter first. So there's 3 stages to this. This is stage 1. So first of all, good quality couverture chocolate butter. There's 200 grams.
Is that dark chocolate?
Dark chocolate,
Yep,
bits of
dark
chocolate.
chocolate. Yep.
It's a nice one too. And 200 grams of butter, which we've just diced to help the melting. So pop that in and then just stick it over that water. And we just want that to melt. Now, a bit of care when melting chocolate. My technique is to have that water boiling and to pop that bowl over the boiling water, turn it off. And there's normally enough residual heat to melt the chocolate and melt the butter. Next up, we've got 4 eggs whole into the mixer and 4 egg yolks, and we've got 100 grams of sugar. So you bung that all together, and we're going to make a sabayon, cold one, with those egg yolks. So we just turn it on full, let it whiz up until it's nice and soft, fluffy and white. Brilliant. Right, Jimmy, we're going to sift the flour next. Grab the sieve and a sheet of paper, only because it's nice and easy then to tip that into the machine. Also gives you a bit of surface area to work with. So just sift that. So there's 150 grams of flour. So let's just give the chocolate and the butter a stir, just see if it's coming together. And we've turned the heat off that now, so the residual heat from the hot water underneath here should just draw through. And the whole idea is you've got 3 elements here. You've got the chocolate and the butter, you've got the sabayon of the egg yolks and sugar. You combine those 2 and then fold the flour into that. That's looking pretty good. Love that. So is the chocolate melted?
Yeah, all done.
Well, let's combine these ingredients together. So we'll lift this up. See how it's just nice and foamy. Right, let's pour that chocolate into this larger mixing bowl. The only reason we're changing bowls is because it's going to be easier to mix it in. That's good. Now, get that mixed. All right, and remember the technique. Turn and fold. As you're doing that, we're going to rain in the flour. And then what you want to do is just make sure that that's folded through and well combined. And you want to make sure that it's all nice and smooth.
Just a little bit more just to get it nice and shiny.
So what you're looking for is this lovely sort of glossy, thick mixture that you can literally pour into the moulds. And then I'm going to show you a little trick with the moulds. Let's have a look. It's nice and fine. Yeah, it's beautiful. Fondant mixture's ready to go. We're going to butter the mould, soft butter and cocoa powder. And these things can be a little bit sticky. That's why we're not using sugar but cocoa powder. And for some reason, if you use sugar, what happens is as it sort of crystallises and gets hot on the side of the mould, that it actually sticks the fondant inside it. And then you just dust that with cocoa powder and tip it back into the mould. Final little trick is that I also cut a little square of paper and just put it in the bottom of the mould, because when they come out of the oven, it always scares me that it's not going to come out. And that little bit of paper just seems to do the trick. Just brush a little bit of butter. That's it. So I just pop that in the bottom, all right? And then I put the mixture on top. And that way I know that that little baby's going to come out. All right? So we'll do 6 more of these, and then we'll pour the mixture inside. So the moulds have been buttered, bit of cocoa powder, and now we're just going to put that mixture into the moulds and pretty much fill them right up to the top. All right? Off you go. It's a nice gooey mixture, isn't it?
It's really thick.
They're going to expand a little bit because remember the mixture's been aerated by the eggs and the egg yolks. Yeah, perfect, Jimmy. They'll rise a wee bit, and then as you take them out of the oven, they'll start to fall a little bit. And the problem about pre-preparing these in advance is they collapse in on themselves, so they end up falling apart. So really they have to be made at the last minute. They can be popped in the fridge at this stage, or they can be put in the freezer. All that will happen is it will change the cooking time. These will take about 8 minutes. If you put them in the fridge, it'll slow it down a couple of minutes. If you put it in the freezer, it'll slow it down a couple of minutes on top of that. And what we do in a restaurant is we reduce the flour down to a minimum, and we actually freeze the mixture. So we cook it from frozen. And what that does is it keeps the centre absolutely liquid and then crusts up the outside.
Can I take the bowl back with me?
That's perfect, isn't it?
Yep,
Look at that.
spot on.
Rock and roll.
Just enough mixture.
Just enough to lick the bowl,
Just
is that
enough,
what
that's what I was saying. Can we take the bowl back?
Bad boy.
I know.
Right, Jimmy, now they're in the moulds, ready to go into the oven. 180 degrees for about 8 minutes. OK, Jimmy, pop them in the oven. So we're going to watch these babies closely while George makes his milkshake. Brilliant. Fingers crossed?
Yeah, fingers
crossed. If they don't work, it's your mixing.
It's my second dessert.
Off you go and sit down.
Thanks.
So Gary's got the fondants in the oven, cooking, and I'm going to quickly whip up amaretto milkshake. So first step is milk, 500 mils of milk into a pot. Full cream milk. We've got 5 egg yolks here and 40 grams of sugar. Gaz, if I could get you to just cream them for me, please.
Sugar together.
Yeah. And while Gary's creaming the egg yolks and sugar, I'm just going to split this vanilla pod and infuse that into our milk. And we're just going to scald the milk and add that to our egg yolks and sugar. Scalding the milk basically means just quickly bringing it up to the boil and turning it off. And it's that whole preparation, you know. We've got our bowl of ice here, we've got our chinois here, so it's all ready to go.
I love vanilla. You know, you can see why they use vanilla in perfumes, you know, because it's such a beautiful, beautiful smell.
The milk's come up to the boil, and we're just going to infuse half of it into here.
That's it.
And the rest back onto the stove. That step is so crucial because you're not knocking the heat out of it, all right? You're getting it out of the pot and back in as soon as possible, all right? We want to get this to 82 degrees or just so it coats the back of a spatula. Quick, get it out. And we're just going to cool that down straight over that ice. And then once you've done that, you can pour that into a jug and pop it into the fridge for about an hour until it's super cold. As you can see, the anglaise has got nice and thick and it's nice and cold as well. The next step is to get it ready to froth on the coffee machine. So we take some of our anglaise base, about a half a jug worth, and we just loosen that up with a little bit of milk.
And that's cold milk?
Cold. Everything has to be super cold. Yep. If it's hot, you're going to scramble it when you put it under the steam wand. Some milk, and we'll just check the consistency. And it should be a little bit thicker than normal pouring milk.
Can you use soy milk instead of using full cream milk? Have you ever tried that? Because...
Yeah,
no, I'm serious.
It's a fair question, man.
Yeah, because people...
Especially this day and age where there's, you know, so many people with different allergies and, you know, soy milk's appropriate.
You can use the soy milk for that.
Yeah. Rice milk, almond milk.
Yeah, because that's a dark chocolate, and without the butter, I guess, swap that around, but it's pretty much dairy-free.
A little bit of our amaretto.
And you could use loads of stuff, yeah?
Yeah.
Like Kahlua or whatever.
Whatever you like.
Whatever alcohol.
About a tablespoon worth. And it's important to taste it.
It's good, isn't it?
Yum, that amaretto's delicious.
George, not everyone's got a cappuccino machine at home. Can you get a similar aeration of that anglaise and milk mixture on, like, a bain-marie or something if you're whisking it hard?
You know, even if you just heat the mixture up, make sure it's nice and light, you can aerate it with a stick blender, you know, a little hand blender. Just buzz it while it's hot. You know, it's just making sure that you lighten that anglaise up with milk, all right? Because you'll never be able to froth it up when it's really thick and dense. It will just sit on itself. Right, guys, let's steam this and get a nice frothy consistency on that anglaise.
George, tu mo cafe latte, yeah?
All right.
Oh, beautiful.
Nice so we've got a nice foamy sort of amaretto milkshake.
Ready to go on the fondant. OK, well, let's get these fondants out of the oven and see if they've worked.
Done.
Brilliant. So let's see if we can get these little fellas out. So what I want to make sure is that there's a little bit of air just down the side and that they come out.
Oh, it's a big moment.
It is a big moment, George. Ready? Hot.
Ooh.
No. Ooh, it's just holding together, George. Just holding together. Do it.
All right.
OK, a few volunteers to taste. Ah, the first three hands. Jonathan, Aaron and Jimmy. Go. Lovely.
Great chef.
I'm going to taste it too. And remember, the little less flour. Yep. More molten.
It's good. It's nice and crunchy on the outside, but molten on the inside. It's really nice.
Well, it's not too floury as well. It feels like eating just soft chocolate. It's fantastic. Well cooked.
It seems an achievable recipe as well. Desserts freak me out, but
That just looks like
Bit
something.
of chilli in that would be lovely.
Bit of chipotle, and I'll be having a good time.
Well done, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So top tips for the fondant: butter the moulds well, and then dust them with the cocoa powder because it's not sticky and they'll come out easily. But if you put that little piece of paper in the bottom as well, you're just adding a security blanket. Second tip is you can freeze and you can refrigerate that mixture. So it's something you can prepare ahead of time. But remember, it's going to change the cooking time. And the third tip, 1.5 kilometres on the bike after the fondant, okay?
Top tips for making a simple amaretto milkshake. A beautiful anglaise. Remember, it's all about cooking that anglaise out as quickly as possible. Have everything prepared and go for it. Tip number 2, you need to lighten that anglaise up by adding milk to loosen it so you can get it nice and frothy. Well, what a week. Amazing challenges, aspirational food, a cracker of a week. Come over, grab some food, and let's celebrate. Come on, Jimmy. Let's go. Let's go. Grab the strawberries.
Oh, here they come. It's been raining, tipping down with rain.
What
out
a
there.
gentleman.
In you come.
Oh, look at this.
Wow, look at this. Oh, water now, just what?
So, Callum Courtney, you had a great day. So you did a private masterclass with Lauren Murdoch from Ash Street Cellar. How did it go?
It was fantastic. The biggest thing we learnt today was that tasty food doesn't have to be full of tricks and complicated and take hours to cook. She showed us 4 great dishes that were, you know, a matter of 10, 15 minutes, so it was really great.
The Chinese believe the number 8 brings fortune. You are the top 8 amateur cooks in this country, battling it out, and one of you here will become Australia's next MasterChef. Congratulations. The legendary 8.
Next time on MasterChef Australia.
What an exciting stage in this competition.
With only 1 week left till finals, the top 8 face the mother of all mystery boxes.
If there was ever a time to win a mystery box, this is it.
Then the amateurs pray for inspiration in the Invention test.
To all you sinners out there, I offer you redemption.
As they create a dish based on the 7 deadly sins.
Thou shalt make a delicious dish.
But the 3 cooks who serve the least impressive dish will face an elimination challenge.
If this doesn't come off, they're going to think I'm an absolute idiot.
Food doesn't lie, only people do.
Last week on MasterChef Australia,
It's time to pull out the heavy artillery.
2 teams cooked lunch for 100 hungry soldiers.
This is the most important team challenge that we've ever done.
And for Peter and Marion, the MasterChef dream ended.
It's the end of my time in the competition, but it's not the end of my story.
Tonight, the top 8 amateurs begin the last week before finals.
What an exciting stage in this competition.
First up, the mystery box holds a surprise for the best dish.
If there was ever a time to win a mystery box, this is it.
Then the hopefuls take inspiration from the 7 deadly sins.
To all you sinners out there, I offer you redemption.
And the 3 cooks who serve the least impressive dish will face an elimination challenge.
I've got to keep myself in the competition. I've got to get into the finals week.
At stake for the series winner, the chance to work alongside the country's greatest chefs, a book publishing deal, $100,000 to make their culinary dreams reality, and the title of Australia's next MasterChef.
strange sense of quiet in the house this morning with Marion out of the competition. I think we're all sort of waiting for her to come out of the lift or come downstairs and say, I'm only kidding, here I am, guys. But everyone's still very much in shock and in disbelief that she won't be competing and won't be in the finals.
I think Marion going home shook everyone up a little bit. So Callum and I take it upon ourselves to lift everyone's spirits a bit. We're going to make some pancakes for breakfast and hopefully everyone can get the week off to a good start.
Look at that. Wow, it's steaming hot.
For the first time, I think there's a real chance that any one of us can win this title. But it also shows that any one of us can make one silly mistake and then you're gone.
Good morning. What an exciting stage in this competition. We are 1 week away from the finals.
I can almost smell it. I just really hope I can survive the 2 more eliminations this week and get to that point.
Well, there's a new sense of excitement in the room, and that's fantastic. Yes, last week there was an upset. It happens all the time. At the end of the day, it comes down to the food on the plate. Put up great food and you'll win. There's no secret.
The reality is we're at the pointy end of the competition, so it's certainly not getting easier. Certainly not the time to take your foot off the gas.
First up, an old favourite, the mystery box. One more fight in the campaign to become Australia's MasterChef.
Victory in today's mystery box challenge will be sweet, I guarantee it. The first delectable little treat is you get to sidestep the Invention test later on today.
What?
By doing that, you get to sidestep the possibility of elimination in the pressure test.
What?
You also get to go head-to-head with one of Australia's top chefs in the Celebrity Chef Challenge.
The stakes today are obviously much higher than they normally are, so I think everyone will take it up a notch and really give it everything they've got.
Okay, time to lift the lids on your mystery box. Take your 2 little trembling hands and have a look inside.
I lift the lid, and the first thing I see is the pandan leaves. I kind of give Alvin a little bit of a wink, because it's probably only Alvin and I that have ever cooked with him before.
Oh, I love this lid.
The pandan leaf is used a lot in Asian cooking to flavour sweet or savoury dishes.
You've got raw king prawns, chili, pandan leaf, bananas, fennel, basil, tomato sauce, honey, and pancetta. Under your benches, you've got a little pantry of ingredients. No doubt about it, there's some big ticket items in that mystery box. Those prawns are beautiful.
Chilies, prawns, pandan leaves. There's some common ingredients here, stuff that I've always used, but I'm gonna take a risk.
What's great about today's mystery box, there's nothing to lose, there's lots to gain.
You've got 30 minutes to turn your ideas into a reality. Show us that you deserve to be in the finals week. Your time starts now.
The room today is probably the most tense we've ever seen in a mystery box. If there was ever a time to win a mystery box, this is it.
I think it'd be hard to go past the prawns because they do look beautiful and they're the only protein in there. So I think a lot of people will be using prawns today, so the pressure's really on.
Callum, how you going, man?
George, Gary. Yeah, good. Good, I'm excited about today. It's a big prize on offer.
What's your dish? What are you cooking?
I'm going to do butter poached prawns with a chilli glaze, little fennel and chilli salad and a prawn soup.
Okay.
Callum, crack on.
Good luck, mate.
Thanks, guys.
I decide to make a steamed pandan bun with some prawns marinated with chili and fennel, along with some honey pancetta.
How did you make this dumpling? This feels beautiful. It's like a little suet dumpling. How did you make it?
It's just self-raising flour, and you extract some of the pandan fluids with a bit of butter and a bit of sugar.
Fantastic. Anything inside the dumpling, or is it?
No, if you can imagine a shepherd's pie, it's like an Asian shepherd's pie, so you've got the filling underneath and the covers just on top. So
gorgeous.
That's
Love
the
it.
plan.
The dish I'm cooking today is crispy shelled prawns with pepper, basil and chilli with a pickled fennel salad.
So why do you take the head off like that? Never seen that
I've
before.
watched Luke Newen do it.
Okay, and he did that, did he?
He takes it off just behind the eyes.
And it's got to have a bit of flavour, a bit of kick.
Yeah.
And then I love
He
it.
would normally put like a sugar 5-spice mix, so hence this is similar to an aniseed flavour.
Okay.
So that's why I'm going to put that, some sugar, some salt, some black pepper, and coat that back in the pan.
All right, brilliant. Okay.
Interesting.
Good luck.
They definitely can't see now, can they?
The dish I've decided to make today is a very simple dish of a fennel puree, some poached prawn mousse, and a Hollandaise sauce. That kind of dish is a really nice classic French dish that you could serve as a beautiful entree.
I'm going to make some pan-seared prawns that I'm going to sear in pancetta oil, honey and chilli. I'm going to deep fry some prawn heads as well. Maybe make a little omelette to go with it.
That sounds like a lot of different things all chucked together.
No, I'm trying to make like a little bit of an Asian salad with a little bit of texture.
Does it make sense to you in your head?
Absolutely. Deep fried prawn heads, I just love them to death, you know.
Today, it's all or nothing. My plan of attack is to bring out the croque-en-bush. The croque-en-bush is a MasterChef icon.
Guys, this is what you're cooking today. Croque-en-bush. It's profiteroles that are being built up into this beautiful cone.
What I want to prove to the judges today is that I've got a little bit of technique. Trying to do justice to a MasterChef favourite, I've got to start with the profiteroles. I know I've only got 30 minutes, but I reckon if I can pull them off and get a basil flavour through them with a bit of pandan, I should win this.
How are you expecting them to turn out?
I'm not sure yet. I cooked them the other day, but I had an hour and a half to do it.
They look like little elves' hats.
Little elves' hats, yeah.
I can't wait to see how they're going to look.
This is my last opportunity to make a croque-en-bush in a MasterChef challenge. If this doesn't come off, they're going to think I'm an absolute idiot.
Today I'm going to make a prawn and fennel salad, but it will be a little bit more sophisticated than just your average garden variety prawn salad.
Claire, time for measured and beautiful cooking.
Well, I'm certainly showing restraint. I'm only really using a couple of ingredients from the...
You've got some nice stuff going on. What's the dish?
Blowtorch prawns with fennel puree, like a crunchy fennel element to give some texture.
And what are these in here? Are these yours or they're...?
Yeah, they're mine. It's prawn oil.
Ah, for prawn oil. OK.
Interesting.
Today I'm going to use the pandan leaf and I'm going to make a pandan churro, which is a Spanish type of donut, basically.
Spanish donuts?
Spanish donuts. I love them.
Yeah, so do I. How does it become a pandan churro?
The water that I use to make the churro mix has been infused with pandan leaf.
I love churros. I love it because they're crispy on the outside.
Yeah, gooey in the middle.
Gooey in the middle. Are they going to be that?
Hopefully.
Have you made them before?
Yeah, I have.
You'd love to win today, wouldn't you? What a
is
great prize.
The mystery box of all mystery boxes to win.
30 minutes of hell to get to heaven.
Only 15 more left.
Good stuff.
Thanks, guys.
I've made a croque-en-bush before. It came out fantastic, but I made it over 2 hours. I get a glass, cover it with foil. That's going to form the dome for hopefully getting the profiteroles around. I pull the profiteroles out of the blast freezer. The colour looks all right, but they look like they're a bit raw. There's nothing I can do. There's about 6 minutes left on the clock. I've just got to start laying this down and forming the tower. I wanted to prove to the judges that I could do something. Now I'm thinking maybe I should have played it safe.
We've got half an hour to cook a dish using as many of the ingredients we want inside the box, and the best dish of today wins 2 massive prizes. Miss out on the invention test, so you can't get eliminated from the pressure test, and compete against a celebrity chef for the chance at immunity.
I'm feeling pretty confident. The prawns look good, they're nice and crispy. I've got a lot of textures going on. I've done a few different things with the basil. It's going in fried and fresh. So, yeah, things are looking good.
My sugar syrup isn't set, so I have to use honey. Now, honey's not going to set, but what can I do? I take each profiterole, I lay it down, and start building this tower that's falling down around me.
You're our top 8. We're expecting 8 perfect dishes. You've got 2 minutes to go.
As I'm finishing my plating up, I look across to Jimmy.
Jimmy, you did not.
I cannot believe he's done that. I think, wow, he's got guts to do something like that.
Guys, beautiful touches, aspirational food. You got 30 seconds to go.
It's not going to come together. They're not cooked. I don't have my sugar syrup. One little touch, it's all going to fall over.
You have 10 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Step away from your benches. Well done, guys. Well done.
Time's up. Having a look at my dish. What a disaster. Ugh, I think I've lost the plot here.
You've just competed in the mother of all mystery boxes. Because there's so many prizes up for offer today, we've decided to taste all your dishes. When I call your name out, please step forward. Jonathan.
My dish wasn't meant to be revolutionary. What I was aiming for is a classical French dish, and this is what I produced. I think it looks really nice. I'm really happy with my dish today.
Congratulations. You know, if these are the dishes you want to cook one day in your own bistro, respect, man, respect. Because I'll come in there and I'll spend money and I'll eat them. But is it in the top 3 dishes? I'm not sure.
Is it a good dish? Yes. I can see that being an absolutely monster seller for those people who aren't thinking too much about how many calories they're consuming when they come to your French bistro, but are looking for a big smack of flavour to start the meal off. So well done.
Good effort, Jonathan. You can step back. The next dish we'd like to taste belongs to Alvin. That is so much like a English dumpling. Honestly, like a suet dumpling, it's amazing. And maybe I would expect that to be sweeter or more punchy in terms of the pandan flavour that you want to put in it. And if it had that, then I'd be banging on the bench and giving you high fives, but it's just short of the mark.
Okay.
But do I like it? Yeah.
The next dish we'd like to taste, it's Aaron's.
Good luck, Kimosabi. Thanks.
What I love is those crunchy prawn heads. There's something deliciously kind of rich and intense about the flavour. What I don't like is that omelette. I don't kind of get why it's there. I understand it said to soak up juices, but it tends to make me think that the prawns are more flannelly than they are. So I'm eating the omelette and I'm tasting the prawn, and I think it's distracting with the freshness of the prawn meat. But other than that, interesting dish.
Nice one, buddy. Thanks. The next dish we'd like to taste belongs to Jimmy.
Taking my dish up for the judges to taste, I actually feel embarrassed. Not embarrassed because of the dish, but because of what I've done today. I really wanted to show them that I could do something else.
Jimmy, when that came out, it looked like something out of Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Can I tell you right now, I don't want a close encounter of the first kind. I don't think this is the sort of food you're going to go back for. They're not good choux bums.
No, they're not. No.
A choux bum should be beautiful and soft in the middle. It should have some crunch on the outside. It should have a flavour.
Yeah.
And that flavour is cheese. If there's a lovely nugget, a beautiful fat prawn inside there, wonderful. It's a brave dish. But sadly, sometimes bravery leads to disaster.
Okay.
Next person to bring their mystery box dish up to the tasting table is Claire.
You'd think by this stage of the competition I'd be used to walking up and, presenting my food, but I feel like there's a lot riding on this today. I'm really feeling like my chest is going to explode.
Lovely, clean, sophisticated, beautiful little dish, really is. The fennel puree is delicious, it's smooth, it's lightly aniseedy, and you've got that gorgeous sort of crustacean-y roasted shell flavour in the oil. And the fact that you've just blowtorched those prawns, just to give them that little char, that little waft of char, and undercooked them so that they're, verging on something you'd find in a sushi bar, I just think is absolutely delicious. Well done.
Thank you.
Five down, and the next one we want to taste belongs to Adam.
The problem about doing churros is they're so intrinsically linked to chocolate. If you don't have chocolate in the mystery box, you have to give us something else. Maybe you're making a custard, big, thick, heavy custard, you can drench it through. You've got to give something else that delivers us that dredging motion. It's just a missed opportunity. Thank you, Adam. Callum, please step forward to the tasting table.
I know, I've tasted
Come on, come on. I want to see you taste it.
I wasn't intending to leave the jug there after I poured it, that's why I only poured a little amount on. Yeah, nothing.
Describe it.
Probably the saltiest thing I've ever made.
Tastes like a big mouthful of salt water.
Yeah. Thank you. From the judges' comments, I know I'm not going to win today, which is a real shame because I've never won a mystery box and I would have loved to have won this one.
OK, now to the last dish in the Mystery Box Challenge, the final one that we hope blows our socks off. Courtney?
The thing I'm most happy about is that I haven't gone off on a tangent today trying to be something that I'm not. I've stuck to what I believe in and I've put that on the plate. So, yeah, fingers crossed.
I love the crispy prawns. You get a little chili hit, so you get the crispy crunch of the shell. There's that sort of interesting little seasoning that you go, I wonder what that is. And then on top of that, we've just got that pickled fennel and chili, and then a little bit of salty hit from the bacon. Thank you so much.
Wow, that's beautiful. It's absolutely delicious. you're back in the competition. A breath of fresh air, just what we needed.
Thanks, George.
We've tasted all of your dishes from the Mystery Box Challenge, and we've decided who has produced the best dish of the day. It came down to 2 fabulous dishes. Claire? And Courtney.
Sorry, boys.
Claire and Courtney have been called forward as the top 2, so girl power strikes again in this competition. I think Marion would have been proud.
We'll give ourselves a high five.
Claire, Courtney, there can only be one winner of the most valuable prize ever on offer in the Mystery Box. And the winner of today's Mystery Box Challenge is Claire.
Oh my God.
I can't believe I've won. I just can't believe it. I was sure that Courtney would have won. I've managed to continue a good run, so yeah, I should buy a lottery ticket.
Claire, we believe your dish was better than Courtney's because it showed slightly more sophistication, slightly more balance, and slightly more technique in terms of the prawn oil. We also love that idea of taking the wet, crisp crunch of the fennel and marrying it with that smooth puree. It was really sophisticated thinking. It's lifted your dish to a restaurant quality.
So no pressure this afternoon. I don't have to do the invention test. The only thing I need to worry about is cooking off against a celebrity chef and hopefully kicking some butt.
Right, on to stage 2 of the day. Just like the Mystery Box Challenge, we've taken the invention test and given it a little shake-up.
The difference with the invention test this afternoon is that there is no grand prize on offer for you guys. What we're looking for is not a winner, but the 3 least impressive dishes of the day. So there's not pleasure, but pain up for grabs.
Today, we're taking a theme that has inspired artists, writers, dancers, and musicians for over 1,500 years. It's a little bit naughty, it's a little bit rock and roll, it's a little bit suitable because there are 7 of you.
I'm still a bit confused. I have no idea. I'm not a writer. I'm not a music writer. I've never done any movies, so I have absolutely no idea what he's going on about.
Here comes your invention test theme right now. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to your invention test theme today, the 7 deadly sins. Sloth, gluttony, lust, wrath, envy, greed, and pride. Guys, welcome to MasterChef Purgatory.
I have no idea what they are. Wrath, I don't know how that's going to get put on a plate. Lust, I know what that is, but I don't quite know how I'm going to put that onto a plate. So, yeah, it's not looking good for me today.
Each of you will soon choose a deadly sin and will create a dish. Savoury or sweet, it doesn't matter. It's just got to be a dish that is number 1, delicious, but number 2, sinful in its own sweet way.
There's a lot of dark and not a lot of light with me, so I love this. This is fantastic.
Now the hard part. Who gets which sin? Well, Claire, as the winner of today's Mystery Box Challenge, you get to choose the order that these 7 pick their sins.
I feel like I'm being asked to kind of play God, and I really don't want to. It feels like someone's fate rests in my hands.
Claire, who's your first pick?
My first pick is Courtney.
What are you thinking, Courtney?
I'm thinking envy. Felt a lot of envy leaving the competition so soon, and I hopefully can get that on a plate.
Grab it and head to your bench.
Claire, who are you going to pick next?
Adam.
I am going to pick Roth.
Callum.
I'll go Gluttony.
Aaron.
I'm going to choose Pride.
Alvin.
I'm going to pick Greed.
Head to your bench.
The final pick. Is it going to be Jonathan or Jimmy? Is it going to be Sloth or Lust?
It's pretty clear to me why Claire's left me second last with Jimmy. I mean, would you want me in the finals week? It's pretty straightforward.
Who do you choose to pick next?
Jonathan.
Which excites you more, Sloth or Lust?
I have been known to be a sloth at times, but I'm going to choose Lust today.
Well, Jimmy, only one sin left. The laziest of all sins, sloth. Please take your sloth and go to your bench.
I've got the sloths in. I have absolutely no idea what I'm going to cook. Hopefully I can slowly walk back to my bench and it'll come to me quickly.
You've got 90 minutes to bring us that glorious sin and put it before us. The pantry is an open larder. You can go in and out of it and collect as many ingredients as you want. A perfect opportunity to show us what you've got.
It is like Christmas. My heart is just beating out of my chest.
Sinners, redemption awaits. Your 90 minutes starts now.
There is a mad dash as soon as our time starts to the pantry, to the equipment. I'm thinking to myself, find what you need before anyone else finds it. The first thing I go for is the meat.
I'm tossing up the ideas of lemons and limes and bitterness and sour, but I still don't have a dish in mind and I still don't know what I'm cooking today.
Today I'm cooking to the sin of gluttony. I'm cooking a chocolate delice, vanilla ice cream and berries.
How does that represent gluttony?
When I just want to indulge in food, I think of chocolate. Hopefully one of those desserts where you get to the end of it and you sort of wish you hadn't finished it, but you're glad that you did.
That's what I'm talking about. Good stuff, man.
Thanks, George.
15 minutes has already passed. I've dawdled through the pantry like it was a Sunday afternoon shop.
I can see Courtney's spending forever in the pantry and I just, I want to get in there and say, come on, let's go. Don't waste any more time.
Are you all right? You took a while in the pantry?
Yeah.
Yeah? So what's the dish?
Doing like a nam jim sort of Thai salad.
The nam jim is really sharp and acidic. And
I'm hoping both dishes are sort of sour and bitter to begin and have a sweet thing at the end. Because for me, envy doesn't end badly. Envy for me always has a sweet side.
You're doing 2 dishes?
2 little dishes, yeah.
Oh.
I'm going to do a lemon and lime cheesecake. It's not something I'd normally do, but it's one of the first things I learnt to cook, actually, and hopefully nail this nam jim sauce.
You look a little bit nervous. You look a little bit lost.
Yeah.
You need to gain some momentum and start cooking, yeah? Okay. Really important.
I feel a little bit off. Something's not quite right today. I'm not 100% confident with what I'm cooking, but I've got to put a dish up. So I'm just going to power through and get something done. So first thing I get onto is the cheesecake.
The dish I'm going to make is a fusion between Mexican and Italian. It's called mole ravioli.
Why do you think that this dish relates to pride?
Because it is the national dish of Mexico and they are fiercely proud of the mole. I'm combining it with something else that I love, which is Italian food. So I'm actually doing a ossobuco ravioli with a mole.
Good luck.
Thank you. To make the mole, I toast off the chilies and the garlic. Once the chilies become fragrant, take them out, submerge them in boiling water. They need to soak for about 20 minutes so I can get on to making my pasta.
Jonathan, you got last. What's your dish?
I'm making a white chocolate mousse cake and I'm crystallising some rose petals to go in it.
Fantastic.
I'm going to make a strawberry sorbet to go with it.
Is it going to look beautiful on the plate?
I'm really worried about using white chocolate. I've had a lot of problems in white chocolate in this competition, so we'll see what happens.
Jonathan, good luck.
The
The sin that I've chosen today is Roth, and the dish that I'm matching with that is a dish I'm calling Angry Bird. It's a red cooked chicken with a red coleslaw, and it's got that sort of fieriness of the colour red, which I associate with Roth.
What's the dish?
I'm making a caramelised pork belly with chilli vinegar, saffron rice and black sesame seeds. It's a dish that my mum used to cook, and every time she cooks it, I always want more. So what she does is she cooks it in bulk. All the condiments, you have the fried ginger, you have the fried eschalots, you have the chilli vinegar, and you just, you lap it all up.
So is that what we're going to get? We're going to get a table full of condiments and your dish?
Yes, that's what I'm hoping to achieve.
Yeah. Love the idea.
Love it. Good luck, man. Thanks.
Sloth.
What are you doing?
What I'm actually doing is I've tried to conceptualise how you could eat this really lazily and slowly. So what I'm going to do is generally I'd make like a meat curry with potatoes and rice. What I'm going to do is incorporate it all into one. So I'm going to have the mince, the potatoes, coated in some breadcrumbs and then deep fried so it's smooth and soft. So you're getting all the textures, you're getting all the flavours, but you don't have to do much effort to eat it.
A croquette, yeah?
It is a croquette, yeah.
Good luck, man.
Thank you.
While my curry paste is frying off, which is going to take about 30 minutes, I then have to mince my meat.
These are the 7 deadly sins, but there is only one commandment. Thou shalt make a delicious dish. You have 1 hour to go.
As soon as I start putting the pasta through, it's tearing, it's terrible. It's a really, really bad dough. I basically have to throw it away. So I only have half the amount of pasta that I need to complete my dish now, which is not good at all.
I'm happy with my mince, the rice is soaking, everything's looking fantastic, and then I look over to the curry sauce. And I start scraping the bottom parts and it's all black. It's an absolute write-off. I've got to start all over again. I'm not feeling really confident right now.
Had a little bit of trouble getting the delisers out of the ring moulds. One of them looks a little bit shoddy, and I don't want to put up 2 dishes that I'm happy with and one that I'm not happy with. And after putting up a crap dish this morning, I really don't want to follow it up with something I'm not happy with, so I'm just going to put up 1 dish for the judges.
You should be working like demons because you've only got 30 minutes to go and the big man upstairs is watching.
"30 minutes to go. I'm not really sure that my mousse is going to set in time. I haven't got into the blast chiller quick enough. I'm really going to struggle to get this on the plate and make it look great."
So my cheesecakes are in the fridge setting. I've got the dressing for my salad done, and next is to get onto the trout. I've got a long piece of trout, and I'm starting to run out of time. So rather than cut the thick end where the bones are, I decided to use the tail end, and I won't have to bother deboning the fish today.
Time's a ticking. You've got 10 minutes to go.
The end of this challenge is approaching like a bat out of hell, and I'm really feeling the heat at this point.
With 10 minutes to go, I'm looking down at all these elements and I'm thinking, all I can really do is probably make, like, Australian Indian rissoles. I've just got to get something up on a plate.
Comes down to the last 5 minutes.
For about 85 minutes of the challenge, Jono has been completely in control. But with 5 minutes to go, it's just falling apart. Everything's coming apart at the seams.
To all you sinners out there, I offer you redemption. You have 2 minutes to go.
Although I've managed to make most of the elements, nothing's really ready to go on the plate. I'm really worried that I've taken a dish that's too complicated, especially at this point in the competition, where I could put myself in the bottom 3 a week out from the finals.
You've got 30 seconds to go.
Seconds to go, and I'm unmolding the mousse. I've just got to get it on the plate.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Step away from your plates. Well done.
So time's up. It's now time for the judges to taste our food.
The first dish we'd like to taste is Envy by Courtney.
I'm starting to wish that I wasn't going first. I'm still not convinced with the story that I've got to sell with why I've cooked this dish and how it relates to envy.
Why does this represent envy?
I thought of the things that I've envied in my life, and they've all kind of had a bit of a sweet ending. So I come up with the idea of, you know, something that's sour but still has a sweet note to it.
There's a few bits in there that are almost opaque, and I'd want to see it, you know, really nice and opaque. You know, so I question that you've overcooked that trout. Okay. The candied lime on the top is overcooked for me. It's become very jammy and a bit dull, but that little cheesecake that you've made from the cream cheese and the condensed milk is really nice. It's beautiful. Love it.
I get the sense of envy. I get the flavour. What I don't get is the essential technique that'll keep you in the MasterChef kitchen. Thank you, Courtney.
Thanks, Matt. It's probably not one of my best efforts. If I'm to stay out of the pressure test, I've got to hope that 3 other guys have had a complete shocker in the kitchen today.
And the next deadly sin that we'd love to taste is greed, which belongs to Alvin.
I'm happy with what I've cooked. It's now just, we'll see what the judges say.
Dare you to fit all that in your mouth.
I don't know if I can. It is a big mouthful. Wow. I love it. Oh, I love it. That is great. You know, melts in the mouth. You know, greed for me is about, you know, give me more, you know, I want this and I want that. You know, that's what you've given us. Given us this big, generous bowl of rice and this absolutely delicious pork in caramel. And what's nice about it is the sugariness and the fattiness of that pork is cut particularly by that vinegared chili and by that lovely crisp ginger. Sensational dish.
The next concept would like to taste belongs to Jimmy Sloth.
The judges called my name and I was really hoping I'd go last. I don't know what they're going to throw at me. I have no idea what I'm going to say to them, but here I am.
And what have you created that represents sloth?
It was meant to be something a little bit different, but I believe you call them rissoles. I tried to make layers make them really smooth, and so you get all the flavours in one spoon without having to chew, without having to worry. It's a lazy dish.
Are you happy?
Oh, no,
with your
not
effort?
at all.
No.
I mean, but that's part of the theme is being slothers. That's lazy, it's messy, it shows no technique. It's exactly what I did. I mean, I believe it tastes good, but I've just put it together, and that's what it is.
The judges go into the bar, pull out a couch, George lies down.
Can't pick it up.
And he's sitting there while they're feeding him my sloppy, slothy dish.
Come and sit down.
Yeah, sure.
And when you were explaining your dish, I was actually quite excited. I thought it was going to be these sort of round little croquettes that you pick up, and they're really crisp and they're full of flavour. And it's little. Instead, we've ended up with like these big hockey pucks.
Okay.
Regardless of theme, food always has to have some heart and soul, or it's just boring.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
I actually agree with him. I should have put up an empty plate because this is just not good enough.
Time for a little bit of pride. Time for Aaron and his dish. In terms of technique, the ravioli is a bit undercooked. It's a bit chewy around the outside. As a complete dish, I love the notion that you're arrogant enough to fuse the best of Mexico and the best of Italy. So on that basis, you've certainly nailed the theme. Well done.
Thank you. The judges pointed out that my pasta could have been better, and who am I to disagree? I mean, food doesn't lie. Only people do.
Gluttony is the next thing we'd like to taste. Callum, come on up.
Good luck, Cal. Thanks, mate.
I'm really proud of this dish, but I'm a little bit nervous. So hopefully they think that I've covered the sin fairly well. When George holds up a spoon and asks me to taste the dish, I'm absolutely petrified. I think I'm going to have a heart attack. I had a shocking morning this morning.
Tastes like a big mouthful of salt water.
I thought this dish was good. I don't know why he's asking me to taste it.
This morning you tasted something that was horrible.
Absolutely.
This afternoon you taste something that is amazing.
Don't ever do that to me again.
Well done, buddy. That is brilliant.
Thanks, George.
The next deadly sin up to the judging panel is Jonathan and lust.
I'm carrying my dish up to the judges, and I'm pretty embarrassed. I know I shouldn't have the paper on there. I've got a dessert that's all over the shop. I mean, I wouldn't even serve this at home.
Okay, straight up presentation, disaster. You know, I've never been to a restaurant where, you know. But the sad thing about it, and the reason I really feel for you, is that the flavours in there are absolutely stunning. You know, like the white chocolate mousse, you get that rosewater flavour come straight through, and even that sort of meringue or macaroon that you've got on the bottom would have been beautiful if you just delivered it in a slightly different way.
Here's the thing. People talk about you as being one of the best cooks in the competition. I think you believe you are as well. The problem is, this is not the first time you've failed to deliver. Do it once, and we go, OK, you've had a problem. Do it twice, we start questioning your ability to organise yourself in the kitchen.
Walking back to the bench, I'm just thinking, Why didn't I pick an easier dish? What was I thinking?
If your dish is deemed one of the 3 least impressive, you'll find yourself descending into the hell that is the pressure test, where 2 of you will earn redemption and 1 of you will be sent home.
The first dish, the first deadly sin that disappointed. Was lust and Jonathan.
It's no surprise. I've really just got to focus now on this pressure test. I've got to keep myself in the competition. I've got to get into the finals week.
The second person in the bottom 3 cooked with the theme of sloth, and that was Jimmy.
It's coming up to the finals week. It's only the best cooks left. I'm pretty sure I'm going home tomorrow.
And the third person who least impressed us with their dish was Courtney.
I've had a few minutes to prepare myself and brace myself for my name getting called out. So I think, well, I've got another chance in this. It's not over yet. I've just got to cook well tomorrow.
Jimmy, Jonathan, Courtney, there are clear reasons why you're standing here. Jimmy, that dish isn't acceptable at this stage of the competition. You have to do more than curried rissoles, even if the theme is sloth. Jonathan, you've got to get everything on the plate. There's no point delivering a beautiful sorbet if we can't taste it. You have to plan better.
I've managed to avoid the bottom 3 for every invention test up until now. It's the worst mistake I could have done.
And Courtney, the lack of technique you showed compared to the other dishes has put you in this position.
Courtney, Jonathan, Jimmy, it's time to get some rest and come back, guns blazing.
The last elimination that I faced, I ended up going home from. So I really need to wrap my head around tomorrow and I need to come into the kitchen ready for battle.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
We stand here on the very doorstep of the finals week.
Jimmy, Jonathan and Courtney go head-to-head in the pressure test.
I know I can cook, I've just got to get in there today and prove it.
Who will have what it takes to recreate Christine Manfield's 2-hatted dish?
This is going to be hard. It's not a dish I want to cook.
In a fight to keep their MasterChef dream alive.
This is the most overwhelming challenge I've ever been in.
And as the countdown to finals week continues.
If you win, you are guaranteed a spot in the finals week.
Claire faces off against sushi master Sean Presland in the last shot at immunity.
I'm dreading it because I know how hard it's going to be.
Then the remaining 7 hopefuls serve up their own signature dish to 4 heavyweights of the culinary world.
I don't want to see any of these guys fail.